I can't hear everyone because everyone's on mute. Hello. Doreen Martin, hello. It's so good to see you. Wow, we've got lots and lots of people on already. I'm expecting about 28 to 30 on today's call, so that's exciting, isn't it? Good to see you, Fiona, and Joanne. I can see your ceiling. So just give it a couple more minutes, and let's see who else arrives. And look at this. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, but I'm at my friend Daniel. I'm at his offices today. If anybody knows Daniel Helenko, Happy Helenko, I'm in his office today. And in fact, Kay, you probably know Daniel from Roger Hamilton's lot. So I've come in to use his broadband. So I've got super duper broadband, and look at the colour of his boardroom table. Look at that. It was meant for me. Bright orange. This office was made for me, I think. The Tornillo Tornado's in the house. Hey, Donna, how you doing?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Absolutely flipping awesome.
Fantastic. I'm hoping that, she is. Joanne made it. We've been communicating this morning, trying to get her on. It looks like I see her ceiling anyway.
Yes, we see her ceiling. It's all good. It's all good. Jamie's
Yes.
on, Carol's on. Come say hi, say hello in the chat box. Doreen and Lisa, we've got Linda, we've got Kay, we've got Geert. Hello, Geert. We've got the Netherlands dialing in today. Fiona, we've got Leanne. Hello, Leanne. The Carol Richardson, I miss you. And June, I've got my Master Your Message Masterminders from France last week on today as well. It's lovely to see you. I miss you. It was like we had this it was like Kath put earlier, it was like Big Brother, when you're all in that kind of bubble and you're playing together and eating together and drinking together and going into the craft shop together and making stuff together and doing all kinds of things, and then all of a sudden you're gone. It was very lonely in France after everybody left. Got other people jumping on now. Doreen, it's lovely to see that you and Martin are here today. I'm so pleased that you could join us. It's lovely, lovely, lovely. We've got Tazima. Hello, Tazima. Now, if you put in the chat box where you're calling from today, because I know we've got some brand builders who are dialing in from parts of the world that they're not usually in. So it'd be great to see where you're all calling from. So Kay's in Mallorca in Spain. I bet you got better weather there than, it's very nice and blue and sunny today, but freezing. June, calling from Bristol in England. Carol's from the UK. Jamie, Georgia. Linda from Illinois. Fabulous. Wow, Lubna from The Hague. I didn't realise that's where you live. Do you live there, Lubna, or is that you just happen to be there today? I think somebody's not got their mute off. If you could mute yourself just for now while there's a bit of clunking going on. Leanne, near Forest of Dean in England. And Donna, we've got one of our Tallahassee lassies on. I was fortunate enough to go to Tallahassee and stay at Donna's while we were over in Florida. We just kind of did an ad hoc trip. We went out to launch a Brand Builders Club in Georgia with Jamie, our membership ambassador for Georgia, who's on here today. We've got Jose Peterson, our membership ambassador for the Netherlands. We've got Donna Tornillo, our ambassador in Florida. I think we've got some of our other ambassadors that might be joining in. So yeah, we went over to launch a one-day event and ended up staying for 6 weeks and touring around all different parts of America, which is the beauty of being able to build something that really is a truly global family. And we've got Sylvie. Sylvie's on today. Sylvie, are you in your new house in London today? Is that where you're calling from? No, you're in Paris. She's in Paris today. Excellent. Yeah, okay, so Lubna going live in The Hague. John Keedwell, another one of our Master Your Message Masterminders. Great to see you. In fact, John, I'm looking forward to hearing, John has been just taking so much action since we were in France last week. And And just over the last couple of days, we've been kind of messaging backwards and forwards. And I think he's changing the whole name of his company. He's got his fame name. We've looked at his old products. So he's totally changing some of the ways that he's doing things. It's like the same content, but really upgrading. He's super speeded the message, which is awesome. Doreen and Martin from Oxford in England. Well, it is lovely, lovely, lovely to see you all. And for those of you that I haven't met personally yet, it'll be great to really play with you today and for you to play amongst each other as well. So this is a full day condensed into an online workshop. So usually we're in a hotel room, a delegate room, and we're all playing and, really, really lively. So when it's online, it's not necessarily the same. So you're going to have to keep the energy up. I want to see you all dancing at some point to keep your energy, because I can see your cameras. I can see you. So hello to those of you that are jumping on now and coming on. We've got Gary Jones. Hello. Linda, hello. It's lovely to see you. And so we'll get cracking for today. Hopefully you received your workbook. If you didn't receive your workbook, don't worry, because I've sent everybody an email with the workbooks in them. Doreen, if you pop your what's your best email address? If you just pop that into the chat, I can just drop that across to you, or maybe someone else on the call who's got one can drop it over. In fact, Donna, if you would do that for me, please. If Doreen, because I know Doreen wasn't signed up for this necessarily, I just put a last minute shout out in the Brand Accelerator group. Brilliant.
If I just have the email in the chat box, I can forward that email that has the thing.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Thank you, Donna. And then Doreen and Donna, you will then be connected. And I suggest that you do get connected, because two fabulous women in my life that aren't necessarily talking yet, and that needs to happen. So yeah, let's get started. So we've got an amazing amount of amazing stuff to get through today. And if you've seen the agenda for today, there's some of you that are on the call that have actually been to our events already. We've already been live in London and the Netherlands, gosh, we've got another 2 events that are coming up as well. So we're delivering this event but live, as in person, on the 11th of October in Orlando. And so if you know anyone in Orlando that you think would really, as you go through this content, you think, I know some people that really could do with this training. We're going to be delivering this in Orlando on the 11th of October. And then we're also going to be in Jamie's managed to post it in here as well. I didn't realize you could post things. I thought you could only chat on here. Brilliant. Everyone, there you go. If you need the workbook, Jamie's just posted that there. Thank you. Jamie's such a whiz. She knows everything. She's my guru. She knows how to do all this technical thingies. And so, yes, we're going to be in New York. So we're launching the Brand Builders Club in New York on the 20th of October. So super, super excited about that. We really are reaching a lot of lives, and I'm going to just really share with you the amazing stuff that you have the opportunity to do in your own businesses as a result of the things that we've learned while we've been building our businesses. Carol, here to listen, poorly in bed but want to soak up more wisdom and join in. God bless you. Well done, Carol. I love your resilience. You're just like, illness, hurricanes, whatever. I'll be there by hook or by crook. So the workbook, let's get the screen switched on. And I need to time this because we're on quite a time scale today. Lots and lots of content to get through. So let me pop that. I'll pop that over there. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Now, if you keep muted as we go through, and if you've got any questions or anything, then please pop them in the chat box. I'm going to, when I go to share my screen, I'm not going to be able to see the chat box anymore. So if you have a question, or you've got a light bulb moment, or something you want to share, something you want to add to what we're doing, please put it in the chat box there, and I'll just kind of intermittently jump back in to see if we've got any questions. But Jamie and Donna, if you could also keep an eye on the chat box for me, and if there's something comes in and you think I really need to answer it or something, if you could switch your mute off and just jump in at a natural point, and I'll be able to answer that for you. So we're going to do some masterminding today as well. Now, usually we're in a room and we get people into groups of 5 or 6 to mastermind in their groups. So we're going to do some masterminding in a different way today. We've got quite a few people. We've got 18 of you, and we're expecting between that and 30. So it all depends on who's able to jump in. We've got some people that want specific elements of this training as well, so they might pop in and out as we go through. Will there be a replay? Yes, you can have a replay if you let me know. Many people on this call are within the Brand Builders Club, so for those of you that are in the Brand Builders Club, I'm going to be posting the replay in the group, so you'll be able to just go in and see that, and it'll be uploaded into the online learning center as well, so you'll be able to access it from there. For those of you that aren't in the club, just let me know, and I'll send the replay out to you, so you've got access to the recording. Then you can go through it whenever you need to. John, not sure how long I'm able to be here. Loads to do, popping in and out. Okay, brilliant. Thanks, John. Well, you were here at the UK event, so you've heard all of this content already, because we deliver this one event in 5 different locations, including online, and then at the next event, totally different content. So we deliver different stages all throughout the year, and this is scaling. Today we're all on scaling and all about scaling. So let's share the screen and get started. Any other questions? I'd love the replay. Perfect. Okay, Linda, just give me another nudge, because the challenge with Zoom, I don't know if you find this as well, is that so many comments and things go in the chat that, once you turn Zoom off, they're all lost. It's not like Facebook Live or whatever, where all the comments are still there. I can export an Excel document, but you won't be able to see any of the chat anymore, and I won't be able to unless I physically go into it. So if someone posts something, which is a good point to mention this, if someone posts something into the chat box as we go through, and you think, oh, brilliant idea, copy and paste it out straight away, because you won't have access to it once this finishes, and you won't see the chat when it does the replay. When you see it, it doesn't show that bit. Okay, where should we send an email to request a replay? If you send it to sammy@howtobuildabrand.org. Let me just drop that in there for you, Linda. sammy@howtobuildabrand.org. So if you send that, send me an email, and that will give me a little nudge, a little prod, and I'll get that across to you, no problem, as soon as it is ready and it's uploaded. So, my goodness, we've got so much to get through. So let's share my screen. And okay, what I'll do is I'll pop that there. Okay, can you see? Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen? Okay, and then as soon as I click this, it's going to get rid of everything. So, Sylvie, can you see it? Donna, got it? Okay, perfect. So let's do this. Okay, hang on, that's not going to work. I'm going to need to minimize you. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to minimize you, otherwise I won't be able to see the screen. Okay, so yeah, wow, so excited about delivering this content for you, because there's just so many things that I've learned along the way that, they'll cost you time, money, and energy if you don't put these things in place that we're going to share with you today. Jamie has, I think, 5, maybe 6 companies now, and has built some amazingly, really scaled one of her business in particular that she's going to talk to you about today. She built a business ready for franchise. She started franchising it. She learned a lot of lessons along the way. Jose Peterson, another speaker, our ambassador from the Netherlands, she built an incredibly successful bookstore in the heart of Amsterdam, and she built that up over, I think that was 28 years, and her team worked for her like 12 years, 13 years. She had really, really amazing relationships, and how she scaled that business was just fascinating. And so I just love her story, and she shared the story at the UK event and the Holland event, and I really love it, because she's given pictures that really shows, and this is what happened when this happened to the business, and these are all things that can happen to you, but in different ways. So we're going to really go into depth into many things. We're going to go deep on those things to make sure that these things don't happen to you in your business as well. And you know, it's also about having fun while we do it too. So let's have some fun as we go through. Now, the reason I'm showing this to you, I don't know if you know what this is or if you've seen one of these before, but this is called zorbing. And about 5 years ago, it was maybe 6 years ago, it was my younger brother, Kieran. It was his 21st birthday. There's quite a gap between us in age. And it was his 21st birthday. And so every year we all do like adventures, and we go out and do, you know, things that we can remember, things that, you know, not necessarily physical gifts, although we give those too, but when we have big birthdays, we like to do experiences. So we have that memory that we can all look back on. And my mum and dad, they decided that we were going to go and do this whole adventure week. And zorbing was one of the activities that they decided we were going to go do. Now, I've seen zorbing before, and you know, and it looked really fun. And when you get into these, if you've ever been in one, I don't know if you've ever been in one, but as you can see where this person is kind of laid down, the zorbs that we were in were 2 people to one of these pods. So you've got to climb in where you see that little orange bit there to the right-hand side of the screen. That's actually the bit that you climb in. So it's a really tight, small space. And as you climb into it, there were 2 of us in there, and we were pretty much knee to knee. And so my ex-business partner was with us at the time. And so he's strapped in and I'm strapped in, and we're knee to knee. And I just remember looking down it was like a little causeway. It's like a grass verge that just kind of went down. I remember standing about to get into this thinking, yeah, it doesn't look anywhere near as interesting as I thought it was going to be. You know, I thought it was going to be a really steep incline. Glad it wasn't now, but looking at it at the time, I just thought it looked like, you know, like a field, and it didn't look like it was going to be very high. So we climb into this zorb, and I'm now starting to feel a bit disoriented because I'm facing backwards towards the hill. And so my business partner, he's sat in front of me, and he's like, you know, all excited, and they say, you know, are you ready? And Miles says, yeah, we're ready. So they kick the chalk away. And so as we start to go back, and there's a good reason why I'm talking to you about this story while I'm telling you this. So as we start to go back, and I can see he's going round like this, going round over the top of me, and I'm going backwards, well, I start to feel a bit nauseous. And what I didn't realise, because I just looked at it, gave it a glance, and just thought that it just looked like a field of grass. What I didn't see was that they'd put these mounds. So they'd built these mounds into the side of the grass so that obviously as you hit it, it bounces you all over the place. And so we're kind of tumbling around and being thrown all over the place in this thing. And, you know, and it can only lasted about maybe, I don't know, 30 seconds, 20 seconds even. But it felt like a lifetime. I don't know if you've ever been through an experience where it went like that, but it felt like it was much longer. Well, that was what this was like. And so we're being bounced all over the place. Well, what I hadn't taken into consideration was they had these 2 kind of wooden fences that were kind of, you know, stopping the ball from getting out, but they only looked like they were tiny. And there was one of these mounds in the side where the ball, the zorb, hit this mound, and it just bounced us because I'm about twice the weight of my ex-business partner. So as it hit it, it just hit it in the right spot that we just went doing like that. And it felt like we'd gone over this wooden fence. Well, I've looked at his face, and he was usually pretty chilled with anything like this. He's a real adventure buff, you know, like he goes off and does all kinds of adventures. So until I saw his face, like as soon as I saw his face and saw that he was worried, we had that moment. And the other side of this, where all the hedges and everything were, was the motorway, the highway. So I'm looking at his face, and all of a sudden, like in a split second, I've got this vision that we're now tumbling back. We're going to end up on the highway. We're going to end up, you know, just getting splattered, run over by all these cars. and you know, all this stuff, it just goes through your mind in a second. But then, bang, all of a sudden we just stop. And what I hadn't seen was there was this strip of water, which obviously as soon as the Zorb hits this strip of water, it just stops it in its tracks. Well, they had to drag me out of that thing backwards because my legs were like jelly. I couldn't move. I was just so consumed with fear. There was no way that I could even think about turning around. They had to kind of climb in and pull me out backwards. And when I kind of composed myself, I looked back up this tiny little hill. And because now I'm standing where the water is, and I'm looking up. Now I can see all of the bumps in the road on the field that we're going in. I can see that the fences are actually much higher than I thought they were. And there I am feeling a lot clearer about what's just happened to me. But what I thought was, when I stood there in that moment, I thought, bloody hell. As a business, if you go through that, without standing at the end, without getting to the end and looking back and kind of reverse engineering what you're doing, you are going to get thrown around. Business is not going to get easier. It's going to get harder. And you're going to feel like you're tumbling all over the place. And you won't be consistently in a line. You'll be all over. You'll be doing exactly what this Zorb did. And sometimes it is terrifying. And sometimes it's so scary, if the money isn't coming in, or it's not coming in fast enough, or you're not reaching enough clients, or they're not finding you fast enough, then your business, it can really tumble around all over the place. And I wanted to start this session sharing that story with you because, there are many businesses that I meet that are really tumbling around and not, really going in that straight line. And there's never anything, maybe that it doesn't even exist, this straight line. But what I can tell you is, if we start with the end in mind, and you've probably heard that before, but if we start with the end in mind, you're able to look at the trajectory of where you can go by stepping into where it is you want to be. And so as part of this session, what we're going to do towards the end, we're going to do a 12-week planning strategy session where I'm going to go through, it's month by month, but we're going to go through a 12-week strategy so that at least for the next 12 weeks, you're not going to be tumbling around. You're going to be focused on what you want to achieve. The goal will be in mind. We're going to walk you down that field so you can turn around and look back up and see what's coming, that you're going to be more prepared with what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And, for those of you that aren't in the Brand Builders Club, I really actively encourage you to become part of the Brand Builders Club and become part of the action that we take to make sure that you are on the straight, you are, going straight for the goals that you set for yourself, and you're achieving the things that you want to achieve, and that we are your personal coaches mentoring you to reach that. So I'd love to invite you to think about also becoming a member as we go through this and making life much easier for you. So just before we go any further, I can see that I've got a couple of chats there, so let's just go back into here. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. Thank you, Lubna. Yeah, I can really use this. Yes. I don't know if you've ever been in a Zorb, but I highly recommend you don't. Unless you really, really love adventure, you like being thrown around all over the place, and you don't get seasick. That's always a good one. Okay, excellent. Yes, it kind of was terrifying, Carol. It really was. But I can also think of some really terrifying moments in business too, that I really don't, it's just so unnecessary for you to go through them. So no matter what stage of business you're at, if you're just thinking at the moment of starting and you haven't even started it yet, or maybe you've already had businesses before, but you're starting something new. So you've already got that business experience, but you want to take a direct route to success, or a more direct one than you've had before. Or you might have a really established business and you just think, I'm going to sense check. What are some of the things that we're going to talk about today that you might not necessarily have in your business yet? And by putting those things in place, you are not only protecting yourself and your customers, but if you're building something and you want it to be a legacy, then you're going to have something that's long lasting, that's stable, that really gives you that resilience in a market that might be, kind of jumping around all over the place. And sometimes that can happen. Keeping an eye on time there. Okay, so let's get back to sharing. Okay, so to just open up and introduce you to some of the amazing people that you're going to be speaking to or hearing from today, we have the amazing Jamie Gilliland, who is just both of these beautiful people here are soul sisters for me. We were brought together because of the Brand Builders Club, and we came together through introductions. And whoever's just joined, hello, could you put yourself on mute? Please, I can hear you. And there will be opportunities for you to speak. Don't worry, I'll make sure that we get the mics put back on a bit later on. So Jamie and I met each other about 4 years ago, and we laugh and joke about it now. We'd both paid a lot of money to be part of this other network, and so we were both in California for a month. And I was in California for a month, and she'd come over. She was on that as well, at this event, and we met queuing for the toilet on this boat in the middle of Lake Tahoe, which is kind of on the border of California and Nevada. And we got chatting then, and there were synergies then, but we didn't take it any further. And then we kept kind of crossing each other's paths, and it wasn't until January this year when we launched the Brand Builders Club into Fort Lauderdale in Florida. It was our first Florida event, and Jamie happened to be at the event, and we just reconnected again. And Jose was introduced, I believe it was about September last year, or it might even have been January. I just feel like I've known both these ladies my entire life, but Jose really hasn't been in my life that long, but I feel like she has been. She's been such an instrumental part. They both have been such an instrumental part of the growth of the Brand Builders Club and the growth of me too, and I am part of that, of the growth of them. And that's the beauty of having that resilient team around you, isn't it? They have their own businesses, they're building their own brands, and yet we're brought together by the community of the Brand Builders Club to really expand our reach and support each other to reach more lives than we can on our own. And I encourage you to reach out to these amazing Wonder Women and get to know them better, because it really is about, making sure that collaboratively we're achieving greater things than we can on our own. Business is lonely on your own, isn't it? And even when I had 13 staff, I was lonelier than I'd ever been in my life. I thought, I'm going to build a company, and it's going to be this great community, and it'd be brilliant, we'll all be working together. And yet what I found as I built, that was a branding, marketing and design agency that I built up over 7 years, and I sold that in 2013. But I remember when I was there just thinking how lonely I was, because we'd all started on a friendly level, and we'd become friends. And, I always break the golden rule of no friends in business. Well, like, I'm spending a lot of time with my customers. It's important to me that we're friends. We're going to spend a lot of time together, so that's important to me. And, so my team started off very much as friends, and they still were friends. It's just the higher up in business you go and the more established you become, the less you can talk to your team now about the challenges and the things that are going on for you, because they're looking for job security and you're looking to provide that for them. But at the same time, there are things that you just can't tell your team if you want them to feel secure about what you're doing, especially as an entrepreneur. We take risks. We take risks that an employee mindset just can't even comprehend. And so, it does get lonely at the top. And that's, again, why it's just so important when you have that family around you of people. They have completely different businesses to you, but the same pains and the same growing pains, the same challenges. And maybe they've had them before you, or you've had them before them, or you can see it coming, they can see it coming. And having that network around you, it creates that robustness that you just don't have necessarily when you're on your own. And so talking of robustness, the Brand Builders Club, just to give you a little insight, for those of you that are in the Brand Builders Club already, you can see the team is growing. We've got another addition to our family over the last month. So James is our BBC operations director, and Jen has just joined the company a couple of weeks ago on customer support. And it's wonderful because these two beautiful humans are also part of my family as well. And so we get to travel, we get to play, we get to really change lives and be in the business together as well. So, you know, it really is a family. And I just love family businesses and working with people who want to build their brands as a family, that want to build communities, create tribes that thrive. And so, as you can see, we've got our ambassadors across the world, and that is growing. So we're currently in the 5 locations physically, and we launch into New York in a couple of weeks. So I'm very excited about that. And Jamie and Jose are going to be on the call today. But we also have Isabella Niewiadomska. She is our ambassador for the UK. And Donna Tornillo. I call her the Tornillo Tornado because, boy, does this woman work fast. Like, she is an action taker. And she is our ambassador for Florida, who's on this call. So I just love that Donna just is there consistently, and that's really important when you build that team around you. And all of these amazing people are there for our members all the time, as am I. And so it was important to me that as we grew the Brand Builders Club, that we had more people to support our members than less. And that can happen when somebody's got a real growth plan. They forget about the people and focus on the numbers. Well, I've already been there and done that and seen that and been on the other end of it many times when other people have done that to me. And so we got very focused on creating an organizational structure for each of the locations towards the beginning of this journey. But we're going to share with you what that journey looked like as we go along, because it's important you understand some of the growing pains that we've had as we've grown this business that you don't need to. Or there'll be some things that we share and you think, how can I apply that to me? So as we go through this, just always think, how can I apply this to me? So as you can see in the UK, we've got some brilliant members there. We've got a full team in the Netherlands as well. And we are off to New York as well. So here we've got Georgia, we've got Florida, and so we've got growing teams that are really building out. We've only got the 2 of our BBC team in New York, but in a couple of weeks we're hoping that that's going to expand. And if you are a member in New York and you'd love to join the leadership team and become a bigger part of how we're really growing out and building the Brand Builders Club in New York, I would love for you to step forward and tell me you're interested, because we really want to build this team and make a greater difference together. So what is today about? We're really going to focus on, there's 4 key elements that we're going to cover on throughout the day. So the first is me, and that's what I've started to run through this already, but there's some other really key things, some key learning points that we're going to go through. So I am running session 1. We're going to break at around 5:15 our time, so that's in about 45 minutes. And then you're going to hear from Jamie. And Jamie's going to take you through 10 of the vital questions that you need to prepare so that you can really experience business growth in a positive way, and that you don't have the real painful growing pains that many businesses have that we see all the time. Just going to see if I can move this. Just a second. I'm going to try and move that down. See if I can kind of move that to the side or something. It's kind of in the way. Let's see if that helps. No. Oh dear. I will do my best for you. I think it's going to have to stay there. So I'll just read to you what the things are that are underneath them. So we then have Jose is going to come in. So obviously these times are UK time. So whatever that time is for you, I'll be letting you know how long we're going to be. As you can see, the sessions are between 45 minutes and an hour and 15, depending on how deep we go into the content and how much work we've got for you to do as well, because this isn't, everything that we create, we're called How to Build a Brand. That is the name of our company, How to Build a Brand. And the reason we are all about the how to is because there's already enough people telling you what and you already know what you need to do. Most of the time, you know what you need to do. It's the how to do it, or where to start, that is the thing that creates the analysis paralysis many times. So that for us is really important, that we give you the how to. So we're going to go very deep, and you're going to be, I gave you the workbook, so if you wanted to, you could print it out and you could fill it in, but otherwise you're looking at it on screen. I've just duplicated that. So it might be that if you want to do it another time, you want to go through this training today, but you want to watch the replay and then go through it with your to make your notes on it, then you can do that, or type away, whatever way is good for you. Everybody's different. So Jose is going to be sharing with you how she grew her really profitable bookstore. Now, you think that, we go in and we see like Waterstones or Foyles, these massive bookstores, but Jose really carved a niche, and she's going to talk about that in her session. And I just love the fact that she had, on average, 500 people a day traveling in from all over the world to buy specialist books from Jose. And she turned that into a multi-million euro bookstore. And you'll see what she started off from to where she became, where she really took that to. So I'm excited for you to hear about that. And so we're going to go into session 3, where it's focused on the actual scaling side of things. So Jamie and I are going to work together on this session and this is going to be a bit of a mastermind session. This is where you're going to get to mastermind and share your ideas. So there's some real key questions that we've got for you, and we'll pick some of you to share those questions, and let's just see how you get on. But, think about, as we go through the training today, for us, it's important we don't fill your head with a load more stuff. We want to support you in using the stuff that you've already got in your head, so we can get it out there, right? Get it out there, get it changing lives, get it transforming the lives or the businesses or the health or the wealth or the mindset, whatever it is that you do. You need to be out there doing more of that, and more people need to see what you're doing, because there are millions of people around the world right now that, as you're listening to this, they're typing into Google a pain or a problem, and I bet you could solve it. So let's make sure that you're out there shining and getting that all of the credibility that comes with what you already have in here. Let's get that out there. So we're going to do some masterminding, and then I'm going to take you through the 12-week strategic planning that I talked about earlier. I've upgraded, by the way, for those of you that have been to the members days, I've just upgraded the training in that 3-month planning session. So the 3-month strategy session is different. I've gone much further into it, and I've gone into some detail to make it even easier for you to complete that bit. So make sure you stick around for that. And then session 4, we're going to wrap up. Jamie and I are going to share 7 of the biggest outsourcing mistakes that we've ever made, and how you can avoid making them by getting prepared now. There's, when we've been sharing them in the last 2 events, people have said, oh my God, I didn't realize that's why that was happening with my outsourcer. And so there are some things that you can do that will really shortcut your success, and we'll talk you through those to make sure it doesn't happen to you. And before we then go into this next part, I want to celebrate. And, whilst we celebrate awards while we're at the physical events, I want to celebrate them on our virtual ones too. So there are 4 people this time. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5. It's just people that have really stood out for me. Now, we run this live session. We run it every quarter, because we run our events every quarter. And they're always on a different topic each quarter as well. But we always put on this live session for those members and guests that can't make it to a physical event. And so we always have this. So I want to celebrate 4 of the people that have really shone up and shone, but haven't been able to get to a physical event on it today. And so I wanted to really congratulate you on some things. And so the first person I'm going to congratulate is actually one of the speakers today. In fact, I've got 2 of the speakers are on this lineup, but they're very different reasons. So the reason why I want to congratulate and honour Jamie Gilliland today, and everybody give Jamie a round of applause, put woohoo in the chat box and show her some love. Jamie has just absolutely gone way above and beyond for our members in the Brand Builders Club, and not only in Atlanta. Let me just get rid of that. Because just because Jamie is an ambassador for Georgia, and many of our members are in Atlanta because that's where we launched in Georgia. Jamie's been looking after members all over the world and really has, really stepped up and stepped out. She's been doing 30-minute sessions with members that just, no sales involved at all. Just really say, let's jump on Zoom for 30 minutes and let's look at your customer journey. Let's look at what it is you're doing, because Jamie works for many and has worked for many in the past as well, although some of them she's sacked, which is interesting, but that's another story. I'm sure you can drag that out of her over a beer or two at some point. But she's worked with many of the greatest thought leaders in our industry, and still works with many too, setting up their systems so that they can speak on stage, they can be writing books, they can be publishing courses, and they can do that knowing that there's a full system behind it, that emails are going out seamlessly, that text messages are being sent out, that the customer journey is sorted. But it's so easy, and this is what I did at the beginning. I thought, right, so here's my customer journey. They're going to do this, then 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 they're going to do this. And it looks like, again, like that straight path. But there are bumps on the road. And there are things that, sometimes something happens in their life and they can't complete what you've given them to do. Something could happen to them financially and then they can't pay you with the payment plan you've organised. There's all kinds of bumps in the road that are going to stop you from doing what you need to do. And one of the key things that I really took away from the work that Jamie has presented at all of our events since June. Jamie has been all around the world presenting these members' days with us, including the online one last time too. We were delivering that live from Holland the night before we delivered the actual event in Holland. That was fun. And so, she's been setting up. Crazy. That was crazy. That was a crazy time, especially because we'd just spent a week in France delivering the Master Your Message Mastermind through to Belgium.
I begged her not to put them back to back again, please.
I know, that was tough going. We did it though. We are champions. We managed it.
We did it, yes.
The members were all looked after. But, it really, I learned that because there are bumps in the road, because there are challenges, there are things that your business is going to go through, and more importantly, things your customers are going to go through, you need to have that, well, what if they do, what if they don't strategy as part of that customer journey as well. And so Jamie's going to be sharing that with you a bit later, but I just wanted to honour you. Jamie, thank you so much for everything that you do and for just being so much fun to travel around with, and for stepping up and for being just so amazing.
And right back at you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope they're showing you some love, because I can't see the comments. I hope you're getting some love there. And the second person is Tazima. Tazima, give a round of applause for Tazima and show some love to Tazima. Tazima has, even though Tazima hasn't been able to get to a physical event for certainly the last session, I haven't been able to give Tazima a squeeze. But what I can say is that one of the things that we do within the Brand Builders Club, it's not essential for everybody. Some people, they don't like doing these, but other people think that this is like the core thing for them that really keeps them growing, and that's the masterminding groups. And so every 12 weeks, I get people into groups of 6 or 7. And first of all, I ask, right, what are the key things if over the next 12 weeks you had the most amazing support team around you that had the skills and the confidence and all the things that you need in your business over the next 12 weeks? If I could surround you with that group, what would that look like? And so we do that every 12 weeks and you get into a different group. So you've constantly got different advice, experience, support around you, and feedback and motivation, momentum and accountability. And I'm in all of the groups, because I get you into little micro groups, and you've got a little Facebook group each as well. And so you're contacting each other throughout the week and supporting each other through thick and thin. And I've seen Tazima just consistently show up, even through all the holidays, even though everyone's been away. Tazima was there, really, you know, recording the meetings, looking after everybody in the group, and still really going for it and working on our own business. Tazima, I've watched you really go from strength to strength, and your business really build momentum. I'm so proud of you. I just wanted to give you a little round of applause to say thank you for being you. I'm very proud that you are a part of this growing family, and it's awesome to watch you blossom. The third person is Jose. So Jose, I don't know if she's on this call yet, but I wanted to give a really big shout out to Jose as well. Jose is, well, one of the reasons that she's speaking today is because she's so good with systems and systemizing. On the physical side, it's interesting because Jamie and Jose have this amazing kind of marriage of skills where, you know, Jose is very much about like the people systems, getting teams working together really, really well, putting the human systems into business so that you as a human are doing things effectively and efficiently. And then Jamie is like the online side of things, making sure that those things that you set for yourself and your business and your team, you know, Jamie can have your online side of things, can be handling much of that. So it's interesting how they've got this amazing ability to do these incredible things in a business, and you're going to get access to those skills today. I'm so excited for you. But Jose is just really, she's been working on her own business. She's created a system now. She's been using all the tools that we've got in the Brand Builders Club to develop her first set of courses. She started speaking more publicly, started getting out there, and has just been such an amazing support to the Brand Builders Club, putting the systems in place and making sure the events run smoothly, and just doing an amazing job. So for those of you that are coming over to the event in December, it's a different event. It's not a Brand Builders Club event, but many brand builders will be there. Jose is going to be part of the events team, making sure that everything runs smoothly, because she's so phenomenal at doing that. So Jose, thank you. And finally, we have, we do, if it's going to work. Let me see why. There you go. Carol Richardson. You can see yourself on the screen. I don't know why that's not showing up, but there you go. Here you are, Carol Richardson. Yay! And the reason why I want to nominate Carol for Show Up and Shine Award today is because Carol has just gone from strength to strength. I've seen her really step out when she's been her most vulnerable and least comfortable. And even today, look at today, she's not feeling at all well and is still on the call. And so give a lovely round of applause to Carol and show some love, and give her some love. Let's, you know, give her some healing energy as well, so that she recovers much faster. But yeah, Carol is, you know, she's always there to support other members within the group, and has just been such a solid backbone for many of the members. And as a result, her business is really shaping up. It's been phenomenal to spend that week with Carol in France, just literally last week, working on the messaging and the vision, the mission, the pitch. And we did mock media interviews and really got them ready to go out there into the world and do amazing things. And it was our last one that we were ever going to run. So we're stepping into a whole new league for next year. We're looking at doing another cruise. So we took 16 entrepreneurs on a masterminding cruise around the coast of Mexico from New Orleans. We sailed out and we masterminded under palm trees and had the most amazing time. And so we did that in January last year. So that's over a year ago. And we're looking at running a Brand Builders cruise next year. Jamie and I are also looking at running some retreats together as well. And so we've got some big things to come, boys and girls, big things to come. Very exciting. So Entrepreneurs TV, our Brand Builders Club TV, that is launching next month. Super excited about that. And we're launching the TV channel to give our members a voice, because it's one thing supporting you with creating the strategy and creating the courses and writing the content and getting the webinars created and writing your books and really, elevating your personal positioning and taking what you have out here and putting it into physical products and tangible services that people will buy from you, because there's a tangibility to them that you might not necessarily have just yet. And so we've got members that are taking things that they've been running that would otherwise be seen as intangible, like coaching, consulting, training. You know, sometimes people don't necessarily take that step with you because it's not as tangible. They can't see it. So there has to be an enormous amount of trust there. And one of the big things we've been focusing on with our members is turning that into tangible products. And you might be thinking, well, how can I turn what I do into a product? There are ways that you can really productize what you're doing. And so we've been playing with those in the Brand Builders Club. It's been awesome just to see the amount of things that people have been doing. And so we want to give our Brand Builders Club members a voice. And so we've got the TV channel that's launching next month. There will be a full schedule. We've got one member in each of the locations that is responsible for getting the members to step up and come forward and deliver a 30 or 45-minute TV slot that will go out live. It will broadcast live out to all the people that are on our list. So it'll go out to our full list, which has got many thousands of people on it. We're in contact with about 40,000 entrepreneurs and business owners through our social media networks and our YouTube channel. And, you know, we've got various different pages and things that we use. So, so that'll be going out to our full list to give our members that publicity in front of people. So if you're a Brand Builders Club member, or you might be thinking about it, then make sure you come to me. Let me know, what is it that you'd really love as a message? What training would you like to deliver? What key message would you like to get across to the people that are watching? And we're going to be looking at different themes. So tell me, what is it that you want to talk on? Or give me a list of topics that you could talk on. And I will put that into a spreadsheet so we know who can talk on what topics when it comes up, to be able to do that. And we've also got the magazine that's going to be launching. I think that's going to be launching in January. And Saskia Vandery is our partner. She's one of our Netherlands members, amazing blog writer and copywriter. And so, yeah, we're looking at partnering to get that magazine out there. I already published a magazine for 12 months and I put that on hold to focus on the growth of the Brand Builders Club, but we're bringing that back. And our Brand Builders Club members are going to be able to write for it and get that out to, again, a big readership. We're looking to grow that up to 100,000 members on that subscriber list, just that list alone. So, excuse me, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing to really get your brand out there and really expand what you're up to. And so let me just check on the time. Good. Okay, so we are on time, you'll be pleased to know. I don't know if you know of this young man here. In fact, I'm just going to look at some of the comments. I'm going to come out of here and look at some of the comments before I move on, just in case there are any questions for me in here, because there were 53 different things. I think they're all congratulatory things. Let's have a look. Would love to talk about making space in your office, physical and mental decluttering. I think a brilliant topic, Carol. And, you know, Peggy Lee, hello, Peggy Lee. Maybe you could also, you know, bring in the elements of how to become a published author. You know, there are people that don't know how to do it, how to create a compilation book, how to be a part of a compilation book. I mean, there's, goodness knows how many topics that, you know, how to become a thought leader and turn being an author or an authority to being an author with that authority. So there's some amazing topics that you can put forward. And for those of you that are speaking all over the world, or you want to create any part of your business that is speaking, then maybe you might not have got out there and done that yet, but this is a great way of easing you into it. Okay, so a good way of doing that. So we are going to have some of them will be going live, but the majority of things, they will be pre-recorded and we'll be editing them together, and we'll be able to put little adverts and things in there. So again, if you want to have a little ad that goes in, we can slot that in and it will go out to everybody that's watching that show. And so we're looking at 2-hour time slots per location around the world every day. So every day there'll be streaming that's going out from our members. It's exciting. June, love to talk about customer experience, measuring customer experience and turning complaints into raving fans. Beautiful. Listen, you have so much knowledge inside of your head, and we have a whole audience of people that want that knowledge. So let's get it out there. Collaborate. Let's collaborate to really get that out there in a bigger way. So, okay, I'm going to carry on sharing my screen. Here we go. So this young man here, if you don't know him, Him and his wife are just amazing. And for those of you that are going to fly over to our big 3-day event in December, by the way, if you haven't got that date in your diary yet, it's the 7th to the 9th of December. It's in Gatwick. It's going to be at the Holiday Inn Gatwick Airport, which is a hotel in Gatwick Airport. So we've chosen Gatwick because it's usually around half the price to fly into Gatwick from wherever you are in the world. And so we wanted to make it so that it was easier for you to get to. And I can fly to San Diego or Atlanta or Florida for around about £250 each way, which is really not a lot. But if I go from Heathrow, it's at least 3 times that amount. So come over and join us, 7th to 9th of December. It is a different event from the Brand Builders Club, but we are going to be running our Brand Builders Awards over that weekend as well. And we're looking to have about 80 to 100 people, entrepreneurs and brand builders, people from our Brand Accelerator program, people that have been to the Master Your Message Mastermind Retreat. We'll be putting it out to all of the people that have been in our universe to come and play and meet each other and collaborate and partner. And that's what I love about Paul. So I met Paul for the first time only about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I can't believe it. I feel like I've known him for a lot longer as well. But this young man is amazing. He's done remarkable things in his life. And his wife is the creator, the thought leader behind the Buy One, Give One campaign. Now, I don't know if you've heard of that. Give me a thumbs up if you've heard of Buy One, Give One. Because what Paul did was he found a way of measuring impact, of being able to measure when you're gifting something to someone, whether that is gifting books to a school in Africa, whether it's building schools, or malaria injections, or vision, giving sight back. There are so many different causes that we all invest in, women, abused women, and care homes. There's all kinds of things that we can invest in, and as entrepreneurs should be thinking about how are we giving back. But there wasn't a way to measure it before, and Paul's wife, she came up with an idea, and she said, Paul, what if there were a way where, every time you bought a book, 10 books were given to children who didn't have books? What if every time you ate a meal, somebody got food, from off the street, somebody got a meal? What if, every time we bought a pair of glasses, somebody got their sight back? And she started to really connect, the impact that could be made from buying that and then gifting something that not necessarily the same, but that would have the same effect. And I just loved this philosophy. And so I've been following Paul for quite a while, but got to meet him finally only 3 or 4 weeks ago. And we've already teamed up. I said to him, where are you going tomorrow? And he was flying back to I think he was going back to the Philippines. And I said, well, we're going to Heathrow Airport because we're flying over to Holland to deliver our Members Day. We'll drive you to the airport. And we just ended up talking the whole way about how we were going to partner and what we could do. I just loved the impact they were making. So Paul and Masami, they are actually, they're flying over for our event in December, and they're going to be there. Paul's going to be speaking about how to incorporate that, the impact, how to make a bigger impact as you are building your brand. And that's something I really want you to start thinking about, because I'll tell you what, it's amazing when you find out that what you are giving as a result of spending money with someone. And being on the other end of that, I didn't even anticipate the results of what would happen when we invested in it. And now we only invested in it like 3 or 4 weeks ago when I met Paul, but the impact that we've had already has been enormous. And I'm going to share some of those things with you as a result of what we're talking about here. And what Paul was saying was, in 2015, the world leaders, the greatest, some of the greatest world leaders met at a UN summit. And they created 17 goals for a better world. And it's actually Dan, whose office I'm in right now. It's as a result of him that I even was introduced to this world. Let me just check on my time. Awesome. And so, you know, he introduced me to this, and he said, Sammy, you know, I see what you're doing and you need to be a part of this whole thing that we're creating. I was like, what are you creating? He said, you've got to come down to find out about it. And so I went and spoke at his event in central Manchester, and he interviewed me. And as a result of that, I saw what he was doing and the impact they were making with this local community. And I thought, that's interesting. And then they were talking about the global community and then the UN goals, and it was kind of frying my mind. I was thinking, wow, this is amazing. You know, how do we do it? You know, it's like, now I know the what, how do we do it? And interestingly, one of the things they did was they said by 2030, we want to have achieved all 17 of these global goals. And it's fascinating, the goals they've come up with. And you might already be following this, Kay. I know that you were at the same event that I was at where I met Paul. You might have met Paul before. I don't know, because I know you've been in that world a little bit longer than I have. But by 2030, they want to have achieved all of these goals. Now, one of these might be something that really resonates with you. You might resonate with several. I know what mine is. You could probably guess what mine is, because I'm all about the partnerships and collaboration. That's really important for me. And I actually believe that through partnerships, we can change all of the others. I think that, just through collaboration and by partnership, maybe you agree with me that you think actually together with everybody focused on this, one and then another, actually we could achieve all of these and really make a much bigger difference together. So partnerships, number 17 is my one. And maybe one of these is different for you, because obviously we're all different businesses. And what I do, the Brand Builders Club, is all about partnerships, joint venturing and strategically growing your business in a way that's much easier, because there are other people around you who have been through that journey and will tell you how to do it faster, or they've got some knowledge that they can share with you, that you then don't have to go out and pay thousands to experts that you don't know, because the expertise is in the group. So everything that we're doing is really totally built around those partnerships and collaboration. And these goals, just imagine, right, the power that these goals, if achieved, would stop so many things that happen in the world right now. And if guided by them, just like what a better future we could create for everyone, and that we would all be winning. I call it a triple win, that we'd all be winning. It wouldn't just be, the person who gets paid that wins, or the person who's paying that wins, but also the person on the other end of that, and the world as a whole. And, when two or more come together, it is done. The energy that's created as a result of that is multiplied in so many ways. Certainly universally as well. So it's really powerful putting these together. So I wanted to learn more about this great man. And when I started to dig behind who he is, I found out that he's actually been on the TEDx stages 4 times at least. He is an award-winning entrepreneur. It's fascinating to see all the things that he's won awards for, and it's all about contribution, much of the stuff. A Global Lifetime Achievement Award. I mean, how amazing is that? I'm definitely going to put that on my vision board. He is involved in many great think tanks, world-leading think tanks, and he shares lots of great accolades with many of the top stars and movie stars too. He's the chairman of the revolutionary Buy One, Give One, which we've just been talking about, and is regularly featured, just as I am, regularly featured in Forbes and all these big magazines. And it's just lovely how humble he is. And what's really super interesting, which we only found out because we had that journey to the airport, is that my business coach, he's been my coach for about 2 years, nearly 2.5 years now. And Paul says to me, "Oh, do you know Andrew Priestley?" And I said, "Yeah, he's my coach." He was like, "No way." I said, "Yeah." He said, "I was his coach." So back in Australia, Paul was my coach's business coach all those years ago. And boy, can my coach, he's amazing. So now Paul is my husband's coach. And it's just fantastic how it's kind of come around in that loop. Isn't that amazing how funny these things are, that, you know, you're meant to be brought together and there's this kind of magnet that's going, come on, it's trying to bring you together, and you're so busy, you're not listening to your gut instinct, or you're not thinking, you know, this whole world of serendipity that's just being, you know, it's all laid out for you many times. But yeah, I'm very excited that Paul is going to be in December from the 7th to the 9th with us to support the Buy One, Give One Business for Good. So I wanted to introduce you to Paul, if you don't know him already, and just share a very quick video because I want you to think about your business. Okay, this isn't about Paul's business. This is about your business. As you're watching this video, there's two reasons I want you to watch this video. The first is how clear he is with his vision and mission. What a great video. If you had a video like this on your homepage, or if you've got a video and it's not as clear as this, think about re-recording it. John Keedwell was on the call earlier. Make sure you speak to John about doing your video, because John is fantastic. And he's a master at supporting thought leaders to get those thoughts out to the world and really making a bigger impact and influence on the right people. So think about, as you watch this video, think about the message behind it, how your business could benefit from being a part of Buy One, Give One, how your customers would feel if they were receiving. I mean, it starts from 1 cent. You can literally, you can do so much even with 10 cents. The lives that can be changed just with 10 cents. I mean, it really, there's no reason for you not to be involved in something like this in terms of creating a bigger impact. But also, as you're watching this, think about your business, and if you had something that was as clear as this, what that would be like. So, you know, and what really gets me, I want to be able to say, you know, I've created 160 million impacts. That means 160 million lives have been touched positively as a result of me showing up doing what I do, that I love doing anyway, that I'm getting paid for anyway. And just a tiny, tiny piece of that every time can really make the world of difference to other people. So have a listen to Paul. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. Let me make sure my volume's up. And let's make sure that you get the real passion behind this Buy One, Give One philosophy.
You know, imagination is such a wonderful thing, isn't it? Particularly when the dreams we have become reality. And in 2007, we imagined a world where every single business transaction could make a difference. Just imagine it with me for a moment. A world not of taking, but one of giving. Where, if, for example, every time you dine out, a child is fed. Or perhaps every time someone buys a book, a tree gets planted. Or maybe even every time someone sees a doctor, a child in need receives care. Or perhaps every time someone buys a TV, a blind person gets the gift of sight. Or whenever someone buys your product or service, something great happens. Just imagine it. It's a world where everything we do makes a difference, effortlessly. We call it Buy One, Give One, or B1G1. And you get to choose where the giving goes, with fully 100% of your giving going to your chosen causes. And because the giving is linked to transactions, giving becomes a habit, an effortless habit at that. Not something that happens randomly or because someone asks us to, but habitually because we want to. I didn't know years ago that only 4% of giving around the world comes from businesses. All of us in B1G1 are committed to changing that. You'll be giving your business the power to change lives and to create a happier world.
Awesome, right? So I want to thank those of you that are in the Brand Builders Club already. You might not know this, but as a result of that meeting with Paul, we are creating a Brand Builders Club account. So the whole of the Brand Builders Club, for those of you that want to become a part of this and you want to know more, just let me know. I can always put you in touch with Paul directly, and his team will look after you. but we're going to measure the impact that the Brand Builders Club is having globally. So rather than just everybody individually, your individual impacts, you'll be able to measure them, you'll be able to tell your clients about them. But all I'm really interested in is how we're making a big global difference with what we're doing. And so we committed that each person that signs up for the Brand Builders Club, we provide treatment to restore and enhance one child's vision, which will give them access to education. I mean, we're all about vision, you know, creating that vision, setting that intention and achieving it and reaching lives with what you do. I can't even imagine what it would be like to not have my eyesight. You know, I wear glasses and I get fed up with having to take my glasses on and off. Imagine what that would be like for somebody that doesn't have that. So to me, that was so important. That, you know, for every person that signs up to the Brand Builders Club, one child gets their vision back and access to education to use that vision in a really positive way. We also prevent 100 children from blindness by distributing a daily dose of vitamin A that reduces the impact of the blindness. You know, they're deficient of minerals. There's so many things that are happening for them, the quality of their water, the quality of their food, that it's having a really negative impact on them. So for each Brand Builders Club membership, 100 children receive those minerals and vitamins that they need to stop that process, to give them the things that they need in their body to keep them healthy. And 3 sewing machines get given out to 3 women who are in underprivileged countries who want to start a home-based business so that they can feed their family for themselves. And that's really important to me. So each Brand Builders Club membership is doing the most extraordinary things. And we've committed to go back over the members. So this hasn't started 4 weeks ago. We've gone back from all of our members that have joined us since we launched the Brand Builders Club, and so we're going to go back to January. And when we started counting, it was really interesting. Now, this was 2 weeks ago. We've had more members that have signed up since, so we need to do another count at the end of October, once we've been to Orlando and New York, and we've got more new members that have signed up. But at the time when I worked this out a couple of weeks ago, we've got 134 members now, which means that 134 children have now got access to education, and they're going to get the operation that they need to make sure they get their sight back. 13,400 children have been prevented from blindness by giving them the vitamins and minerals they need. And 402 women are now, with their sewing machines, creating food and life for their family, which they haven't been able to do before. And so for me, that is just amazing. And when I shared this at the Members Day a couple of weeks ago, I had a couple of people come up to me who were very emotional, actually, that said, oh my God, I didn't realize that by investing in me and investing in the future of my business to create the legacy for my family, I didn't realize the greater impact that I was also having, and that I've contributed to people around the world also having an impact on them. So, you know, I think that's really powerful that you can really step up and do these most amazing things. And I'd love to put you in touch with Paul, and well, even better than that, introduce you directly to the man himself, because he's going to be there from the 7th to the 9th of December. And as I shared with you, mine is number 17. Mine's all about partnerships. And it's now easier than ever to really build a global business, just keeping an eye on the time there, to build a global business. And I've actually found that when I built my previous 6 companies before I launched How to Build a Brand, and now I've got the Brand Builders Club as a separate company as well. And we've also got How to Build a Brand Canada too. So, you know, before I built the online side of things and what I'm doing now, all of my businesses were very exchanging time for money. You know, I was a designer, and so as a branding company, I felt like I had to have my client sat next to me. I didn't even consider using Skype or Zoom or any of those things that, well, let's face it, they've been available to us for a long, long time. I hadn't been utilizing the power of them. And so everything that I did was very physical, and we were creating websites for people. Well, you can only really do one website at a time when you've got your developer working on that. So you either build your team and take on more expenses and have more developers and designers and copywriters and social media managers and we really built our team up. But what I found was that my company, just to open the doors on my business, was £23,500 a month before I got paid, before I brought any sales in or anything. I mean, that was just to wipe its backside without any kind of growth. And so that, to me, it just didn't make sense, having that kind of responsibility, that kind of, that weight over me, because it's a lot of money for you to bring in every month before you've even started to make money. And I just knew there was another way, and I didn't know what that way was. I knew that online was a potential route for me, but I couldn't see how I was going to take what I did that was so physical and so experiential and turn it into something that I could deliver on a global scale, and I wouldn't have to be there physically sat next to them one-to-one for that to happen. And so it's been very powerful, this journey over the last 4.5 years. Really incredible. And I burned out big time. For those of you that do know me, and some of you that are on this call were there when I burned out all those years ago. I might laugh about it now, but it wasn't fun. It really wasn't fun. And in fact, my business partner, the left-hand side of his body collapsed. And as a result of that, we were running 5 companies at the same time. So that all fell on me. And so then I was running them, and while he was rehabilitating, I then got very ill, and I had horrible pains in my chest that were just so painful. And it was a nightmare for me, because as an entrepreneur, and you might resonate with this as well, as an entrepreneur, you like fixing stuff, you solve problems, you just get shit done, right? And so for me, it was really stressful, because I was just thinking, look, just give me a diagnosis, and then I can fix it. Like, what's the problem? What was I heading for a heart attack? Was it, what was it? Because at least I could solve the problem. I could reverse stuff that I was doing. I could eat better. I could do stuff. But there was just nothing that they could give me. I was just having really bad chest pains because of stress. Well, stress is a silent killer. How do you stop stress? I mean, there's so many different ways you can, but when you're running 5 businesses and working 18 to 20 hours a day, you've not got much chance of doing that. And so the pressure of that was just too much. And I got to the point where it just wasn't worth my health. And, as a result of selling that business for just £1. We'd been going through the whole process of sale and preparing it for sale. And there were 2 things actually that really that surprised me, just as I wrap this section up. It surprised me. The first was that even though we had millions going through our business, and our business had been valued at 7.8 million just as we were about to exit, when we started the process of sale 2 years before that, our business was worth nothing, even though we had millions going through it, because we had no subscriptions, we had no memberships. So as soon as you drop down dead or leave the company or walk off the premises and that business can't run without you, your business actually isn't worth very much at all. And that was really shocking to me. I thought that, let's sell our business and, let's focus on the thing we wanted to do, which was really what we're doing now. We just couldn't. There was no way we could, because the business wasn't worth anything. That was one thing that really surprised me. The other thing, it didn't surprise me, but when I sold the business, even though I just said, look, Tim was our operations director, and I said, let's just give Tim a legacy. We've built this up. We got to the point we had thousands coming in through hosting, domain name renewals, and all the retainer type stuff that we've built over the 2 years since we found out this business isn't worth anything unless we build these things up. We set to work on really building up that monthly cash flow. And so, I just said, let's exchange this. He can give us £1, we'll split it, so we've got 50 pence each, and we'll just buy our freedom. Our customers continue their service, nothing is disrupted because they all loved him. Let's just, let's walk away, let's give him a legacy. He's got his life set for him. by doing this, and we have our life set for us by walking away. Now, there are many things that I learned from going through that process, many things I wouldn't have done. I wouldn't do it the same way if I was doing it again. However, I did buy my freedom, and it was the best 50 pence that I've ever spent in terms of moving away from that. But the other thing that I really realized about the business when we were giving that advice 2 years before that happened, was that your content is more valuable. Like, even though you've got your memberships and you've got, continuity, that your content is one of the most valuable parts of your business as well. So when we sold that business, even though we only exchanged that pound, I kept ownership of all of the content from the company, so that he could keep all the customers, he could keep all the memberships, he can keep all of that going, but the content belonged to me. And that was really important. And so, we're going to be talking about that in greater depth as we go through this session. But, just remember, don't take your content for granted. Every email that you send, every phone call that you make, every live chat that you do, every Facebook Live that you broadcast, every text message you send, every product you create, there are ways of repurposing all of that content so that it can be made into something else. And that's hugely valuable. And so I've actually found it easier to grow my global business than I ever did with the physical one-to-one business. It's been so much easier building a global business, doing what we do now. So I'm going to just come out of here just before we go over to the wonderful Jamie. And let's see if we've got any comments and questions and things in here. But we're going to take a break shortly. Let me just check back in with the agenda. And if you've got a question that you want to ask before we move on, now is the time to do so. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so coming back at 5:25. So we've got about 6 minutes. If you're happy and you don't need a break, if you need a break, go take it now. If you don't need a break, I'm going to stay here anyway to answer your questions. So if you've got anything you want to ask just while we get Jamie coming on, then we'll do that. Carol, Pay It Forward, amazing. On a smaller scale, I've vowed to consistently give a percentage of my profit to my chosen charities. Brilliant. Just keep measuring those impacts, and don't just let that money go out to the charity, or the time you give it go to that charity. Start measuring it. Have a way, even if it's just an Excel document, of measuring the impacts that you're making, because you'll get to the end of the year and you'll realize that as a result of the lives that you changed and the people that you served, you really did make a difference. And what a great message that is to send out to all of your customers at the end of the year, or at the end of every month, a message out to all your customers. Thank you. As a result of investing in me, you have now helped this, you've done that, or just think about the lives that are on the other end of it. Incredibly powerful. Yep. Okay, Donna, love it. Thank you, Sammy. Helping the world by building and supporting businesses and families. Yes, absolutely. I love it. Carol, I learned so much about this on the retreat. It's a continuous loop in my head. Measuring is a good idea. Yeah, very much so. Tazima, I want to know a little more about how to create monthly income. Will we be going over that later today, or could you say something about that? Yes. Where is Tazima? Let's have a look. Tazima? I can't see you because you've got your picture there, but it's okay. You don't need to. Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Let's unmute you. Hello, Tazima. Hello. Yes, I can definitely speak about that monthly income. What I would say is that I kept trying to find a reason to create it. And that wasn't, I was I knew that I wanted to create a membership, but I didn't want to create one just for the sake of it, because I know loads of people that just do it and they do it for the money. And I'd really burned myself out by focusing on profit rather than purpose. So when it came to running my challenge, where I was contributing, it was pure contribution, 21-day brand building challenge. It was during that I realized just how powerful it was to stop telling people, stop giving them more stuff to do they don't need to do, but give them what they want. Give them that next step. break it down into smaller steps. And so, you know, I really learned some valuable lessons from doing the 21-day challenge. There were days where I put content out and people just went mad over it, and I had nearly 1,000 comments on one video, you know. And then there were other days where I put my content out and there were hardly any comments on it. And when I looked at the video and I deconstructed it, I'd given them like 3 or 4 days worth to do that was just impossible for them to do in one day. So that for me was really telling. So I would just say, you know, if you're going to create any kind of membership or any kind of continuity model or subscription model, then, you know, ask your customers, if I were to have created something for you that would make this process easier, more enjoyable, more fun, more rewarding, what are some of the things you would like, and what are some of the ways you would like it? And so really open language, some of the things that would make it easier for you or more fun, or, you know, whatever it is you want it to be. And what are some of the ways that you would like that to be delivered? Because whilst one person might like emails, another person might hate emails. I hate emails. I use Messenger, Facebook Messenger all the time, on Messenger or text. So if someone texts me or sends me a Facebook Messenger, I'm likely to see that pretty much immediately. Someone emails me, I might not see that for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. My team deal with my emails. So unless there's something important there and urgent and critical, I don't even get told about it. So, you know, just think about how the ways that people would want to receive that. And also, you know, I think there's this thing where you think that you've got to have this perfect model set up and you've got to have the membership website and you have to have everything in place. You know, with the power of things like textlocal.com. Now, I know that works in many parts of the world. I don't know if it works where you are, but I use a program called textlocal.com. And that sends out, I can systemize my texts. So it's part of the customer journey. So if you had, for example, you wanted to send a message out to people by text message, and it was just a little line every day letting them know that you were thinking about them, but you came up with 50 different ways of letting someone know that you're thinking about them, then you could get that programmed in, and they might pay you $20 a month, and you've just set it up, and it might cost you $20 a month for the whole text service. But now you're supporting 200 people to receive a little piece of you every day. So you don't need to have all these big things set up. You can really... you know, I started off in that way, just like, how can I add value in the biggest way? And what value does somebody want from me, and how do they want it? And that's just one of the things I would say. And as we go through this, we're going to be masterminding later as well. So that's also something that you could bring to the table. If you wanted to mastermind on that a bit more, we can certainly make sure that we do that. But that you also get all of the views and opinions of everybody else here too. So does that help, Tazima?
It does. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
It is my pleasure. It's my pleasure. If you should mute yourself again, and it's lovely to see we've got some extra people here now. So Tiffany's joined us. Jose's in the house. We've got Jose as well. I saw Gospel pop up somewhere. Here we go. We've got more people that are joining us now. So hello. And this
there.
Brilliant time. So hello. If you could mute yourselves, and then we'll unmute you where it comes to natural points of conversation. Lubna and Jamie have posted the workbook, so if you're just logging in now, or you're thinking, Sammy keeps mentioning this workbook and I don't know where it is, they've posted it in the group chat for you, so you can go and download it. And if you want to print it off and fill it in, or you just want to look at it and, you know, you've got a pad or something with you, you can do that too. Now, I'm going to introduce you over to this astonishing woman who has just been such a catalyst for me in many things, many ways, opened up my eyes to many other things that are possible. And I'm a big thinker. I would consider myself to be a big thinker. But then you have somebody who is also a big thinker just like you, and has that different level of experience, has been in different industries, seeing different things, different experiences, and bringing that into our world has been phenomenal, and just seeing the change that she has made in the world for her clients has been excellent. So I just am so delighted. It makes my heart sing that I get to play around the world with this absolute Wonder Woman of wow. And I want to introduce you to the Jamie Gilliland. Jamie, hello.
Yay, thank you. Wonder Woman of Wow. Should I take that on as my
I think
name there?
yes.
I've been called the digital diva, the frustration something, right? And we still got to work on figuring that out for me. Hi, everyone. I am pleased to be here today. My voice is just coming back. When I got back from London, I ended up getting a horrendous cold and didn't have a voice for a couple of days. So I wasn't sure it was going to be back. So if I stop to cough, I apologize up front, but I will hopefully minimize that. Good. So we have lots of cool stuff to talk about today. Let me share my screen and make sure you guys can see. This is my screen that I want to share. Now, where is my video, my thing that I just had up there? Hang on. There it is.
Beautiful poppies. Did you take that picture while we were away?
Which one?
The poppies that you have on your desktop.
Oh, I did. I took that at Le Mont Saint Michel.
I thought so. I thought I recognized that.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty?
Sailing
That
around
was
town.
when we were there. That was when we went to Master Your Message the first time. So there we go. All right. Can you see my 10 vital questions?
It's coming up. Yes.
All right. Fabulous. All right. So we're in good shape. Now let me hide all of you so I don't get distracted. It's funny because I was talking with somebody about doing these online ones. It's a totally different energy and vibe than when we do them in the live sessions. So as we go through, feel free to chat, and I've got it up so I should be able to see that as well. And Sammy, please let me know any questions as we go, because I thrive on your energy. It makes me such a better speaker. So I look forward to
I'm here with
that.
my pom-poms, and I'm doing my whole rah-rah
Yay.
thing for you.
She's doing the rah-rah thing.
Cheerleader.
Yay,
I'll
thank
be your
you.
cheerleader.
There you go. She's my cheerleader. That's right. All right, good. Excellent. So let's talk about the vital questions. Now, some of you have seen me in person. Some of you have were to my events or the online one last time. And the one thing I noticed over and over and over and over and over and over and over again are cell phones and trying to take screenshots of the screens on the board. So I've gone ahead and set it up for you so that you can just download that now and you don't have to worry about it. So copy that, write it on your screen. I'll give you a minute to do that. That way it makes it so much easier for you, and you can focus on what I have to say as we go through, because let's face it, I'm the important thing right now. I love it. So once you have that, then we're in good shape. And I just lost it. There we go. I'm trying to get the screen back so I can see you guys as well. I can either see that screen or I can see this. Excellent. So everybody good there? I think you should have it. Let's talk while you're doing that. I'll talk for a second. Sammy mentioned this earlier. One of the reasons why, you might say, okay, so you're the Infusionsoft girl, you're the Active Campaign girl, you're the automation specialist. What the heck do you know about scaling? Well, first of all, automation is one of the aspects of scaling your business. However, there are a lot of other aspects of scaling your business and building the systems that you need in order to step away and let other people do it. How many of you have gone to train somebody to do something? You've hired a VA, you've hired somebody, and you went to go train them and you said, oh, you know what, it's going to take me 2 hours to train them to do this and it'll take me 10 minutes to do it. So screw that, I'm just going to do it myself, right? Hands up, lots of them. Yeah, I've had the same challenge myself. I'm going to show you some tools that will help you with that training part. But that problem that we get in our mindset, I can do it faster, better, cheaper, easier, is going to keep you from being able to scale in the long run. So what I learned, I started a company in real estate. I was actually brought in and hired to develop a database for them. Oh, and I forgot to start my timer. And as I was doing that, we developed all the systems for the business as we were going through, and we ended up turning that into a franchise concept. So you guys know franchises. I was in, whether you're in London or in the US, you know, McDonald's is a franchise, right? Pizza Hut, all of those different fast food restaurants. And there's all kinds of other things. It's not just restaurants. You hear Remax and Keller Williams and all of those. They're real estate franchise companies. So we developed this company. I wrote the 600-page manual. And in this manual, it told them when a call comes in, you answer like this, you say this, you do that. When this happens, you do that. If then, it really is kind of like programming, right? If this happens, then you do this. So for instance, you've all been at some time or another into a fast food restaurant where they're making French fries, right? When they make the French fries, they put them in the grease, they press the button. When the timer goes off, they take them out, they throw them out, they shake 2 shakes of salt. They're consistent whether you buy them in Atlanta, Georgia, Miami, Florida, or Amsterdam. It's the same consistency of what you're getting because they're following a system. That's what scaling is all about. When you can build the systems that let you scale, then you can step out of your business and not be tied to it. We all started our businesses to have freedom, to not have to work for the man, right? Or the person, the boss that we hated having that part of our business or hated the way they did certain things. We started ours to serve people in a better way and to serve our families and be able to step out and have those. Unfortunately, I see all too often too many small business owners who are not able to even go to soccer games or football games. You know, my son's had a homecoming last night. I was able to go. All of the different things that are going on in our life, I'm able to be a part of. Even though I'm out traveling around the world, I have multiple businesses and they're all moving along even while I go play and go to country music concerts in England. That was kind of fun. So it's amazing. So this was the real estate company that I started. We were chosen as the top 100 new franchise concepts in the year 2006. Mars, the real estate store here, and I have a little blow up that shows you what it was. We had a $260,000 purchase price to get into our system. And then of course you see me there. So that's why I have a little bit of background and a little bit of understanding. And I think maybe one of the reasons why Sammy asked me to talk today. Am I right, Sammy? Maybe. She might have stepped away. So, or she might still be on mute.
I'm here. I'm just muted.
So,
you can't see the screen. I was making like a little, maybe a little bit.
Oh, maybe a little. I can only see my screen. Yeah, I can't see you right now. So, all right, good. So the first question is, what are the first steps to scaling your business? And if you have an idea what some of these are, go ahead and unmute and shout out. What are some of the first steps to scaling your business?
Customer journey.
Customer journey, knowing what you want your customer to do and how you want them to interact with your business. Good. Any others?
Detail of the processes and pathways so they can be duplicated.
That sounds like June. I can't see, but it sounds like June,
Yes.
right?
We know
Yay!
it's June. June's in the house.
All right, I'm starting to pick up voices now too. So yes, absolutely, June. Details of the process. So it might not necessarily be that interfacing customer journey process, but it's something that has to happen. When this happens, all of this stuff goes on in the background before it can seamlessly to the customer be getting a quote, right? But all this other stuff has to happen in the background. Good. Anybody else have any ideas? We're quiet. Crickets. Okay.
The customer experience, like knowing how the customer enters, what happens first, what happens next, and taking them through the entire process.
Perfect. Absolutely, Tazima. And that is what I refer to as the customer journey. And for those of you who were not here last time when I did the customer journey, there is a sprint in the brand builders. Or if you go to the address I had earlier, mysite.com/automate, there is the slides and a worksheet that I had that helps walk you through that process. So that is something, and just text me or connect with me on Facebook and let me know, and I'm happy to send those over too. So yes, absolutely, Tazima, step by step by step, what's going on. So it sounds like it's a lot of documentation, right? Now, let me say this first. How many of you, when you had a Band-Aid on, your mother said, just rip it off fast? That's the best way, right? Or we as mothers have said that. Absolutely. There is no rip it off fast when it comes to scaling. You truly have to get down in the weeds and build the systems the way it has to be done. It's painful. It takes time. But once it's done, it's like, yeah, we're free, right? We can go off and do, the angels are all heralding, and you're able to go do the things that you want to do and grow to ways to serve more people in the ways you want to serve them. So it's very worth it. It's a process, it's kind of like, I liken it to the gym membership. If I could just pay for the gym membership and be a size 2, I would, and I'm not. So I've got to do the work myself. I've got to get it in there. But once you go in and do the work and you get to that size, they say it's worth it. I'm still working through that one. So good. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about is processes. And June said that, and I love how you guys say that in England. We say process here, but process. So people versus process or process. How many of you have ever, either in your business, in a business that you worked in, or called into a company and said, I want to order something, or I want to schedule something? And the answer was, well, Susie does that and she's not in the office today. Ever have that happen, or hear that, or see that? What happened in that business? They are a people-oriented business. If Susie is not there, they cannot move forward in their business. Well, is that, from a business owner standpoint, is that a very smart move? Anyone?
No.
No, absolutely not. Because if Susie gets upset with you, or Susie gets sick, or Susie goes off and joins a cult, as my husband says, your business is fried. So we cannot be dependent on people-oriented businesses. Also, the other thing is, Susie kind of has you by, she's got you by whatever. Because
I'm just waiting to hear you say it. The proverbial.
What the answers are. The proverbial whatever.
Yeah, got you by the proverbials.
There you go. Exactly. I like that. So they've got you, because if Susie wants a raise and you decide not to give it to her, Susie walks and you're in trouble. So in the corporate world, and I worked in the corporate world, I worked for Wells Fargo, which is a Fortune 50. In the corporate world, they do a lot of what we talk about cross-training, so that when somebody is out, somebody else can step in, and they teach them how to do that. Now, if you build the systems right from the beginning, and you use some of the tools I'm going to talk about today, you don't have to worry about cross-training so much. You still want it so that in a pinch, Susie can go handle the sick kids and you can still have your business running properly. So good people are hard to find and expensive to keep, and harder to keep. So just remember those things. Now, if your business is process-oriented, if there's a challenge, if something is not working properly, we change the system. If somebody is out, we hand the next person the system. If somebody cannot come back to work, I can tell you, those of you that know my story, life happens, and it's not always focused on your business. So somebody gets sick, ends up in the hospital, somebody, God forbid, loses a spouse, those kinds of things. They cannot be there to help you. But if the process is set up, you can do it. Also, when you set that process up here in the States, and we'd have to check in the UK and Netherlands and the different places around the world, you'll have to check, but that process can be patented. It can be copyrighted. Certain ways that you do things can be set up as a protection for your business that other people can't copy what it is you do. So that's something. So processes cost less when you have that set up. And one of my favorite sayings, and I don't know whether it works worldwide, but you can literally train a monkey to do it if you have the process set up right. You don't have to pay that expensive chef. Now, one of the analogies Chris came up with when we were talking this through, and he comes from a restaurant management background. Our son Matthew is looking at becoming a chef right now. So if you want really good French fries and you hire a chef to do that, A, you're paying a lot of money for them, right? B, they go out and get the shopping to get the organic potatoes, and they do this, and they cut them properly, and they find the right oil, and they heat it up to the right temperature. And to make a batch of French fries could take 2 to 3 hours in the process with a good, amazing chef. Now, most of us enjoy McDonald's French fries, and theirs takes what, 3 minutes to cook a batch, and you're done. So they have a process versus a people chef person doing it for them. Make sense? Good. All right. I did get my my chat up so I can see what's going on now. So yes, you can set up things in the UK to be protected. Good. Thank you, Leanne. IP, intellectual property is all good. And multitasking people, most definitely. And I love the proverbials. Thank you, Peggy Lee. There you go. I'll have to remember
I
that.
like Leanne's one. She said, by the short and curlies.
Well, that was what I was going to say, because that's what Chris says that all the time. I was going to say that, and I thought, no, I'm going to be proper. You know, I've got the British on the line. I have to be prim and proper today. Thanks, Leanne, for making sure I don't have to be prim and proper. There we go. Good. All right. Good. See, we got stuff. So now this I want you to think about too. McDonald's. Anybody ever seen The Founder, the movie with what's his name, talking about how McDonald's was started? McDonald's in 1956 went from one restaurant to over 100 in 5 years. They did not have software. They didn't have automation software. They didn't have systems the way we have them today. Now, they did that then because they had a process and they were able to grow and scale. Tell me one accounting firm that you've ever seen do that, even in today's day and age. Not, right? Because the accounting firm is relying on a highly skilled person to handle what they're doing and put it in the way they go. They cannot scale as quickly as somebody that can take anybody off the street, put them in there, fill the process, and have it done the way they want it. So, you want to learn more about scaling? Let me see, I can see my chat now, so tell me yes. Yeah, doesn't look like they want it, Sammy. There we go, Leanne wants it. All right.
I think there's maybe a bit of a delay.
There might be. Yeah, I see, that happens. So good, all right. Then let's talk about business models. So here's the first notes I want you to start taking. I want you to think a minute about what your business model is. Now, you're thinking, what's a business model? So for instance, you have a website. You have a membership site where people, a forum, a membership site where people are coming on. You don't sell anything. You just make everybody happy and feel good, but you sell advertising on your site. That's one business model. Another business model is you have a website and you sell services off of that website. A third business model is you have a website, you have lots of people on there talking and meeting each other, and you're not selling anything, right? The business model is, where does your money come from? So when you're building your business, how do you get exchange of cash to do that? You know, we can't, if you have a business and you are not selling something, you don't have a business, you have a hobby. So it's not making you income. You cannot grow it. You cannot scale it. You cannot continue it for a long period of time unless you're a trust fund baby. And then you really need to think about your financial planners, because that's not a great long-term plan to just keep putting time and money into something that's not giving you a return on your investment. Your time is the biggest investment you can make. You can't get any more of it, right? Money we can always find, time we cannot. So if we can learn to manage our time and get more out of it, then we are richer than the richest man in anywhere. Make sense? All right. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. That's the scaling one. Good. Okay. And then, oh, the other one that I had put out, let me put that in here. Oops, that's to somebody privately. Let's go to the whole group. I think it was mysite.com/automate for the one from last time. So for the customer journey piece. Good. Okay. So everybody clear on the business model. Now, what kinds of models do some of you have? Some of you have service models where you literally have to trade time for money. Some of you have program modules where you build a program and you sell it. You can be on the beach sitting there watching the phone go ding, 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 right? That's the ideal model for most of us. So what kinds of, go ahead and put in the chat here for me, what kinds of business models, jet lag on the chat, I love it, June. What kind of business models do you guys have? Are they service? Are they product oriented? Are they?
I think there's just to give you a heads up, many of the businesses that I believe many of the businesses that are on this call are mainly like coaching, consulting, training, publishing. We've got customer service business. We've got membership models. We've got all kinds of a big variety of different businesses that are on here. I'm not quite sure, for those of you that are joining us who I don't really know yet, that I guess that are here as a result of the online summit that I was on a few weeks ago. I'm not quite sure about your businesses, but please volunteer that. We'd love to hear more about what it is that you do, and see how we can brainstorm that. So currently has a service model, but we'll be building a membership model. Tiffany, service working towards processing the service. So. And Tiffany has also developed a face moisturizer and is looking at other different ways to
productize it.
Productize out there. And she's also one of Angie Reid's doTERRA group. So is looking at how to incorporate the oils in the other things that she does as well. So many, kind of driven. We've got health
multiple different kinds of models.
Yeah, lots of different models.
So, excellent. Thank you, Sammy. So, and by the way, my camera is here, so I'm looking at you when I'm talking, but when I'm looking at the chat or something else, I have two other screens, so I'm not ignoring you guys. Good. Okay. So once we know where the money comes from, then that's the part that we have to really look at. How do we want to scale that? Because some things you in the beginning have to do, because you're still a startup, you're still small. Other things you don't have to do. So scheduling appointments, answering emails, putting shipping labels on products that you're sending, creating the graphics for your membership site, building the automation that's going out there. Those things you don't have to do. They can be done either by software, by building the automation, or by hiring a VA and teaching them how to use that software in the process. So that is the first step in knowing how and where we're going to start scaling. Now, there's two things I want you to remember about your business model. Your business model is only as good as your business idea, and your business idea is only as good as your determination to be absolutely the best at it. So that when somebody says, I need XYZ, somebody else says, my guy or my girl is the best, you need to call them. That, if you're not striving to have that type of business, my friend Michael Gerber says pretty much your business model sucks. So if you're not really putting every effort into it to stand out from everyone else, to be that pink grapefruit, I'm trying to say that 6 times, amongst the lemons, you are not going to have something that's going to grow and scale the way you want it to do. Make sense? All right. So how do we start to scale? Let's look at question number 1. And this is where you get your notepad out and take some deep thought as we're doing it. First question, are you organized? Do you, and that doesn't mean is your desk clean, because I could show you mine and it's not. Actually, I will show you mine. It's not, right? I have stuff all over my desk, but it's an organized chaos. Now, Carol might disagree, and I might need to talk to her and get some ideas on how to clean up. But do you know for your business where your customers' files are stored? Do you know where the products are? Do you know how to get access to assets that you're delivering to them quickly and easily? Do you have a project manager or a task manager? Or worst case, and I can't use it because it's under my thing, your day timer that keeps track of what you're doing. Are you organized? And if you're not, get organized. That's the first step. You cannot grow and scale chaos, because it'll turn into major chaos. So, make sense? All right. Oh, and I see Carol. There you go, Carol. We gotta chat. I saw Sparky's picture the other day. I didn't see the after yet though, so I'm waiting to see that. Okay, so that was question number 1. Everybody got some notes and got a to-do list on that one? So whether it's productivity tools, I just did in my Weekly Bites class this week, I just did a productivity tools. I talked about all different kinds of different programs. So if you're interested in learning about that, I do a weekly phone call and tools and tips and tricks and things like that. So let me know. It was a good one this week on all kinds of software tools that you can use to help get you organized and get things going. All right, number 2, are you doing it all? Do you look like this guy at the end of the day when you look at your list and say, I had these 20 things I wanted to get done, and now I have 23 because I didn't get any of them done, right? Are you doing it all? Are you getting frustrated? Are you getting stuck in Facebook land? Put some parameters around timing that you're using for different things. Are you sending out all the emails? Are you chasing people down for scheduling appointments? Stop. You can't do it all and scale. You must either, again, figure out systems that are going to help you do that, or bring VAs on. I've got some VA people that I use, a company that I use over in the Philippines. I pay $400 for 10 hours, $400 a month for 10 hours a week. So, and they are amazing. They can do anything. I think it's $1,200 for 40 hours a week. So very reasonably priced. You can find them, and we're going to talk about outsourcing in our later session today. Outsource the stuff that you don't have to do to maintain the consistent experience your customer needs. Let them do it. You don't get paid to build websites. You don't get paid to put together ebooks. You get paid to do the service that your customer is paying you for. Focus on that. Let other people handle all the little logistic stuff in the background. Okay? So write down some of the stuff that you're doing. And again, in that Automate download, I had what I called the activity tracker. So if anybody went through my sprint on the brand builders, I walked you through the activity tracker and how to do that. Essentially, it has you write down literally everything you do for 2 weeks. And at the end of the day, every day, I have you go through and look at what you did and decide, is this something you have to do? Or is this something that could be delegated to somebody else? And it's pretty eye-opening once you do that for 2 weeks. And if you have staff that works for you, I'd have you do the same thing for each of the staff. Have them write down what they're doing. Because you can start to develop the hierarchy of what your business is like. And when you could take all the social media and create a social media person and hire a VA to do that, it's brilliant. It takes that relief comes away from you and saves you all that extra time of getting lost in Facebook land, right? So those kinds of things are great for you. Now, speaking of which, do you have a team and do they have job descriptions? This is really key. When I first when I started growing my site the first time, long story short, I was a small local 50-mile radius. I went to meet people, as Sammy said, face to face. If I didn't see them face to face, they weren't somebody that I considered I could work for. Not a great scalable business. And then all of a sudden I was introduced to the global concept. And now I had clients in another state, and now I had clients in another country. And I said, okay, we're building websites. I was a web design company at the time. We're building websites. All I need is web designers. So I went out to, it was whatever, it's Odesk now. I can't remember, Elance or whatever it was at the time. Hired all these outsourcers and just threw bodies at it, literally. And I grew. I went from my annual salary in 2014 to a monthly salary. So I 12x'd my company, and I threw bodies at it. And after I got to where I was making my previous year's annual salary in a month, that went on for about 3 months, and I imploded. I literally, the customers were not getting the service that I used to give them. They were not happy. They were complaining. I was then jumping in, doing all the work myself to fix what I've already paid somebody else to do. It was a nightmare. So the challenge was, and I knew this because I had already created the franchise system. It was one of those do as I say, not as I do moments that I tell my kids not to do, right? I did not have the contracts in place. I didn't tell them what I expected from them. I didn't give them guidelines on what I expected to be delivered for my customers. I just said, go do it. So one might be doing a WordPress site, and one might be doing some custom HTML, and somebody's doing something else. And none of them were talking to me. They were just going off and doing it. So job descriptions, contracts, all of that sort of stuff is extremely important. And what you do. So here's a little example. If you're hiring an office manager, so what are their responsibilities? In this case, supports company operations by maintaining systems and supervising staff. That's important, right? Maintains services, provides historical references. Now, this is not the step-by-step, take it out, put a red paper clip on it and put it in this pile. This is a generic, these are the things you're going to do. It does not have to be granular level when you're doing this, but they need to know these are what the job duties are. And if these job duties are not met, there are consequences. You could be fired, you could be downgraded, you could be whatever, right? You could be put on probation. So you decide expectations and what's going on is key to building a tribe, a group of people, a community in your employees, whether they're sitting in the same office with you or they're halfway across the world. Most of my staff today are literally halfway across the world, but I communicate with them every single day. They know what they're doing. They see what they're doing from their project plans, and it just works. Makes sense? Good. Leanne, I see, has some templates, and those would be great if you have some employee job description templates. There's plenty of them online, but if Leanne has some good ones, that would be great. And new iOS. Oh yeah, the screen time. Yes, that is. I just saw that, June. I just upgraded my iPhone and iPad to the new one and saw that. I haven't played with it yet. There's another program that I use, and I can show it to you here in a little bit if we have time, that keeps track of literally every minute I spend on my computer. So it helps me to manage my time, but it also helps me to bill time that I was forgetting before that. And Leanne, somebody just posted privately to me, they meant to do it for everyone, said, Leanne, that would be great. So yes, if you can help with that, that would be fabulous. All right, so here's some more pieces of the job description. Now, the next question, if you don't have a team, who or what do you need to put in place? Now, this is a trick question. I love this girl. Can I do that? Do I look cute when I do that, Sammy? I don't look as cute as her. So the first step, and Leanne being our HR rep on here will absolutely agree with me, the first step before you hire them is to develop the program for hiring, training, paying, and firing, because there is nothing worse. One of the biggest mistakes I made, and Sammy and family work well together, but they've got boundaries and they know what's going on, and that's the important thing. I hired a friend to work for me as an admin. She was a friend of mine, but she worked for a client of mine because she had gotten me the client. I stole her from the client, so I lost a client in the first place, so that was not good. Second, she was a friend, and I just said, come on board, let's do this. She'd been a legal secretary for years. I figured she could handle my admin anytime. Guess what? I ended up in a lawsuit with her because she wasn't doing what I expected. I was asking her, she wasn't doing what I asked her to do. I ended up having to fire her, and it killed me to do it, destroyed the friendship. And in the end, the fact that she had been a legal secretary for so long, she went back to one of her old attorneys and said, I'm suing her, and she did. I gave in and I paid her extra money and got it done and out of my way. Don't make the costly mistakes I made. So do what you need to do to protect yourself up front. Make sense? And it sounds like my ear pods are dying, so I'm going to switch them over here. Hang on one second. Let's see.
Just while you do that, Jamie, I had exactly the same experience with someone before, and in fact, it stressed me out so much. This guy that I took on as a business development manager for one of my companies, it stressed me out so much that I made a conscious commitment that I was never going to employ anyone again. And so when I sold my business and moved to France, I had zero intention of employing anyone again. And it's only this year that I've even considered it. And now it's kind of like almost now I've started to do it. It's kind of started evolving, and I'm like, oh, actually, I do love having these people in-house. It makes a difference. But
there you go. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, clear agreements. We're going to those later.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. I'm moving my other mic up, and I'm taking off my
okay, so Leanne says, totally agree. And understanding what it is you need is critical. People tend to recruit people like themselves, which is not always the best thing. True. And contracts between family and friends are essential. I spend a lot of time mediating between former husbands and wives, etc., who have fallen out. Yeah, I can imagine what that, And actually, Greg, the reason Greg and I even really know each other is because when I had my ex-business partner in the business, he needed that. Like he was basically mediating between the two of us, because I was kind of, fully, let's go. We've got stuff to do. We've got a world to change, people to, change lives. And he just really loved doing what he was doing, and what wasn't necessarily the same mindset. And so, Greg came into the company to coach him more than anything. And so
there you go. Good. All right. Can you hear me now? Mm-hmm. You can hear me? Okay, good. Just want to make sure my mic is working. All right, cool. So what's the next slide? So now, who do you need? Now that you know that we need the systems and the processes, who do you need to start hiring first? Is it a salesperson? And because you're doing the fulfillment on that, you're doing the services, the time for money, whatever it is. Is it fulfillment? Somebody to ship your products out the door. So Tiffany's moisturizer, she'll need a fulfillment house or somebody to do that. Is it bookkeeping? That's a big one for me. I'm a creative, not in the way Sammy's a creative. I'm a creative in systems and processes. But when it comes to numbers, I can build a Excel spreadsheet to knock your socks off, but don't ask me to balance my checkbook. So that's something I need somebody else to handle for me to make sure it's done right. Then your marketing. So who are the people that you need to bring in? And as you're building this, you may be able to combine bookkeeping and marketing in somebody that in the smaller stage, they have both skill sets. Now, that's a harder person to find. But when you're talking about some of these VAs, they've been trained in all of those things, so they can certainly do that kind of stuff. Looking where you're at on that. Make sense? Oops, I went too far. Back up. All right, so
some of you are saying, why can't I just start selling? When I started, and many of you are probably, and I'm going to take those off because I see they're really shiny. Many of you are have started, and you do your sales, and you go up and up and up, and all of a sudden you have all of these contracts that you need to fulfill. When I had the web design company, I'd have 2 or 3 websites that I sold in a month. And then my mind went, oh God, now I got to go put them together. So for the next month, I was building websites, and my revenue stream was going down. And you see it all the time, this roller coaster, up, down, up, down, up, down. If you're doing just sales and you don't have the fulfillment covered by someone else, you're always going to have that roller coaster. So you want to build a system that you can continue selling, or somebody can continue selling and you do the fulfilling. Only then do you have the inclining graph of revenues. You don't want this one. Make sense? And if you're doing everything, you're not documenting. Remember that example I said earlier? Oh, it's easier for me to just do it than train somebody else. Let me escape here for a minute. One of my favorite tools right now is a program. And let's see if I can do this without glasses. Nope, I can't. When I'm doing anything these days, I use a program called Use Loom, USELOOM, .com. This is one of my favorite tools, and you can download it and you'll see. When I go here, if I'm on a website and I just click this little button, it comes up and says, what are you doing? I want to do a full video. I can do a video where it's going to show my picture. So down here, notice, here I am, I'm waving, down in the bottom corner. So it'll show my picture when I'm talking to somebody. And I can say, start recording. And literally, this goes out. It says, wait a minute, here's your countdown. So when I'm either talking to somebody that I am outsourcing to, or communicating with my customers, because what I do is a very technical thing, I can say, okay, so when you go here and you click on this, then you do this and you open this and whatever you're doing, then, you know, blah, blah, blah. I literally can walk them through and show them what I'm doing or what I want done. And then, and I'm on the wrong site here, and then all I do is click this little check mark and watch, it says up here, the recording URL is copied. I can literally go into my email, if I go here, and create an email or respond to an email and click paste. I don't have to save, I don't have to render, I don't have to copy. It's all done for me, if my Gmail would load quickly. And I can literally compose this email and paste, and it drops that video in there. It is the most amazing tool for communicating, there we go, for communicating things with, and this is just screwed because of all the stuff I have open, but it literally does this kind of video. So there's my video. If I play that real quick, see? It's done, and it's now in my library of videos, and that can become now my training library. So the next time you think I'll do it myself, do it and record it and talk through it while you're doing it. And then you have the recording that you can give to somebody to show them. Is that a good tool? Let me see some love on that one.
I think that's a really great tool, especially because, you know, I've been using ScreenFlow. I know some people use Camtasia. There are many different ways to record the screen. I was using them, but I'm definitely going to give this Use Zoom a go. Use Loom, because it just seems like it's so much easier, you know, whereas if you're recording
it's extremely, it's extremely,
edit it up in Vimeo, then share the link, and whereas this is like just copy and paste, really powerful, really
literally, yeah, you don't even have to copy, you just have to paste. And the biggest thing is it's free, absolutely free.
There you go.
So
absolutely free.
Absolutely free. Use Loom. So it's one of my favorite tools now. All right, let's see if I can go back to where we were.
This is the power, actually, of seeing you speak 3 times. This is the 3rd time I've seen you deliver this presentation. I've seen you deliver it twice live, but the online version, whilst it's not as, you know, like it's a different energy completely, because we're like captive on the screen instead of all the visual stimulus that goes on in the room. That's the 3rd time I've heard you say it, but the 1st time I've understood what it is. So
yeah.
doing an online version of this as well as coming to a physical event, I would really recommend that.
Yeah, well, especially with all the stuff I do, because a lot of it is technical. So so it's always a good thing. So thank you. I'm glad. Yay. So that's and now right now, UseLoom only works with web-based stuff, but their desktop app has been released. They're beta testing it. So you'll literally be able to record anything. If it's a spreadsheet that you have on your hard drive, you'll be able to record it and do that. So it's a great tool, and I would get in now while it's free, because when they launch the desktop one, I bet they're going to start charging at some point. So, all right, so get it out of your head and onto the page. That link that I gave for the Automate that does the activity tracker, what it lets you start looking at are what are the lowest paying tasks? What are the things that I don't need to be doing that I can have somebody else do when I train them properly? Administrative, VA, errands, those kinds of things. What things take the most time, and build those systems and processes. As Sammy said, I do a free, if I have not done one with you yet, unfortunately I can only do one with each person for free, but I have a 30-minute session where we can look at what you're doing and talk about your systems and figure out what systems and processes you have. Is it sales? Is it management? Is it accounting, bookkeeping, logistics, any of those kinds of things? And I'll help you to identify what systems you need. Now, if you choose that you want me to help you put them in place, I would love that. But that's not what the call is all about. It's about identifying what the right thing is for you. And finally, the thing that a lot of people forget, and this is Michael saying, working on your business, not in your business. We forget that. We forget that we've got to work on the business. We get stuck in the nitty-gritty. And I am just as guilty of this. As a matter of fact, my twins are 17, and they are in the process right now of applying to colleges, and there's all kinds of deadlines that are coming up. And one of them said the other day, you know, Mom, I just forget. So I literally went out and bought them day planners and said, okay, we're going to sit down every night and we're going to have a 15-minute planning session and figure out what we have going on. And every day when you get home from school, we're going to look at what you have on your planner that we need to make sure and get done that night. It was brilliant for me because I'm used to the technology and having all the systems in place. But sitting down and actually planning out my day and figuring out what's going on and remembering that I need to focus on what I need to do to grow my business, not just to complete the stuff my clients need. You know, I buy programs and they sit on the shelf and I never watch them because I get tied up doing other stuff. So it's a great reminder to spend time building what you want and chunking out a block of that time for you, whether it's an hour a day, that's all it takes, that you are doing something to grow yourself and your business, not just fulfill for your business. All right. Oops. Leanne likes that. Good. Okay. Oh, and Leanne and Peggy, thank you. Jamie is a great resource. I'm in her weekly bites. Yes. And go see the one from this week. I know you missed it this week, so I put it up there. I also just added a new one called 25 Things Every Business Needs to Automate. And it's a whole checklist, great checklist. So good stuff on there. Thank you, Leanne. All right, so speaking of checklists, so as you go through and start building these checklists, here's one that I have for my team. Now, remember I said the job description was generic, but a specific project management piece, I have a little more detail. Now, again, it's not check this button, click this button, but it's verify the dates and times, make sure they're all accurate. This is the checklist when we do an event, when somebody's doing a live event like this, and they're driving people to it. So we're verifying dates, addresses, making sure names and phone numbers are on the landing pages because we use a
predefined template that we're filling stuff in. You know, all of these things. So this is a very detailed piece. When all of this is done, then they submit it to me to review. And I know that they've double checked everything on here. Made my life a whole lot easier. I don't have to worry about, oh, did they do this? And I don't have to go out and get all the stuff to re-verify everything, because I know they've checked it off. If they've checked it off of here, they've done it. So having those kinds of things are brilliant for you. And this, by the way, comes from that activity tracker. So if you are doing a process that you want somebody else to do, just jot down everything as you go. Record it on the recording. By the way, if you do that, use Loom, then take that video, send it off to Rev, let them transcribe it. Rev.com is the one I use. There's other ones out there. They charge $1 a minute, but it doesn't take that long. Even if it's 10 minutes, that's $10. For somebody to transcribe it, guess what? You now have your checklist, and it didn't take you any extra time. That's what it's all about. Oh, yep, Tasmina likes Rev. Good, excellent. Good, good, good. Okay. So highly skilled people are expensive. If you create the system in the business, the system then runs the people. You do it cheaper and faster and more efficient. And you get consistent customer experience and raving fans. That's what my company is all about. I take people from frustration to freedom and teach them how to build these systems so that they have those raving fans. Sound good? Okay. So the system that you've now built is the prototype. Now, once you build this system, Sammy's favorite saying is perfection is poverty, and I agree. You're never going to have it perfect. You get it out down, that checklist I just gave you, we got it down the first time. Then we realized we missed something. So that was the prototype that was used. We tweak and refine and test it as we go. Then we document any change. So, okay, oh, we realized we need to add this step. That gets added in, that becomes revision 2 of the checklist. And now we can start to scale because we have that system in place. And you'll just do that system for everything that you're bringing on staff to manage for you, that you're growing and scaling on. Now, the next thing that we want to talk about is we need to kind of measure what we're doing, right? So how does, once we've got that system and we're running it, how is the customer responding to that? Are they liking it? Are they getting the same service? Are they getting the same personal feeling that they got when they worked with you directly? How much volume can you handle? If, for instance, let's say my 30-minute sessions, the reason I can't do them all the time for everybody for free is because I have a limited amount of time, right? I can only do 16 limited 30-minute sessions in a day if I'm going to work no more than an 8-hour day. So if you have a salesperson or a customer service person that is spending an amount of time with a person, and this could be service-based, a massage parlor, a nail salon, it takes X number of minutes to handle a client. So in a given day, they can only handle so many. So you can scale to what that person can do until you have to hire, you want to go bigger, you have to hire a second person. So it lets you project and know what that team can handle. And of course, as you add profit, zeros, you can build and grow and train, and you just keep, you now have the projections to know how to grow and scale. And you're simply adding one as you go. So you're saying, but wait, the average, how do I get an average person to give me above average results, right? I love this picture. Do you see this? It's actually a road and a guy swimming across it. Photoshop is so cool. But that's above average results, right? How do I get somebody to do that? Well, part of it is creating the right environment from the beginning, giving them the system that allows them to do the right thing without thinking otherwise. If they can do that, and if you're hiring people that fit that bill, so you've already got that system up front. You know, when you ask that, how would you handle this situation from somebody in an interview? If they don't give you an answer that absolutely to the T fits your results, what you want, they're not the right person for it. So make it easier for them to do what is right than
for them to do something that doesn't fit. Okay. All right. Now, the other thing is, as you scale and grow, now there are people out there like myself who can come in and build a system for you. Some of them say we already have, they call these business in a box. You can buy a business in a box. But the challenge with that is you don't have your personality in the business anymore. Now, Microsoft is a company that has more of the market share just because they've been out longer and they've been out there. When Apple comes out with a new product, what happens? Silly people, and this just happened, they just announced whatever their newest phone is. I didn't get it. Yay, that's like the first time I didn't. But Apple people go out and stand in line and sit. This guy was in a tent outside of an Apple store for 4 days. And the reporter said, don't you know you can order online? But it was the customer. It was the experience. It's what they are. And what they want from it, because they've built that in their company. It's the personality. It's who the people are. You want to keep that personality. And just because you're is that a word, Sammy? Systematizing? We've made it up if it's not. And scaling your company doesn't mean you lose your personality. You absolutely keep that in there. Remember that part about copywriting? That was the word I was looking for. Your systems and processes, that's what makes you who you are. That's what makes Apple who they are. That's why people say once you go Mac, you'll never go back, right? It's a system. It's what you love and what you do. All right. Next one. Every system needs to reflect 3 primary things. 1, the customer is not always right, but the customer needs to feel like they are, right? So we have to create that culture as we do this. Everyone that works there is expected to do what they are tasked to do to the best of their ability. And if they don't, they need to know that they can be replaced. They are not, it's not people oriented. We're not talking about Susie anymore. They now have a system, they have to follow it, or they move out of that system. Let's see. And how are we doing on time, Sammy? Your business needs to be a place where you're testing and you're changing. If you don't look at what you're doing and what the results are and the conflict between the two, you're not growing. So you want to know how we can build and grow that business. You want to create it where if you can create those 3 things in your business, you can scale it infinitely. So the next question people ask me is, what systems do I build and when? The first most important system is the how we do it. That's the taking down step by step by step. What happens daily? This is how we do it here. The next step is this is how we hire, train, fire, and bring people in to do step number 1. The third one is how we manage it. How do we manage the changes? How do we do the systems and all that? And then finally, how do we change it? Okay. Any questions there? Systematizing is totally a word. Thank you, Tazima. All right, so what's missing now? Until you have control, you cannot scale. You've got to have an efficiently running business and make sure that you have the ability to scale. If you are doing the 16-hour days and none of them are being spent on development, you can't scale. You're not ready. And if your systems and processes are not created with the customer in mind, you can't scale. So don't become lost in promises that you don't need. Make sure that you're looking at what your customer wants, what makes you different. Make sense? That's what we do. That's what my business does. So if you're in that frustrated step,
that's where we come in. Oh, come on, go to the next page. Let's see. There we go. So is James on here, Sammy?
He is just trying to log on. So while we wait for him, if he can be here, that will be awesome. He took the girls out today to go to Laser Quest. So
Oh, fun. Okay.
Fun
So,
time. But you wanted
excellent.
to ask some questions because we were going to.
I was going to say, let me look through the chat here and see how we're doing. So let's see where we at. So totally agree. This was Leanne. I found employing people who were opposite to me were the best appointments I ever made. Absolutely, June. One of the things you want to look for is people that fill spaces that you don't and bring those in first. So as I said, the bookkeeper, because I'm not the math person. So if you find people to supplement the genius that you are not beholden of, that helps to grow much faster. If you bring people just like yourself, you'll never get there. Now, the other biggest lesson I've learned, and I learned this actually in the corporate world, if you're a manager who doesn't want to bring somebody on smarter than you, you'll never be able to grow and scale. I want to surround myself by people who are even more brilliant than I am, because then they challenge me and I'm able to grow faster and better and stronger in what we're doing. Now, they're brilliant in their area, they're brilliant in their area, and I'm brilliant in my area. And when we bring all of that together, the sky's the limit. So absolutely. Oh, and there you go. Leanne said the same thing there.
Okay.
Peggy,
So Jamie, I've got Jamie on the line.
I'm sorry. Guys,
Hello, Jamie.
sorry about that. That's why I had my headset on earlier. Those are my fur babies.
So I have James on the line. If you want to, James, say hello. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hi guys, you all okay?
Can you hear him?
I can hear him. Hey, James, how are you? Okay.
Hi, James.
I got the dogs going outside, hopefully. Nikki, will you take them out, or Chris? All right. Chris,
Awesome. So we have James here. What was it you were going to ask him?
Sure. James, I wanted to put you in the hot seat. Do you mind?
Nope, not a problem. Go for it.
All right. So for those of you that know the brand builders, you know Sammy has been growing for the last year. And actually, Sammy, I'll probably ask you some questions as well. And Donna and Jose are on here too, so they kind of know some things. So if you guys, as we go through, can add to it. When the brand builders started, Sammy, it was just you, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So you were working, you were selling, you were pushing all of it, you were trying to do stuff. Were you growing fast at that point?
We had grown How to Build a Brand, and I was looking for a membership model, but I didn't want to create one just for the sake of creating it, like I said to Sazima earlier, and I wasn't quite sure how I was going to do it. I had a resource, and obviously I could monetize through courses, but even then I didn't want to have to run events to get people into my pipeline, and it just wasn't a part of the model that I really enjoyed. But I knew that I would have to run events, so I thought, how can I build a model where events are part of the whole thing, rather than having to be the thing that, you know, you're constantly selling events and having to put bums in seats and fill places, and it's a lot of work. And I also don't really like selling. I know that all of us are selling when we're business owners, but I didn't like that. I didn't want to get up on stage and have to do the whole, you know, pitch and grow rich thing that many people do. And I just thought, that's not me. How do I build a business where events are part of the thing that I've already sold, and that I don't have to go out there and sell it? Other people do that. So I looked at different models, and I looked at, network marketing, and I thought, okay, so how do I bring that as a model into my business without it being network marketing? Because it's very much built on relationships. So how are they bringing people in to their network? And so I looked at loads of different business models and then pulled the different things in based on that. And it was a real test. It was like, you know, I'm always the grenade. Throw Sammy in, she'll try it. It's going to go well, or she's going to learn.
Exactly. So based on the events, now, James, you came into the picture in January this year. And when you came to your first event, you did not have a checklist of do this, do this, do this, do this, did you?
No, I certainly didn't. No, I didn't.
And so
Which is
coming into that event, you were just dealing with reactive chaos, right? The people didn't know that, but you behind the scenes had to do all kinds of things to make sure that the right things were happening, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So now when we come to events and when you come to events, you don't have as many challenges. You're not dealing with the chaos because you've built the systems, you've got the checklists, and now you just kind of sit back and it's, to quote Tasha, easy and relaxed in the process, right? For the most part.
Yes, it sure is. Yes. On the most part, yes.
I think
There's
it's
always things that
interesting.
happen on the.
It's like the swan, isn't it, James? You know,
Yes.
it's like the clients, they have their seamless customer experience as much as possible. But what goes on for us behind the scenes was really stressful when we first started, because we
Oh, of
were just
course.
starting and we didn't know. And so, you know, James kind of came into our hotel room at about 2:00 in the morning, expecting to attend the event as a delegate. We were like, James, you've got all the skills that I'm looking for, that I'd really like for you to come and join the company and manage the whole thing. And he was like, And
And oh, by the way, here it is.
yeah, by 4:00 in the morning, he said yes. And by 7:00, he was downstairs preparing to run his first event. So it literally
Trial by fire.
entrepreneurial. Yeah, like, come on, let's get this done. We've had the idea, let's get it done. Poor James. How do you feel about that, James?
Well,
So systems made a big difference in
at the time, but wouldn't have had it any other way. It was absolutely fantastic. Loved every second of it.
Awesome. I'll pay you later.
well, and the systems that you now put in place make your life easier and make the events better for all of us involved. Now, Jose and Donna are here as ambassadors, part of Sammy's team that are building and growing this business. We spend 2 hours every week. Now, this is not our business. This is the brand builders. But we each spend 2 hours a week. And what kinds of things, Jose and Donna, if you want to speak up, what kinds of things are we talking about when we're in those meetings?
How we can systemize the brand builders day, how we can make it as easy as possible for new members to get in, to get around in the system, to get acquainted with everyone, to find the best sprints for everyone, and then to get it customized so that Donna in the USA doesn't have to invent the wheel, or in Spain where we go to, or Switzerland or whatever, that others don't need to to find out the new wheel. And because we are brainstorming about it every Monday for 2 hours, it is growing, it is evolving, and it brings up new ideas. And then, we can do this too. And then,
and changing and adjusting and tweaking the things we already have in place, right?
Yeah.
So, Donna, any thoughts you have on that?
Well, I started as the first brand ambassador here in the States in October. And I knew that when I saw my picture up on the screen. At the unconference. I thought, look. And then January was our first event. And that was the beginning, Sammy's beginning of and developing what she was going to say at the unconference on a plane or in her room. And then we did this presentation, had 40 people sign up like immediately. And then what do we do with them? I mean, that was really the question. We went through a lot of processes and a lot of discussion with being the first actual plant in the States of how we're going to do this. And now we've really learned, and through these, I mean, we used to have our ambassador calls every 2 weeks. They're now every week, because there's no way that we cannot have them that often because our goal is to serve the members. That really is the goal, is to make them feel comfortable, to make them feel part of the family, to make them feel warm and knowing that they're in a place that if they need help, no matter where it is, and if I don't have the answer, I'll get it for them. I was on texting with, and Sammy, you know who this is, this morning 5 different times, but also 4 different times with someone else, just to get people on the call just to know, because the whole point is it doesn't matter how many times I talk to someone, it's getting them here and comfortable and knowing what's happening. So yes, we have evolved into more systems too, with processes of serving the client and serving the members better.
So my final question on this interview, and thank you everybody for adding, my final question is to you, Sammy. So without the systems that we've built and put in place, without the systems we've built and put in place, do you believe, and actually the first question is, how far have you exceeded your growth from your projections?
It's been unbelievable. We were aiming, because I'm somebody who I want to move, but and I want to progress, but I'm also very mindful that I didn't want it to kind of blow up, and go too fast and not do the right things, because that's really important to me, is doing the right thing by each customer. So even though you've got something that is global, that each person still feels like they're not a number, they're a person, they've got a totally different journey to everybody else in the club. And I wanted to make that experience completely personal, so we needed more support, not less support. And so I was thinking, we're going to grow slow, we'll grow at like 10 members a month, and we'll just start in the UK. We'll build it out to say 250 members in the UK, and then we'll grow it in America. And then of course I get an invite to go and speak in America after the documentary I was on with Trish, and she said, come and speak at my ON conference, and I did that, and that's where Donna was. I literally made the brochure up.
That's where we reconnected, but
yeah, I made the brochure up on the plane, because Trish had said you need to sell something from the stage. Well, I hadn't sold from the stage before like that, so I'm like, shit, I've got to make this up. So I'm on the plane flying over to Orlando, thinking, what am I going to sell when I get there? Okay, well, I'll sell a one-day event. We'll come back in January. We'll run this one-day event. So I made the brochure up, and when I got there, I went to the UPS store in the hotel and had about 200 of these little brochures printed that I designed on the way. Donna and I were giving them out. Donna said, right, I'll help you on your stand. And Catherine Hathaway, she said, oh, I'll come and help you as well. And we weren't prepared for what happened. I mean, I got up on stage, and I outsold the main speaker that they'd pulled in to sell from the stage. And for three and a half hours, poor Donna was stood at the stand, just mobbed. Like, I was signing books for 3.5 hours after that, even while everybody else was still going up on stage. So we really weren't expecting that kind of explosion. So when we launched in January, when Peggy Lee became a member, and other people on this call, Joanne. Yeah, Joanne. Yeah, we had, I think, 11 people signed up at that event. And from that, it was like, wow, okay, well, we're now in America. We need to grow. We need to now focus on the systems. And so it has been a baptism by fire, because I'd never run anything like this before. But what I did was speak to experts who had run things like this before. I made sure that I got the best team around me that I chose, because of the skills that each of you have that are so complementary to each other and also to our members. So I knew that, as the first, last and lasting impressions of the Brand Builders Club, that you were going to do the right thing, and that I could trust you, even if I wasn't there, to make the right decision. And so for me, that was really powerful. And all the members love you all, and have really progressed and grown as a result. And of course, when they need what you provide, you're the first people that they come to. And I know, and I can absolutely implicitly trust that when they spend money with you, you're going to do the right thing by them. So that was really important. The whole trust issue for me as an entrepreneur, I have big trust issues based on mistakes that I had before. But, that to me is like the biggest thing. So we're now 2 years ahead of our projections. We weren't expecting to be in the States for 2 years. We expected 10 members a month. Well, last month we brought on 39. It's just really progressing. And so the word of mouth, people really feeling like they have joined a family, not just a club, has been very powerful. And James, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. You're on the front end of the experience.
I think the only thing that I'd really like to add on that one is I completely agree with the baptism by fire. The thing made this far more streamlined and far easier in terms of ensuring that everything is provided to our members and nothing is missed in all of our regions, not just, as you say, we were looking at the UK to begin with, is the teams that are in place. Because not only, I mean, it doesn't matter how good we are, we can't possibly have our eyes looking at every single member all of the time. So with the teams in place, they've got another point of contact that enables us to provide a far better service that we could by ourselves. So I think the teams have made a phenomenal difference in what we do.
Yeah, I agree.
May I just add one thing, and that Sammy, I really give you credit for this. You could have been jumping into like 3 or 4 other cities here in the United States, and you chose not to. You chose to wait to make sure that you had a solid foundation and a working, scaled business within each region first.
Yeah.
Before jumping around, and you could have done it. You had contacts, you had places to do that, but it would not.
Around that keep saying, come and you know, come and launch Chicago, come and launch San Francisco, come and launch San Diego. We want you in LA. We want you in Denver. Come to Colorado. We've got so many members all over the world now. We want you in Switzerland. Come to Germany. Come to Paris. We've got people all over the world. But to me, it's really important that, you know, I don't want this to implode. The members are too important to me. It is a family, and I would rather go slow and sure, and, you know, and make sure that we're not kind of cracking at the seams when, you know, Jamie and I have made the predictions for the next 5 years. And I mean, this is just phenomenal. The results that our members are getting, all of the change, the growth, the resilience that each member has as a result of, sometimes we believe in you more than you do. And having to know that and really have your back, I think is just incredibly powerful. You know, business is lonely on your own. It doesn't have to be that way. The hard way is inevitable when you've only got your own thinking behind it. And, you know, so much time is lost just on taking a very indirect shortcut to success. And shortcuts, they bite you on the bum, because whenever you cut a corner, you end up going around in circles. So how do you take the best shortcuts to success without cutting corners? And that's where you as experts really come in and complement the things that I'm doing.
Absolutely. Thank you all. So, so speaking of figuring out your 30-minute session with me, this is some of the stuff I do, so that if you have questions on any of these areas, let's book that 30-minute call and figure out how I can help you do that. And to do that, go to meetwithjamieg.com to schedule your 30-minute time with me. And then these are my websites and my contact information. So if there's any questions, I looked over and there's a lot of comments and great comments, so read through those, but I didn't see any actual questions. If there's any questions anybody has, thank you, Sammy, for putting that on there. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And otherwise, that's it for this segment, but we have plenty more to go today. I see. Thanks. Sammy, any thoughts? Are you good? Are we going to a break now, or did I lose you? Oh, Sammy, you're muted. That's why I'm not hearing you.
That would help, wouldn't it?
There we go.
Yes, if you could stop sharing your screen so that we can get back to where we are. Thank you very much, Jamie. Show us some love for that session. It's not the last you're going to hear of this Wonder Woman of WOW today. But if you do have some questions as we go into, just as we introduce Jose, so Jose is coming on now. If you've got any questions, now is the time. And Jamie, thank you so much for that. Like I say, I love the fact that I get to learn on these sessions as well. So in a really selfish way, like you are all here, just so that I can learn from you. Because it is, you know, I'm constantly learning. I'm constantly learning. And, you know, I think that's one of the things that I see when people start to fail. It's usually because they think they know it all and they've stopped listening. And, and I see that a lot with, many of the great people. You see them really rise and rise and rise, and, they're bringing millions in and they're doing all these things, and then ego hits them and they've stopped learning. They've stopped listening to other people. And they, it's almost like the people above them are the important people because they're my peers. I've got to learn from them. Well, that's important. But what is also important is having your ear to the ground, is still, showing up and playing full out with the very people who you are learning from and working with and who's spending money with you, because as soon as
I'm serving. Yeah.
That's a key problem. And that's one of the reasons why, people say to me, Sammy, like, how can you possibly deliver an hour of coaching to every single person that joins the Brand Builders Club? And I said, well, I make time for that. Because not everybody needs it at the same time, and everybody goes at a different pace. But also, I insist on doing that hour of power because I learn all the time. I'm constantly learning, and I know what's happening in industry, what's happening in business, where are the fears, the failures, and the fuck-ups. Because quite honestly, if I hear someone go through that, I want to stop someone else going through that, And if I'm about to go through it, I'm learning from someone else as well. So very, very powerful. You can never know everything. That's right, Leanne. And lots of good stuff there. Peggy Lee, lifelong learner. Awesome. So
Green is worrying. I love that.
yeah.
It's the fire hose. So hopefully lots of good copious notes everybody took. So
yeah. Well, it'd be great to just put in the chat box as we go over across to Jose. Just put in the chat box here. What are some of the the light bulb moments that you've had? Let's just take a minute or two just to write in the chat box what are some of the key distinctions, light bulb moments, or learnings that you've had already so far during this session that you're going to start using, that you're going to go out there and boom, get shizazzle done, I say. You cannot organize
chaos. I love it.
Set process of questions to consider. Interesting. Very good. I love that. And definitely that Useloom, brilliant resource. I love that. You have to take control. You have to have control to scale, and that means being organized. Yes, it does. You're going to love Jose's presentation now, because she is like the most organized person that I've ever met in the whole wide world. And like I say, Jose has come up with many of the systems and procedures and all the things that make the members' days run really, really, really super well at registration. So, again, like, look to the amazing people that are just so filled with treasure that, that they are a part of your family, look to them because they've just got the most amazing gifts to bring to the work that you do. Carol, what I should be passing over to others, I'll be mapping what I can let go of as soon as revenue is available. Useloom sounds fabulous. It is really, really great. Tiffany, doing the right work first to make things easier as things happen. Don't get ahead of myself. And also don't, again, like the perfection is poverty, like Jamie says there. It's just little things, like you could get wound up over stuff. And when you do, you're not in the right state to then continue making really good decisions at a director level. And you're the CEO, not only of your business, but your life as well. And when you start getting in a state over business, that starts creating a totally different state in your relationships and everything outside of work. So, having that organization at work will really feed out, and it will make ripples in all the other areas of life as well. Jamie, just a question before we go. Jamie, how do I put an organization in touch with you that so needs you? I think that you two should take it offline after this call. Jamie and June, can you organize a call and also think about how other people can refer you? I'm guessing that link that Jamie gave, the meetwithjamie.com, would be a good place to start and to make those introductions over. So thank you, Jamie. So let's get you introduced to this amazing woman who has made such a difference to my life, and in so many ways, not even in terms of organization. I mean, she just gives my head a wobble when I need it, pulls me back and gets me back into my core, my heart-centered place, which is where I do my best work. That's my playground, my sand pit. And I'm going to introduce you into Jose's sand pit right now, because she's going to explain to you some of the things that I wish I knew when I started. So let's give you that shortcut, but from the right place. Please welcome Jose.
Yay! Hello. Hello, nice meeting you. So glad to be here. So glad to share my knowledge, my experience. And first, let's see how I can share my screen.
So Jose, you're coming to us live from the Netherlands today, yeah?
Yes, of course. Sorry. Yes, I'm living in the Netherlands, close to Amsterdam, about 30 kilometers. I was born and raised in Amsterdam, and and my story starts in Amsterdam. So yeah, I'm going to tell you more about it. But
I can't
thank you
wait
for
to
the compliment.
hear it again. I love your story.
It is my pleasure to serve the Brand Builders Club, because I truly, truly, truly believe that 1 + 1 is not 3, but multiple 3. So that's why I invest, and I thank all the ambassadors so much time in creating this and to serve everyone. And it's my pleasure.
Mwah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Jose,
So,
this is your first time of sharing the presentation before, isn't it? So if you roll over the screen, hover over the screen, you'll see a little button at the bottom, the green button that says share.
Yes, I can see it.
And share your whole screen.
And then I have to go to this one. What do you see?
We see it! Yay! So all you've got to do now is press the play button, and away you go.
Yeah. Now I can see what you can see. I couldn't see it. Yeah, it's going to work.
Yes.
This is for me the first time, so sorry if it is a bit inconvenient, but it works, and I thank for all the people who systemize this. It works. So yes, this is me, Jose Peterson, and I am the architect of business clarity. And to me, it means that I design your business, but we build it together. I help create to you the fundamentals that need to create your solid business and to get you a future, a successful future. And that's why today I'm talking about is how to build a profitable organization while growing your business. And what is a successful business? Well, growing and success is not always the same thing. So to me, having a successful business means high revenue and low costs. And a lot of people will say, yeah, obvious, but it is not obvious when you do so. It's in your mind obvious, but working or organizing that in that way is not that simple. Because it means that you have to create high cash flow. Did you know that? Do you know what cash flow is? It means you have to be well organized. Sounds simple, but it is not to get stuck to that, to get your focus. Like Sammy said, your focus of being organized is so often torn away because the cash flow is important, or the revenue is important, or the clients are important. So being well organized is one of the most basic fundamentals of your business. And the last thing, of course, is having a successful business is having huge profit. And being organized is one of the parts, the systems that are going to help you to get huge profit by high revenue and low costs. And today we are talking about scaling. And scaling is, like Sammy explained earlier, scaling is a bit of moving. And that's why I always say scaling is standing still is not an option. And you can go multiple ways, not just the up way. And that's what you'll find out later. But first, before I'm going to start, I want to introduce myself. This is me in 1972. And at that time, I was 16 years old and getting my first job in June 1972. Just get my diploma and just immediately started to work. I started to work at a bank as what you call nowadays a PA, from a man who was very into the insurance and mortgage department, and I had to do all things around it. And I think I've been born organized. At primary school, I always helped the teacher to do things, and so I was very into organizing things. And starting at a bank, I had to develop my organizing skills in a professional way. It's a bit different, but in basic, not too much difference. And I've done that for, I think, about 9 years, and worked at several departments, several banks. And after 9 years, I changed. I changed my job. It started with my husband, who wanted so much a store in furniture. But to start that, you need a lot of money because the starting capital is high. And seeking for solutions, he found a bookstore. And he said, well, if you start your bookstore and sell a lot of books, we get more rich, and then I can start my furniture business. I said, well, that's a great idea. It's a good idea, actually, because reading books was my life. I read 4 or 5 books a week as a child. So I was absorbing books, absorbing words. So when someone says to you, do you want to start your own bookstore? Well, you know what I said? Match made in heaven. Yes, I will. And so it was. September 1981, this was my first store, my store in Amsterdam, Amsterdam East. It's a very small store, you can see it. It's the door is only 90 centimeters wide. The shop window is approximately 2 meters, and the whole store was no more than 35 square meters in total. That's including the bathroom, including the storage, and including a desk behind as an office, as kind of an office. So very small, but very cute and very, in a nice neighborhood. And I loved it very much. And as you can see in the next images, there are 3 images, and I want to get you focused on the left one, the with all the white things in it. This one. That's a picture in December. It was our first December, our first Christmas store, so I decorated a lot. And this is a memory, because this was the original energy in that room. And about 2 weeks later, on a Monday, January 11, 1982, I remember it very well now, we walked into the street and we saw, I go back for you, we saw these windows were water dripping down on the inside, and we thought, what was that? What is that? So we opened the store and we saw here water on the floor, and there was water coming up down from the ceiling, and the books and the magazines and the newspapers were all floating through the store. And well, that's not a nice picture. That's not what you want to see after being in your own business for 4 months. But luckily, I was insured. I was in the insurance business in a way from my 16th year. So I was insured. And my question to you, how many of you are insured for your business from day one that you start?
Ooh, that's a really great question, Jose. And, and in terms of insurances as well, because it's not just a protection of like your equipment or whatever, it's other things like keyman insurance and things like that. If you went out, if you like broke your leg, or if you were out of, like when my business partner, when the left-hand side of his body collapsed, there was only me. Well, what if there wasn't a me? What would have happened to his business if that were him then? So there's all different facts for insurance. What if somebody comes to your house and they trip down the step on the way out? Have you got that kind of protection so that they can't, claim for you? But, especially there are many different litigious things that are happening now where it's becoming easier just to sue someone and put them out of business. So it's a really great question, Jose. Again, did you ask this when we were at the event? Because I didn't hear that when we were there. So it's like, here you go. That's why the online
Yeah,
is as important as the live events as well.
yeah. Yeah, growing along the way too, and come up with things. And to me, it was so normal. And talking to people afterwards live, I realized it is not normal. And because it is normal to me, I forget to share. But now I know how I was so grateful for being insured, and for multiple reasons I was happy. Not only because the fire brigade came and pumped out the water and the ceiling was repaired. No, when I started the store, there were already books in the store, and there were not always books that were ready to sell. Some of them were 8 or 10 years old. But yeah, with the water going down, all the old books went down. So it was a good thing for me to have, oops, to have the insurance, and it was also good to start again. So when you see the other two pictures, you see it's a total different energy in the store. Like this picture, that's what we get to establish by the money of the insurance. So I advise anyone, the store, that's what I want to say. My story is about a store. It's visible, but it is a metaphor for everything in your business. Whatever I say, it's a metaphor for every business. I'm in business for a long time, and I help every kind of, in every area of business, I help people. And always I find out the store is a perfect metaphor for whatever you do. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. To continue my story, we were, when you start your business, probably, you know, people are asking you, are you do this, are you selling this, or are you selling that? And then, I didn't think, and perhaps. So it went with us too. About a year after we started, we came in contact with a man who was in the bookstore business, and we had a lot of customers asking, do you sell school books? No, we don't, but we can. And we came in contact with the man, and he was looking for an entrepreneur in Amsterdam because he had schools in Amsterdam, and he wanted to have a store and a storage room. So we went to look around, and about in 10 minutes walking distance, we found another room, another premises to build a store in, to build a bookstore in. And so after only 18 months being in business, we scaled. We scaled really. We scaled up. I had the other bookstore still in business, 35 square meters, and this was the new store for the school books and the school supplies. And it was 60 square meters and only 10 minutes away from our current store. But as you know, we said it before, and Jamie has said it before, sorry, when you scale and you grow and you have stores in 2 different places and you have only 2 persons, that doesn't work. So you need to organize. You have to be effective. You have to be efficient. You have a system in what you do. And you have to manage your time very well, because there are only 24 hours in a day. And you don't want to work 24 hours a day. So that was for me a time to look for some staff. Don't need it all the time, but I needed the staff. And that's what I want to tell you also. When you're looking for expanding your team, be specific who you want to have in your team. For me, it was clear. I wanted to have a student, I wanted to have a young man, and I want him to have muscles, because school books are heavy. So that's what I looked for, and I found one, and he worked for us for 5 whole years, and I was very, very happy with him. And that's why you need to know who you are looking for and you want to be part of your team. As I told you, we are talking about scaling, and scaling is not always upscaling. There's also downscaling. And this is also a story about downscaling, because after 2 summers, whole summer only working for school books and schools and children, I was fed up. I didn't have a life. The business was controlling my life instead of the other way around. I didn't have freedom. I didn't have control. So after 2 summers, I decided to stop, to pull out the plug. And I never felt it as a loss. I never felt it as that I failed. I felt strong. I felt courage because I've tried something and I found out this was not me. I'm good at normal books, reading books and poetry, you name it. I am good in books, but not in school books. That is not my kind of business. So I said, thank you to the other entrepreneur, and our ways separate. But I've tasted the success of being creative, because when you deliver school books to schools, in my days we talked about 200,000 or 300,000 guilders per school. Imagine, and we had 4 schools at that time, not all for 300,000, but a million guilders in one summer. Revenue was not uncommon, but the work you have to do for it. So I tasted it and I wanted more. And the universe heard me, because after, I think, 2 or 3 years later, the City Hall was coming to us and said, well, you have a successful bookstore. It's small, it's too small. Yeah. And we are renovating the neighborhood. Yes, we know. So would you be willing to go to another store that we are building at the beginning of the street, so you attract customers to the new shopping street? And what do you think? Of course, I said yes. And so in September 1989, we had our new store, and it was so fantastic because I started with 35 square meters. I had one from 60 square meters, and this was a new store for 100 square meters, 7 meters wide and 40 meters deep. Wow, wonderful. And you have to celebrate it and to do that, and to realize that you were scaling again, and that you cannot manage 100 square meters and all those books and all those magazines and all those customers were coming in with only 2 persons. So we expanded our organization with one other person at that time. First, a lady was only working with us during school hours, but I selected her very carefully because she was living in our neighborhood all her life. Her family was living in that neighborhood all her life. So you know how many prospects she knows? That's why I hired her. And she worked for me for 15 years. And this is how you celebrate. All children were there, and the City Hall was there because we were the beginning of a new shopping street. And yeah, it was fun. It was very fun. And to give you an idea, this is 40 meters of shop window. Do you know the first picture I had? And it's a lot of work to create it, and I love doing that. I always thought of myself that I'm not a creative person, but give me a shop window and give me books and I can create a lot more. That's what I like that. And I like creating organizations, and building and designing. So this is 1989, and we were growing, and we were growing fast. We went from 150, 200 customers a day to 300, 350 customers a day. So we were growing enormously. So we needed to hire an extra person for the weekend, for the evening sales, because when you're open for 60 hours a day and you only are with 2 persons, you can't cope with that. And there's another story I didn't tell you, Sammy, that I was preparing for this this presentation today. This is 1989, and I was so enthusiastic, and it was so fun. And finally, I had the feeling that the business was going to be established. It was a certainty. So we were hoping for a child, and in December of 1992, I became pregnant. And we were very, very happy to be pregnant. And in October, first week of October, when I was almost 11 weeks pregnant, I was so happy that we had a solid organization, because my husband didn't feel well coming home from the store, and we found out later that he had a heart attack and that we have to go bring him to the intensive care. So on Tuesday night, 10 o'clock, I was pregnant. I was in the intensive care, and I had a shop that need to be opened next morning, but because people were expecting to buy their newspaper, expecting to be there. So I had to arrange a lot of things on that point from the IC. And it was a very double feeling, because my husband was in the IC with all things on the monitor, and he was only telling to the nurses, take care of her, she's 10 weeks pregnant, take care of her, take care of her. I said, we have a business. I don't care for a business. I'm caring about you. And I thought, no, I have a business. I have responsibility. I have an organization. So we did that. And after, I think, 48 hours, I was back in the store, and I've arranged a lot of people to come, and all went well. And that's the second tip I want to give you. Be prepared of just what if. You don't expect that the partner having a heart attack. You don't expect to have a robbery. You don't expect the ceiling to come down with the water. But you need to be prepared in a way that you are thinking at least once for 6 months, what if? Just think of when you're doing your business plan, what if? So that's one tip I wanted to give to you. And going from here, like I said, we were expanding, and we had a lot of customers, and we were almost bursting from our 100 square meters. And then we found out that the neighbors next to us wanted to move, so they moved out. And look what's happened. We get to extend it, and this is now 14 meters wide and 14 meters deep. So that became, in October 99, 190 square meters of store. And it was amazing. And it looked like this. And yeah, I had to expand my team again. So we went from 2 employees to 5 employees at that point. Because, as I told you, I've become a mother, and being a mother, I wanted to spend time with my children, but I also wanted to have a well-organized business. So I have to attract the right team, the right persons, just like Jamie and Leanne talked about earlier. And as you can see, this is a picture of when we have the store for 1 year. And that's what I also want to share. Celebrate, 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 because you never know what's going to happen. So celebrate whatever opportunity you can have. And people were celebrating with us and congratulating us with all the things that were happening. And we were thrilled. And these 2 people are having a fish store. They sell fishes for aquariums, and so great when you can connect and collaborate with fellow entrepreneurs. It serves your business. So about organization, I have some questions for you. Do you have any idea which tasks are the most important in your business? Just like I said, when something happens, and something can happen bad, which tasks are the most important? Because that you need to know just in case. And another question is, how many hours are there involved in your business in total, but specifically for the most important one, because they are the tasks that need to be solved in a case of something happen, emergency, just like my husband and I had. And a very important thing for your business, which of those hours are you willing to delegate? Because it is your child, it is your business, and you want to hold it to you. But when you go to scale and when you're going to expand, you need to organize, and then you need to find out for yourself which task are you willing to delegate. Keep the task that you are best in, you like most, and delegate the one you are less connection with it. Is this clear for everyone? Are here questions about it?
No, I think
Tatsima,
there's
did you?
resonance with what you're saying, Jose. I mean, I love watching this story unfold, and this is the third time I've heard you tell it, and each time it's just got so much more impactful every single time. So, yeah, very
Thank you.
And what I really love is the lessons as well. You know, not many of us actually have a shop front, but what we do have is a shop front online. So people are coming to us online, people are finding us online. Our social media is the shop front now. And, you know, what would happen if your social media got shut off, or your account got hacked, or something happened where your shop window, like your website, goes down? You know, something like a friend of mine, Andrew, he had many different websites that were all online. So I think it was something like 23 different websites, because he was an online marketer. So he did a lot of affiliate marketing. He's the one I talked about recently in one of the Brand Breakthrough shows, where he bought lots of different URLs where he spelled the word pajamas wrong, because everybody spells it a different way. So he secured all these different URLs, and of course he was sweeping up all the business from all these other people that were spelling it correctly, and they had their shop store. But he had all these different great ideas, alternative strategies to making sure that customers could find him. And as a result, he had all these websites that were selling, none of them were his own product, but he was selling them through Amazon, eBay, Etsy, you know, all the kind of big stores online. But he got hacked. And the person that hacked him, because of there was one thing that he didn't click when he secured his hosting. There was one thing he didn't click, because he thought, no, I don't need that, you know, $1.97 or whatever it was a month to protect the account or whatever. And he looked at it, and it was just one of those additional, you know. And now he, you know, at that time, I mean, I saw him, he was almost on his knees. And all of his websites got taken down because they were able to hack into that one. They hacked into all of them, and he lost all of his business overnight like that. So, you know, even down to his merchant accounts were shut down, and, you know, he had terrible trouble. It was something like 9 months before he could get back into his money and prove who he was and get everything sorted again. So, you know, even with these, you know, even if you don't have a physical store like Jose's story, you do have a store, but you might have an alternative.
Exactly.
So, you know, think about that. Take a step back and look at your business as if it were a store. Can it handle these things that Jose is talking about? You know? A couple of weeks ago, I had something really bad happen in my family. I had to leave. I had to drop everything in the business. Jamie was staying at my house in Manchester, and she just said, just go. You just need to go. And so, you know, I bombed down the motorway for 4 hours to be with my family, but the business still had to run. Members still needed their support. And so, you know, it's really think about this alternative view about how you're going to build your business so there's more support, not less support, that there's more systems, not less systems. And as we were talking about before last week, Jose, or the week before, I don't know, we've seen each other this last month. But, you know, when you're saying, I haven't got enough time, what you're really saying is, I haven't got enough team. And when you're saying, I haven't got enough team, what you're saying really is, I haven't got enough systems. So all these things that you're learning now are just so critical in terms of your growth and your ability to do it without the business falling over or without you falling over, which is very important when you're growing that business.
Yeah, and what people forget is to create an organization, your own organization that suits you, and how to be effective and efficient for you, and not for anyone else, just for you, because you are your business. So find something that suits you, and that could be a totally different organization or system as your neighbor or someone in the same business. It must be effective and efficient to you and to no one else. And that's very important. Are there any other questions, or shall I continue?
No, I think there's just agreement. Leanne,
Okay.
cybercrime is the biggest growing crime area, with 50 million Facebook accounts hacked announced just yesterday. There were, I had quite a few people that I saw yesterday that were saying, if such and such logs in, it's not me. So yeah. Okay, moving on. We've got 10 minutes
Yeah.
left. 10 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, I've more to share. I've more to share, because having a system, and just like I said earlier, you have to scale, and when you scaling is standing still is not an option. So for us, there was another challenge. We want to scale. At least Bruna, the organization we work with, wanted to scale, and what they wanted to do is they wanted to have every Bruna store, because we had a franchise, some sort of thing. They want every Bruna to have a post office, and in the Netherlands, it's a post/bank office. So you have two things to work on: the banking stuff and the post delivering stuff. And as you can see on the date, it was a very interesting date. It was June 2001, and that is only 6 months before introducing the euro. So we had a challenging time, and we have to do with all the currencies, but also, and that is why it's so important for your organization, this is a totally different business. So this is actually a shop in a shop. And the people I had working for me were not the people who I wanted to be behind the counter for the post, or not behind the counter for the banking stuff. Just like Jamie said, you have to be in the math to do the money, and certainly with all those kind of currencies. So I have to create a total new team, a separate team, a different team, but it have to work in some points, collaboration with the other team. And that was a challenge. And I managed, because we had the post office for over 5 years, or 5.5 years, I think. And almost everyone who started at day one left at the end of that period. And that was great. But that's why I wanted to tell you that when you scale up or you do something different, go with what you want to achieve, what the goal is of your next product or next service. Perhaps you need some other person to deal with that. So that's why. And again, about organization and being prepared of things that you're not going for when you start your business. I want to share this picture also with you. This is February 19th, 2008, and this is the car of a taxi driver. As the man rode, we are on a corner, the man rode in the street, and someone was crossing the street, and he didn't see the taxi, so the taxi had to make the choice, the man on the bike or the store. And so it was our store. And as you can see, there's a lot of damage, and we get into the local news, the national news, the national newspapers, and you don't want to be there, but we are, and we were. And then you find out how solid your organization is, how much you can have, because this happened, I thought, about around 11 p.m. in the evening. And the police called us, and we were there in the night until 2 or 3 p.m. Or AM, I think it is, AM in your in your language. And the next morning we need to be ready. So we phoned everyone that we know, and because we had to clean the store and to restore and call the insurance, of course. And this is how the store looked. And we had to clean. The windows were repaired and closed. And this is what you see behind the windows, because this car is driving inside, and this is how it looks on the inside. Everything that was behind it collapsed. So yeah, this shows you how flexible your organization can be. And as I told you before, I'm also a mother, and now a mother of 2 children. And I want to tell to everyone, man or woman who is listening now, becoming a parent is also part of scaling your business. So be aware of it, take time for it, and reorganize your business and your life so that you can have fun with it. For me, dancing is fun, and I danced all the time during my presentation and all my time as being an entrepreneur.
I love how, Jose, I love how when you were at the event you said, and this was a different type of scaling.
Yes, it is.
Of the family.
It is different, but it is scaling. And a lot of people I talk about, parents, doesn't realize it is scaling, because you are going level up. You need to. It's not just you and your husband. No, it's a child, and child can be ill or has teeth or has to celebrate at school his diploma or swimming lessons or you
And
name
more
it.
and more often, this is now becoming grandparents. More grandparents are looking after the young, our little people, like the found just this year or last year, was it, that Teddy came into your life, and now he's a major part of his life. It has to become a part of the business.
But for me, I made a choice to become a mother, and thank God it was given to me to become a mother. And I swore to myself, when I am a mother, I want to be a mother for my children. And yes, I have a business, and yes, there will be some mixture, but I want to be a full mother as much as possible. And I can say, and my children can verify that, I have never missed one single important moment in their life. I've always been there, and sometimes I had to work in the evening or at night, but rather that than miss 1 minute of my children. So that's scaling, and that's a choice, and I made that choice. So to continue, a solid organization creates for yourself a scalable, profitable business, and that is what you need, and that's why you want a solid organization. And whatever I want to tell you is, whatever you want to solve in all those challenges in your business you came across, first do an inventory. And people forget to do an inventory. And what I mean, find out what you need. And for me, I created an ABC of building a global business. And the ABC stands for the A stands for me for your appearance, your brand. Just what Sammy and I talked before, the outside of your business, your face on Facebook. But what I specifically mean is how do you want your business to be known as, to known by? So be careful with the people you choose to work for you, with you, your team, because they are a part of your business. They are you, and you want to be. They are your selling people, you are your marketing people, they are your promotional people, they are your appearance, your brand, and you want to know, you want them to be yours. And that's why I also want to share this picture from T. Harv Eker. He says, and I live by this line, how you do anything is how you do everything. And for me, that means once you become an entrepreneur, you are an entrepreneur 24/7, every single minute of your day, until you stop being an entrepreneur. Because you never know where your prospect or customer is. And you want to have them the right impression all the time. Like Starbucks. It is Starbucks, it's McDonald's. You know who they are. You know what kind of people they are. You know the colors they present. And that is what you want for your business. Same appearance. They must tell your story. And that is what those people do. So, which tasks do you think are connected to your appearance, to your brand? And who executes them? And how much time is spent on executing those tasks of appearance and brand on an average week or month? I think it is very, very, very important for yourself to write it down, because you have no clue in how important it is. And we spend time on selling and promotion and social media, but do an inventory, because when something happens, you know how much time you need to solve to get that problem fixed. for me, I know, okay, my shop is open for 10 hours a day, so I need to find someone to fill up those 10 hours when I was in the hospital. So that's why you need to do an inventory. And why is it so important? Because I always say, if you are aware of it, you can take care of it. So please, please, please do an inventory. For whatever you do an inventory first. And the next thing to do an inventory of is the back office. And I don't know how much time I left, but I think the back office is the backbone of your office. It's your fundament of your office. And a lot of people don't give the credit it should be. Because it costs money, but the more time you spend on your back office, it often saves you money. The more time you spend on it, it often saves you money. Because one of the things it helps you with is you are paying your bills on time. You send your invoices on time. You are on top of your business because there is time, and it is tougher to get rid of a big mess than just do one piece of the mess. So be sure not to create a mess. And that is why when you spend time on your back office, it saves you money. Another thing is the B thing. The more energy you spend in your back office, it often saves you time. And people don't realize it, that energy is time. So what I mean with that, when are you the most energetic person you can imagine? Probably the first thing in the morning. So when you have tasks to do that cost you a lot of energy, do it in the morning when you're full and fresh, and crack that nut as much as you can, because then it saves you time. And when you do it on the end of the day, it takes hours and hours and hours to get rid of it. So the more energy you spend, it often, and not always, but often saves you a lot of time. So beware where you spend your energy on in the morning. And the last thing I want to share with you, the more money you spend, it often saves you energy and time. Don't be Scrooge on yourself. Be able to invest. Don't see it as spending money, but see it as investing money, because when you invest it in the proper way, it saves you energy and time, and that is what you want. But you need to save it. You have to spend or invest your money in a proper way. And one of the most proper ways you can do is beware of your cash flow. What I said in the beginning, spend money on how your cash flow is working for you. And one of my other favorite quotes I want to share with you is this one of Marcus Lemonis. If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. So be very careful where you spend your money on. Spend money on someone who knows your numbers or can help you to know your numbers. That if at one time a big opportunity comes by for your business, you know if you can react on that or not. And if you don't know your numbers, then otherwise you can bankrupt or you miss a great opportunity. So please know your numbers, and then you know your business. And one other thing that's related to this one, it's about the cash flow. And this is a quote from Adam Stewart. Cash flow is having the right amount of cash in the right places at the right time, every time. Realize that every time. And what does it mean? That cash flow is the money that you have access to and to spend on. It is not the money that the sales that you have. Yeah, right. I have 300,000 of sales. Great, but how much money of that cash is in your bank account? No, it's still on the way. Then it is not your money to spend. And that's why you need cash flow to be very careful about it and to sit upon it. And to have a good cash flow, one of the things you have to do is to be on your debtor management. Have a debtor management. Every 1 or 2 weeks, look for the debtors that didn't pay the money in time, the invoices on time. That can save you a lot of money, and that keeps your cash flow up high. So that's why I want to say this one is very important. So when we have the A, the B, the appearance, the back office, then we have, of course, a C, and C is the connection. And the connection to this is the communication between the appearance and the back office. And a lot of people forget that what's happening in the front, the sales and the marketing and the promotion, the back office has to deal with it, or the customer service, or the invoices, or the bookkeeper. So keep communication, because communication is as strong as your weakest link. And I know that you know all that, but you don't always stand still with it. And I want to encourage you to stand still on this, because this is so important. And you can have the biggest sale, but if your back office isn't able to react on it, then bankruptcy is standing on your door to knock. So be aware of the connection. ABC of the business. Ask yourself, how do I want my appearance brand to be perceived? How do I want the culture of my business to stand for? We talked about it. Your appearance, your business culture. How does your team does that? And what do I want my team to respect me most for? Because like T. Harv Eker said, how I do anything is how I do everything. And I am their example. I am their leader. So what I do, they do. So please be very aware of this, because then you can take care of it. I hope this was clear to you. Then I have the recap of what we talked about. Make sure to have a good appearance, because if you do, then it provides you a great turnover. Make sure to have a good back office. It costs money, but it saves more than you invest. And in my opinion, if you do this, the interest is higher than at any bank account. So please do this. Spend your money on your back office. Then, of course, make sure to have a good connection. I told it along the line, create a team that suits you, that fits you, that talks your language, talks your product, talks your service. It takes time, yes. It takes energy and money, yes. But it creates profit. I've proven it. And make sure to create a team that serves you, not the other way around. Internal, external, or combined. And take care of your cash flow, because otherwise you don't have a profitable business. And be informed for that every week or every 2 weeks. And I'd like to give you something also. Like to give you a 30-minute call of your business, of to how to design your business, or how to design your organization. I saw that Gospel was on the line too. I had a 30-minute call, and in 30 minutes she know exactly where to go, how to design her business further on, how to create it, how to build it. So that's what I give it to you. So yeah, just to do the inventory of your business, how you can design it. And I hope it was all valuable to you. So if there are any questions, please come to me.
Awesome. Thank you, Jose. That was absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gospel's totally worth it. So, you know, and that's what I love about you and Jamie and Donna as ambassadors. What you just really invest in. You're great investors in people, and you just really want to see everyone do well. And you know, like me, like, you know, I always wear this. I've got my drop, my crystal drop around my neck. Jamie's got hers on. She's showing you there. We got that at Le Mont Saint-Michel in France when she was out here. And, you know, this to me, it reminds me that my one drop matters. And every single time I do one small thing, one small act of kindness can have ripples effects that, you know, bring you lots of customers and lots of trust currency, lots of credibility. So, yes, I want to thank you, Jose, for just
welcome.
Brilliant, your genius, and bringing your zone of genius to us today.
Yeah, thank you. I can't see all the questions if there were
there aren't really any questions. There are just like,
no.
Thank you.
I really am the architect of business clarity. I was totally clear.
You are indeed. And gospel, also had
Thank you,
Jamie. So girls and guys, take action on this, like it's not a sales call, it's 30 minutes of value. They know that when they do that for you, you might go and tell 10 other people about that amazing experience. And so the investment and the planting of the seeds is a big thing to us. So thank you, Jose.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very much welcome. Very much welcome.
And I look
hope
forward to
you all
you.
benefit for it.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm going to see you next week. We're flying over to Netherlands on Thursday morning. We're flying over. I know that Asha is running an event and she's bringing in amazing people. So hopefully we'll see you while we're over there. Okay.
Give me a go.
I will indeed. We'll connect. We'll speak on Monday because we've got our ambassadors call in. So thank you. I'm going to just pop that
welcome
there. And okay, so before we move on, Jamie is now back with us because Jamie and I are going to present a session. If you need a wee or you just need a break very quickly, go take one. We're going to carry on going because there's so much to get through. And unlike the physical days, the live days when we're this is really about making sure you got what you need. And like I say, the replay will be in the Brand Builders Club group. And for those of you that want the recording and you're not part of the Brand Builders Club, I can always send you out a link to that. But when you do become a member, you get access to all of these trainings. And there's over 100 different mini courses that we already have in our online learning center that are nowhere near this big. They're focused on 5 minutes of instruction and 15 to 30 minutes of action. So you can take that momentum in the things that you need. So you don't have to do all of it. What I loved actually, Donna, Cliff Townsend, one of your Brand Builders Club members over in Fort Lauderdale, he said the other day, he said, Sammy, the Brand Builders Club is like the Google of branding and brand building. There's so much there, and you can just go in and find the bit that you want, get your answer, and take action on it so you can move forward. And I just love that. We are the Google of brand building. Okay, Leanne needs to hop away now. Much love to you, Leanne. I'm glad that you were able to join us for the part of the session that you're here. And June has got to leave as well, so lots of love to those of you that are leaving now. So we'll see you in the group. So what I wanted to do was just share, because I think it was Tazima earlier. Was it Tazima? I think it was. Tazima asked the question earlier about membership. How do you start with membership? So what I wanted to do was just share something that I shared from the last session in June, because we were talking about systems and how could you really systemize your cash flow? How could you get it to a point where you've got lots of members or you've got some kind of subscription coming in? And so just before we get started on that, because I know quite a few of you are thinking of building some kind of membership, and I really would urge you to pick up the phone to Jamie to discuss that with her, because they build all these kind of systems. They eat that for breakfast. It's like, if it's not your skill, speak to the person who they're just awesome at what they do. So and what I wanted to do was just share my screen to just run through some of the numbers behind behind what we do. And because I shared behind my business, Jamie shared behind hers, Nancy Matthews with the Women's Prosperity Network, 19,000 members across America, she shared hers. I had Hope, who's got a magazine, she shared hers. So there's lots of different membership stroke continuity models that you can, and in fact you could bring all four of them. The Brand Builders Club is using many different membership models now. We're on a roll, bringing in the TV in and the magazine subscriptions and all kinds of things that we're doing. But it just get behind these numbers, because me showing behind what we did in America, because remember when I said earlier, we weren't going to launch in America for 2 years. But in January, we needed to, because the customers were demanding it. And if we didn't step up and do it, someone else was going to do it, and they would do it badly, I'm pretty sure. So I knew that even though we were selling something that we didn't really have completely in place yet, the customer experience was going to be so clean that they would never know. And I had every intention and I had all the people that I knew to go to get it running really well. So I think that's the thing, is many people sell stuff and they don't have the thing to sell, and they don't even know how to create it, but they also have no intention of creating it, because for the customer, they're focused on profit, so they'll create it in their own time. And if you're one of those, and I'm sure you're not, otherwise you wouldn't be on this call, then don't sell things that you don't already have. But I am a fan of creating things around the customer, finding out what the customer needs and then creating it for them, because you'll never ever sell anything that someone doesn't want. I see too many people building. One of our members that joined last year, before she joined the Brand Builders Club, she spent a whole year developing her product, and when she went to sell it, it didn't sell. And then she was gutted because she's thinking there's something wrong with her. There wasn't. What was wrong with it was she'd created a whole product based on assumption, and the customer didn't want what she assumed they did. So I would much rather, build things around what people want. And that's really how we're kind of building this by baptism of fire, because the whole thing is built around you and each individual person that comes in and says, well, I need this. We create it knowing that there might be 5 members in the Brand Builders Club that need that. And I'd rather they were getting it and it was trusted and that we were building it properly than them going outside of this network and getting ripped off or left broken, because we see too much of that already. So I'm just going to share you the numbers behind the Brand Builders Club in America. So obviously in the UK, it's a different price point. And actually the prices are going to go up. We've added so much value now over the last year. We've kept the prices as they were when we began the Brand Builders Club. So they're still the same as they were. 1st of October, our pricing is going to completely change because we've added too much to it. And so, just think about this for your own model. As you're adding value, the value needs to increase. There'll be a certain point where you need to increase that value. And, from what our members are telling us, we're still not increasing it enough as to what they value it at. So just think about that as you're doing it. It doesn't need to be perfect when you start, just get started. So let me just share this screen with you. Okay, and let's go to membership model. So think about this, yeah. When we launched, we said, okay, we want 10 members a month, just 10 members. Now, are there enough business owners and entrepreneurs in the world, like there's over how many, like 7 billion people or something in the world, probably a third to half of those are business owners. Are there enough people in the whole world that I could get 10 people to invest in themselves and invest in their business so that they can grow it to be able to invest in others? And so I thought, yeah, 10 is a good number, right? If that's a reasonable number, very realistic too. So the price point for the Brand Builders Club in America is $697 to start, because that first month that we deliver is very front loaded, because you've got a coaching session with me, coaching session with your ambassador. So there's a lot of work that goes in at the beginning, getting you all set up, introducing you personally to the whole network. We get you on your individual path, what you need for your business, get you into a mastermind group if that's what you want. So it's very time intensive at the beginning, and systems need to be put in place. And we've got people systems as well as online automated systems. I really love the ability to be able to automate and systemize so I can spend more time with my customers rather than less time. And there are many people that put systems in place so they don't have to spend any time with their customers. Not saying that's a bad thing, just not my way. So imagine you've got 10 new customers that are paying that $697 to get started. So that's happening in that first month. So with 10 customers, I've got nearly $7,000 from those first 10 customers that are starting up. Now, a lot of that first initial payment, there's maybe 50 to 60% profit in that because of the amount of work that needs to get done. Okay, so after that's gone out, say I'm left with $3,500 left out of that chunk, right? So again, like as I'm sharing these numbers, think about your numbers. Okay, so I haven't got any monthly income coming in at that point because I've only got the 697, but then there's $197 a month for the other 11 months. So I've broken it down as a really easy, manageable payment plan. And what that means is the front-loaded part is taken care of, and then every month I've now got the ability to be able to focus on, with my helicopter hat off, how can I provide more value to the members? I've got time to then jump on the phone and speak to members and find out what do they need. As I said to Zima earlier, if I could provide anything else that would make your journey even better, more successful, more fun, more engaging, easier to get through, what are some of the things you'd want and how are some of the ways you'd want it? So I can make those personal calls, and I've also got a membership manager in place in each of our locations, so they are also calling all of the members to find out, what do you need? How can we help? How can we support? Who do you need introductions to? So there's a lot of things that we do that that's where the $197 goes on a monthly basis. So you've got $697 up front and then $197 a month for the other 11 months, and they get to the end of that and they say, I want to become a member again, and so they pay that next membership fee. So in that first month you've got $697, right? Well, many coaches, consultants and trainers would love to only have 10 customers that they've made $3,500 clear profit on, right? But when you get to month 2 is when it gets really interesting. So already, just in your second month, you've now got another 10 new customers that are coming in. You've got another nearly $7,000. But what's also happening is you've got the 10 from month 1 who are paying their $197, which is nearly $2,000. So in your second month, you've now got nearly $9,000 in that month, just in month 2. As you can see, the numbers, boom, 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 boom. As you go up, right, you're nearly halfway through the year. You've now got you've got nearly $17,000 a month coming in. By month 12, you've got you've got over $30,000 a month coming in. Now, if you've provided an excellent service for your clients, you're not going to have many people drop out. So say it's the 80-20 rule. 20% of those people will say, do you know what, I've had a great time. It's not for me. 80 of them should be, if you've provided a great experience and they've been a part of the growth of it, that you should have at least 80% of your customers staying on for that second year. So whilst ever you're providing value, they will pay you value. So for me, it's like, this is one of the first things many of our members go through when they first join. They want to set up membership. They want retainer income. So that's one of the first things we work on. Because as far as I'm concerned, when you've paid your money, you want to get your money back as fast as possible. Well, all you need is actually a few members on your program for the Brand Builders Club for it to have paid for itself. So if you look at the numbers there, really, step behind that. I'm going to stop sharing the screen, but step behind that and just, those numbers are interesting, right? Don't they inspire you? Does it, it's scalable because we thought of that. That's just in the States, we've got our UK money coming in as well. We've got Canadian money coming in. We've got Euros money coming in. So that model is just based on 10 new members. So if you make that 15 new members, 20 new members, 50 new members, think about those numbers. And, the 39 new members that we had last month, that wasn't because we were really targeting 39 new members. It was because the 100 members that we do have couldn't stop talking about the value they're getting in the Brand Builders Club. So we're not having to do any of the selling anymore. So remember when I said, when Jamie interviewed me, I wanted to build something where I didn't have to sell and that other people would sell it for me. So if I focused on providing such an awesome customer experience that they'd go out and sell for me, they'd do the word of mouth thing, then that would be like the best version of any business that I would love to grow. So, so now I've got my members that are out there really recommending us. And I was in France last week doing the Master Your Message Mastermind. We had a brand new member sign up every single day, and I didn't sign one of those people up. My leadership team signed them up. So just 8 months into the business, that's happening because of the model I've built and the strength and the organizational structure behind it. So these things don't just work because you get out there and just start selling. There's a system and there's a strategy to making this work. So if that's something you want to work through with me, then reach out, because that, I can support you with that within your membership. Okay. And we've got all the talent that you need to make it work, just, if you want to. I don't deal with any of that stuff, but we've got members like Jamie who absolutely will take care of that entire process for you, and you won't have to worry about it. So speaking of Jamie, and I hope that give me a thumbs up or yes, or something in the chat box if that was valuable for you, because just get clear on those numbers, and that might be, it doesn't have to be 597 in the first month. You might have 200 people a month paying you $47. Well, that's still 10 grand a month. You might have 100 people paying you $97. That's 10 grand a month. So the numbers really stack up, and hopefully that made some good sense to you. So speaking of Jamie, we're going to get Jamie back on. So I can hear some tapping going on. Jamie, is that you, or is that?
That's me. That was me.
Awesome. Okay, so Jamie, this is the part where Jamie and I, at the last event, we just kind of, again, baptism by fire. We wanted to try something.
Spur of the moment.
Spur of the moment.
Running by the seat of our pants.
Right. We were just, because actually the reason why, I'll go back to the reason why, is because you can have the best intentions for running a day, having the right content and everything. But by this point on the Members Day, I was going to get up and deliver a totally different session. And I thought, you know what? Their heads are going to explode. We need something that is more, brainstorming. We need to do some masterminding. We need to do something where, we're actually doing something with the stuff that we've learned so far. So rather than fill your head with something else, Jamie and I came up with, just on the spot, this masterminding session, and it worked a treat. Now, we can't run it the same way now that we ran it, because we're running it in groups of 5 or 6.
Although I found a way technologically to do it next time. So for our next online one, we can.
Yeah. Well, I know that it was Zoom rooms and things like that, we can do that, but we'll get up on that technology for next time. But for this time, I just thought, maybe the first 2 or 3 people that come on here, once we're asking the questions, the first 2 or 3 that say, yes, me, we'll get you on, because everybody will learn through your growth and through the answers and the questions that we give you. So I'm going to play a different presentation now. Let me share my screen again. And so, Jamie, if you can keep your mic unmuted so that we can continue on this. So what have we got? We've got until 8:30, so we've got 30 minutes to go through this.
I'm unmuted.
Perfect. Okay, right. So where are we? Here we go. Okay, so are you ready to scale? If not, let's change that. And that's really where we want to get focused here. So what we want you to do is write down what one consistent result do you want all of your customers to talk about when they talk about you. Because just like I said there, the Brand Builders Club is now building itself. I just show up and deliver value from the heart now. I don't have to really get up and sell anything anymore. So, the product sells itself. So I've got loads of people that are going out and talking about this. If you had loads of people going out and talking about you, what one consistent result or one consistent thing would they be talking about?
And this kind of goes back to that question I asked earlier today about your business idea and your business model being the difference that you're making. What is it?
Yeah. And Jamie, because you're there, and I'm obviously seeing my screen, I can't see anything else. If it, you know,
I'm following the chats.
Yeah, when you
Yep.
with that, put it in the chat box so that we can see that you've done it, and then we'll move on. So, Jamie, if you can keep an eye on that for me, please, my darling.
I'll be Vanna. You guys don't know Vanna, do you? Vanna White.
No.
She's the assistant on Wheel of Fortune. That's the one.
Aha. So we would say that you are then our Debbie McGee.
There you go, Debbie McGee.
You'll
Got
be
it.
Debbie McGee.
That's it. All right, so I got a couple of answers. Carol, Kazima, Rachel.
Brilliant. And by the way, you know, this is a great opportunity for you to see what each other do. And there's going to be partnership opportunities. There's going to be things that you post and you think, actually, I you know, maybe we should talk. So also when people are posting them, look from that point of view. How can you partner? What could we do together that would expand my business in front of all your customers, and you could expand all your business in front of my customers, so that, you know, there's a clear path.
I love those kinds of partnerships.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a few more.
Okay.
You guys need another minute, or I'm not seeing all of them yet.
Okay. Well, we'll carry on because you've got these in your workbook, I think, and if not, you know, we'll ask them in the Brand Builders Club group. We'll stick them in there for you, so that you can answer them again. And of course, like, you'll have the replay to this, so you can always go back. Just make a note. What time are we? So 4 hours in. We're 4 hours into the call. So if you go to the replay, go to 4 hours in, you'll find these questions. Okay. So number 2. What one thing is stopping you from growing right now? And you're probably going to know what this is, and just listen to your gut.
Yep.
You might not like the answer, but put the first answer.
That thing that's
Good night.
Yeah, what's stopping you sleeping at night? That's a good one.
Yeah, Rachel, there is a workbook. It's a little further up, but I'll post it again just so you see it.
It's also in the Brand Builders Club group as well, Rachel. If you go into the files section of the Brand Builders Club group, you'll find the workbook, and that way you don't have to scroll through. And by the way, you can just scroll through to find things. If you want to find a video, just click on videos, you'll see all the videos. If you want to find a file, click on files and you'll see all the files. And they will also be up in our online learning center as well. Okay.
Good. All right.
See the
I
number.
did post it again, so.
Okay, let's move on. So question number 3. What one system would make all the difference to your growth right now?
And again, you probably know what this one is as well. So it's one of those things you've been saying, I need XYZ.
And yeah, and I mean, there's all different types of systems. Is it a system for onboarding freelancers or outsourcers? Is it a people-based system? Is it to have all your insurances in place after what we've said about today? Is it an online system? Do you need a different payment system? Would it make a difference to how fast people convert if you were taking money in a different way, or taking it at all? You know, it's like, how many other systems
a written checklist? Yeah, all kinds of things.
All
right. A consistent client getting system. I like that.
Yeah, so a funnel system. Customer journey.
Sales and onboarding. Loads more, but that's my start. I love it.
Okay, perfect. Let's go to question number 4.
What is stopping me? Technology. Sorry.
What one team member would make the biggest difference to your growth right now? And again, right, just imagine you're in your sand pit. We're not thinking, oh my God, I haven't got the money, I haven't got the time, I haven't got the resources, blah, you know, remove all the blah. Yeah. If we're in the sandbox and you didn't have to worry about any of that stuff, what one team member would make the biggest difference to your growth right now? What kind of answers have we got coming in, Jamie?
Peggy Lee needs a ghostwriter. Peggy Lee, you need to talk to Chris.
Yeah.
Rachel can use an online business manager.
Peggy Lee, are you going to be at the Orlando event? I know obviously you're going to be at the New York one, but are you going to be at the Orlando? Are you going to be at the 11th of October? Didn't know if you're going to Unconference this year, but
yes, I'll be there.
Chris will be there on the Members Day. Chris is speaking.
Yeah, he is.
In fact, we've just secured a very, very special person for the Orlando Members Day who you are going to want to know. So remind me about that before we end this call, because very exciting, very, very exciting person from the
Avatar.
Movies. Yeah, from the movies, Avatar and King Kong and what was the other one? I can't remember the other one. I've got it.
There were a bunch of them.
I think it was
several like
Nemo or something as well. So, yeah, you're going to want to be there.
Good. All right. So I think we've got online business managers seem to be, and assistants seem to be the consistent one.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to question number 5. What one question can we answer to make the greatest difference to your business growth over the next 12 months? So if you could ask us anything, what would you ask? Put it in the chat box and we'll take at least the first 3. What one question? So I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, Rachel was the first person to ask a question. So Rachel.
Great. Geert has one.
Geert, yeah, and Fiona, I don't think you're muted, or I can't mute you. So just in case the noise is coming from there, if you could mute, please. Okay, so we'll answer at least the first 3. And if we can get to more, then we absolutely will. We've got 20 minutes to answer questions. So Rachel, unmute yourself, my darling. If you unmute yourself and let's answer your question for you. And so where is Rachel? So many people on the call.
That's a good thing.
There we go. Rachel, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We
There you
can.
are. Yay. Rachel, hello. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. It's been great so far.
Oh, brilliant. I'm glad you've got some value. What's been your favorite bit so far?
Just a realization that sticking my head in the sand does not help me. Believe it or not, it was like I've never wanted to look at numbers, and I don't. And do I know my business? Of course not. I didn't think that that was such an integral part, but now I realize that it is. I hear an echo. It's probably me.
No, I'm not sure where that echoes because I'm hearing it too. Sammy, are you hearing it or is it coming from you?
I'm not hearing it, no. So I'm just hearing a bit of kind of banging around. Okay, so what is your question, Rachel? Just very quickly, just tell us a little bit about your business, maybe 30 seconds about, who you are, what you do, because we don't know you. This is our first introduction to you. So tell us a bit about yourself.
So I am a business coach, and I've heard a handful of other coaches talk about finding out what the fastest path to cash is. And I'm asking the question because, as I learn more, there's so many tasks to handle. And since I'm not in a position yet to hire help, even though I realized during your time here that I really do need help to grow, I can't do it all yet. So what can I focus on to get a consistent stream of cash? I suspect that's having a consistent way of getting clients, but I haven't mastered that yet. So I have feast and famine in my business.
Okay, so just to get a clearer idea before we answer the question, so are you providing any group coaching programs at the moment? Do you do any masterminds? Like, how are you getting your customers at the moment as well?
I've tried doing group programs. Interestingly, I can create a group if it's free, because I've done free just to get people to, get them a chance to get to know me. But trying to get people to enroll for a paid group program has not proved profitable yet. So I'm stuck doing one-on-one, which I know is a crazy way to, well, it's not crazy. It's just going to take a whole lot longer to become profitable because I can't do it all.
No, and why would,
for money.
Why would you want to either? Okay, so Rachel, I think we know enough at the moment. So Jamie, we are both coaches. In effect, we are both coaches, and so many people on this call are as well. So how have we monetized? I think would be a great question, because obviously I went from delivering branding and websites and physical stuff to taking my knowledge and selling that instead. So at what point did that become profitable? I think would be a really good answer for you. And I would say the moment that I systemized my knowledge was when I started to make money from it. So I'd been coaching as part of my agency. One of the things that I did was brand strategy. So I was coaching my clients, but what I didn't do was systemize it. So I was getting consistent results. I was making millions of pounds, dollars, and euros for my clients every year, but I hadn't systemized that process. And it wasn't until I sat down and thought, how is it that I'm getting these consistent results? And I mapped it out, and it worked out that I was actually doing 37 different things consistently and in order. I don't even know how I was doing it. I mean, to me, it was just a natural thing. But when I broke it down and I looked at that, I thought, wow, that's actually a lot. No wonder I'm getting these consistent results for the clients that are really applying themselves to it. So I then modularized that. So I broke those 37 things down over 5 stages. And there were 7 to 8 different things under each stage. And I turned it into a 12-month program. A 12-week program. That was a 12-week program called the Brand Accelerator Program. And some of you on this call are on here because you've been on the Brand Accelerator Program. So I don't sell that anymore. So it's interesting. When I first started, in my first 12 weeks of launching How to Build a Brand, that's what I focused on. I took my knowledge, I systemized it because I could prove a result when people followed it. And then I set to work on building really great relationships with people over a 12-week period. By week 10, I started to make the sales at £1,000 a month. And, by week 12, I had £18,000 a month coming in. So I had 18 clients paying me £1,000 a month. And that was from just taking my knowledge and turning it into something that was really valuable. Now, I didn't just, do it out of, I'm just going to pluck this out of thin air. I spoke to one of the one of the people that I'd been talking to for a while. So you've already got people in your network, most likely, like I did. And I started picking up the phone and reaching out to people that I already knew. And it just so happened that a guy called Jem Scragg said, Sammy, I've been wanting to work with you for ages, but I couldn't afford you at 20 grand for this product. I'd love for you to teach me how to do it though. And I said, that's really strange because I've just started systemizing that. How about you're my first client that goes through it? Well, now I had to kick up the backside to actually create it because I had a paying client that was pretty much paying for me to create the process. So get that one client and then build it around them. And because Jem had a consistent problem that so many millions of people have is I don't have enough customers, I don't have a funnel, and I don't know where to start. And if I've got customers, then I'll know what to do with them, but what do I do there? And so for me, my job was to cure his invisibility. And that's what I did. So I created that program around him, and every video I created, every email I sent out, I did so knowing that that was going to become a template that every single client would go through after that to make my job easier. And then I could spend more time with the client because the system was handling the work. And that's when I invested in Infusionsoft, and that's one of the things that Jamie works with. And so, for me, that's when I monetized. So I went from 0 to £18,000 a month, which in dollars would be about, I don't know, $23,000 a month, which from 0 in 12 weeks, it's just a case of, doing something consistently well. And in fact, I reverse engineered that process and I turned it into a mini course, which is in the Brand Builders Club. So for those of you that are in the Brand Builders Club, the mini course is called How to Productize Your Knowledge in 5 Simple Steps. And there's the 90-minute masterclass that breaks down week by week by week by week exactly what I did to achieve that £18,000 a month. So Rachel, that would be something that, if you did consider becoming a member, that would be one of the first things that I would point you to get you going through that, to systemize this so that you can sell it and then you can scale it.
Absolutely.
And Jamie, if you've got anything to add to that.
I do. Sammy, can you hit mute on yours for a minute to see if that takes the, thank you. Oh, it does. Yay. Okay. So we'll need you to mute when you're not talking, Sammy. For some reason, there's an echo there now. Yes, Rachel, and first of all, when I talked earlier about the working on your business versus in your business, for everybody on the call, those sprints take you 20 to 30 minutes a day. And if you commit to doing one of those once a week, that's working on your business, which is building the strategy and helping to build who you want to be and what's going to be the most important thing for you. And that's going to help you scale and grow. Productizing individual products and selling them on a one-off is the easiest way to make the money. The second one is group coaching calls type of things. So you can maximize your time for money. So having Sammy's 21-day challenges are just amazing. So you said you can put a group together for free. So put them together as a 21-day challenge, give them a little bit of information, 5-10 minutes every day of something. And then at the end of it, say, wasn't this great? Because now they're hooked on you. Kind of the drug addict model. You keep giving them for a couple of days, they get hooked, and now they can't live without you, right? So when you do that, that's going to get them to know, like, and trust you. And now they're ready to pay to stay on that program with you. So that's a great way to kick off a group coaching type of program that can be monetized quickly and not take tremendous amounts of your time. The other question I would ask you is, for your one-on-one calls, when you have a group coaching program, you can raise your rates on your one-on-one calls because that's more exclusivity. So if somebody is taking your time one-on-one, it needs to be worth your value, and they need to realize what your value is. So look at what others in your industry are charging, what's an average rate, and go there at least. And I like to go above because I'm far from average, right? And you are too. So we want to raise our rates a little above that. Does that sound like some ideas?
Yes, thank you both, Sammy and Jane. It's very helpful information. I think I have an echo too.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, Rachel, I'm so pleased that's given you stuff, and we can always take this offline and see how we can support you in the way that you need it. Okay,
Okay,
so
love it. Thank you both.
it is my pleasure. So I'm going to mute you there. I don't know if that's going to stop the echo, but we have another question. So we're going to come to Geert. Geert, can you unmute your mic for us, please, so you can ask us your question? Hello, my dear. All the way from
Hi. Yes, well, my business is about helping entrepreneurial people, especially women who struggle with stress, fatigue, but mainly weight issues. And I'm very well in helping them actually to really find the root source of it and to solve it. And up to now, I found actually that mainly my customers came by mouth to mouth, and it's still one-to-one surfing. And I'm a little bit, so I'm prioritizing my knowledge at the moment. So when I serve my customers, I make products out of it, but I didn't sell them yet. And I struggle with actually how to continue in that, because I love to have group coaching sessions, but I understand actually that most women feel insecure about their issues, which are really important for them, or what are really the cause. So I feel that it's kind of mixture needed in a mixture of genetic stuff, which is general for everybody to explain. That can be in a group session, but really one-to-one to go to the root cause and to serve them there. So I'm a little bit struggle how to proceed in that way, and how to set up a system and a funnel, for instance, how to attract more people. Because now I'm actually my online presence is rather low, and I really would like to bring it to the marketplace in a way that is really vibrate to my ideal customers and show more who I am, because most people who are in now, they get to know me because they get other people who reference them and referrals actually.
Okay, so Jamie, I think this is a good one for you. I'm going to mute just in case I'm still echoing.
Thank you. Now, and what you're dealing with, Geert, is a very, because you and I have had a one-on-one session. So it is most definitely a more highly personal piece of what they're doing. But the program, so that initial strategy, the initial conversation about what their challenges are and how they're doing, that would be something that I would think would have to be a private one-on-one kind of session. But the coaching and the programs and the process is something that could very definitely be done by a group call, because they're going to learn from one another from that too. Just like in this situation, we're talking about you and Rachel, and others are learning from that. So that's something that can very easily be done there. As far as the systems, there are ways. I have clients that we've set up quasi membership programs. So they don't necessarily have a membership site like our brand builder site, but they're sending out pieces of information by email or by different things that are automated through things like Infusionsoft, that week 1 they get this video, week 2 they get this video. So it's you doing the one-on-one training, you're teaching and giving the content to them. They're receiving it in a personal way. They're able to respond back, whether it's in a Facebook group that they can communicate with or different things like that. So that would be one of the ways I would think of systematizing and building what you do. Sammy, do you have any other things to add to that?
Yeah, so it's interesting that, there are people that are going through their weight loss journey that maybe they don't want to be around people. But I ran 2 Slimming World franchises for about 7 years. And I had 80 to 100 men and women turning up every week week in, week out, that were, even when they got to their ideal weight, they were still coming back because the process was enjoyable for them. You know, we made it fun, we made it engaging, and actually the power of the community, what was, one of the things that did keep them coming back, because
and accountability.
They liked the accountability. They liked the fact that when someone, if they had a bad week, that, you know, so other people also had a bad week, they didn't feel guilty, they didn't feel ashamed or embarrassed. They'd come in and they'd be, you know, because we made it all right, we made it a safe place. It's like, you know, if you're gonna do this, then at least have fun doing it. The worst thing is when you come in feeling guilty about it and you put the weight on. It's like, did you enjoy it immensely? Yes, awesome. At least you enjoyed every moment. Now let's get you back on track again. And so, you know, we made it a really enjoyable environment. And again, looking back, even back then, my members were volunteering to, you know, to be a part of the process. So I literally just used to be able to turn up, and they would have done all of the work, you know. There was a people system behind that, and it's funny that it's making me think that now. I didn't realize it at the time, but that's exactly what I was doing. And so, you know, I would look at that, and also, you know, again, like, look at the text marketing side of things. For those people that do want to go through that journey on their own, you know, just sending them a little text every day that they wake up to, even if you charge like €10 a month to have people, you know, have that text sent out to them every day, you know, like, how many different ways could you say, come on, you've got this, you're really doing well. Just, you know, remember, drink that glass of water before you do anything now. Get up, go and drink a glass of water. You know, reward your body for the fact that it's been working really hard all night. Whatever, you know, if you want to create a video and send that by text, that'll be even more powerful, because then they're going to feel like they're speaking to you. And for every text or video that you create that goes out by text message, that can also, when you can afford to, can then go into Infusionsoft or something like that, that would then be systemized. And then that could become a 21-day product. Once you've done 21 days of that, that could go on into a 21-day weight loss challenge. It could, and that challenge, you could deliver live every day, 5 minutes of video, just go and get shit done. And then the next day, come back. How did you do after 21 days? You've got a whole community that's building. People are going out and inviting other people to become part of that community. And, you know, and at the end of that, you can observe them to, hey, look, you know, I can't be here forever. We've been here for the last 21 days. What you've done cleverly and psychologically is you've created a habit. You've made yourself a habit by having them do something with you for 21 days. Then you say, you know, I can't be here all the time, but I have got a text messaging, or I've got a product where, you know, I'm going to send you a text every morning to make sure that you get out of bed and you do the things that you need to for your own health. Because when you show up, you can show up better for the people around you. And, you know, and that could be productized in so many ways. When I ran the 21-day Brand Builders Challenge, I created that for several reasons. The first 7 days of that challenge, I wanted to test, because the Master Your Message Mastermind Retreat, 5 intensive days out of my business with 6 people, I can't do that anymore. And so I thought, I've got to find a way of systemizing this, because what I was finding was the members that were coming to the Brand Builders Club that were absolutely flying and really nailing it were the ones who had been through the Master Your Message Mastermind program. And the ones that were coming into it, that, you know, they knew what they were doing, and they were going through things, but the stuff that they were putting out was nowhere near as strong. I thought, I've got to find a way, because they can't afford $5,000 each to come to this thing and take like 7 days out of their business by the time you've traveled on, you know, either side of it and everything. And so how can I systemize this process? So the first 7 days of the 21-day challenge were me testing that content. And I got such interesting results from that, that once I'd got all the feedback from it, I then was able to create the actual videos. And I created that product, which became the 7-Step Brand Kickstarter, which is the first thing that every single member in the Brand Builders Club goes through. And you went through that too, Kit. So, you know, it's like you go through that process. Now you're ready. Now you're ready. You've got your messaging. You know what your brand colors are. You know what you're selling, how much you're selling it for. You're verified, because it's like, well, why me? Why now? So we go through that whole process. Your mission, your pitch, the vision, verification, values, all those things are included in that first 7 steps. So I would say, you know, have something that your members go through at first, that you know, it is included within the price, but actually it makes your job easier, and it makes your results consistent. And then I've then had all 21 days transcribed, and those 21 days have become workbooks, video instructions, and I've also copied the audio out. So now there's a bundle where people can go through a 21-day brand building system, and you know, and it's just me on video. So I created one video every day, but I've now got unlimited amounts of content from that. Think of the amount of social media posts I could get from one of those workbooks. So, you know, I just focus on one thing. Stop trying to sell a massive program, and maybe just focus at first on one thing that's going to get them focused, one thing that's going to get them committed, and then one thing that you're going to give them every single day that keeps them building momentum. And it might be that that's a 12-week program, and you're online, a bit like I do my Get Shit Done calls every Monday. I'm on Zoom, or my team, one of my team is on Zoom for an hour every Monday from 2 till 3 p.m. UK time. People show up or they don't. The people that show up, they get their questions answered. The people that don't, they might be on there next week because they're okay this week. Just be there for them. And then they can drop in. It's like a little drop-in center. You know, come drop in for a coffee. Just adding these little the customer-focused heartbeats can make all the difference to your program working. And that's just some ideas for you. Here, does that help you at all?
Yes, very helpful. Yes. I see now that there is a kind of approach which I can take to build it, actually, because I was confusing myself to thinking that it is so much which need to be in place. But it's actually building with small building steps to build it actually up and repurposing this later on.
Yeah.
It's very helpful. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Sammy, very much.
It is my
pleasure. So you're only doing it live the first time, and then you're turning it into a product. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. It's brilliant, and it's so simple, and everyone goes, oh, it's so simple, and then they don't do it because then they overcomplicate it, and it's really simple. So we'll just do one more question, and that's for Sylvie, because I think there's, you know, all of the answers. By the way, just give us a yes or a thumbs up or whatever. Have our answers to other people helped you in any way? Because, you know, it's important for us that everybody is learning from this. So, Sylvie, let's just unmute you very quickly, because I don't think it's going to be necessarily a long answer for you. But do you want to ask us your question?
Okay. Hi, everybody. My question is a very pragmatic one. When you have your products online and you're actually, you know, selling them, you have a scheme where they can pay monthly. The way I've worked so far is that I ask them to pay everything up front. And because there are businesses who have a bit of experience and cash flow, etc., they were able to do so. On an exceptional basis, a few of my clients would say, please, can I pay in 3 times, those kind of things, so I would agree with them. But now that I'm systematizing, going digital, etc., I would like to put those monthly schemes in place. And the question then I have is, life happens to people, you know, the card is blocked, they don't have cash flow or whatever, and they stop paying you. So how do you manage that part? Does it cost a lot to your business? How do you make sure it doesn't damage the relationship with the clients? because when you start asking money and, you know, they get all a bit nervous because they can't pay and and really you don't want to damage your brand by starting to argue with clients, those kind of things. So
yeah, the great question, absolutely great question, Sylvie, thank you. And one that I think everybody would love to know the answer to. Okay, so from personal experience, I found this last year when I first launched the Brand Builders Club, because we did 9 months of testing, and you know, we did 14-day sprints that were just too much. People couldn't do that, so we put them back 10 days. That was still too much. So 7 days. 5 days was the perfect amount of time. 5 days, 5 minutes of instruction, 15 minutes of action. And that works brilliantly for our members. And we really tested and measured that. We tested all kinds of things in that 9 months. And one of the things that I tested was people paying on a monthly basis. So there was no contract. It was just £97 a month. And what I found was I had all those problems that you were talking about. And it was very interesting. When it got to the end of that 9-month period, and I looked back, so I had historical data, it was in black and white, and I also had emotional data, because I'd worked with all those people individually, and I knew everyone that was in the club. I could see where the problem was. And the problem was with the type of customer that I was attracting. And so with the £97 a month, you know, it was like, you know, when people don't pay, they don't pay attention. And when they don't pay enough, they also don't pay attention. So you've got to make the price painful enough that they've got to find it and work for it and get a result, but not so much that, you know, they've got nothing left over and they can't eat or whatever. So that was the first lesson. So I needed to increase the price. That's one of the things I needed to do. The second thing I needed to do was get even clearer on my customer. So I had a lot of, I would say, like very embryonic businesses, but that wasn't the problem. You know, because there were a lot of business owners, they'd been in business or they'd been working for many years. They'd already been doing this. They were living, breathing, eating, sleeping it, walking and talking it. But now they were turning it into their business, not someone else's, or they wanted to get it right first time. So the problem wasn't how young or established they were in business. The problem was their mindset about it. And what I found over time, and all the traveling that I've done in the last 4 years, I found that no matter where I am in the world, this still applies. And this comes up every Members Day, actually. So it's interesting. It comes up time and time again. So I will say it again, just, you know, because it really helps to embed this in your thinking. So you obviously know the difference between an entrepreneur mindset and a business owner mindset. I mean, they're two totally different mindsets. But there's also a very different mindset between a business owner and an entrepreneur. And many entrepreneurs, many business owners, shall I say, call themselves entrepreneurs. But they're not really ready to be entrepreneurs. And I was this 7 years ago, which was why I got stuck in my business, which was why I got so involved in the operational mechanics of it, and a control freak, and I couldn't let it go, that I realized that actually the difference between a business owner mindset and an entrepreneur's mindset, and this is, you know, this is my belief, this is my belief of what I believe to be true, is that a business owner uses this kind of language. How can I get more customers? How can I make more money? How can I make my business bigger? How can I increase my prices? How can I? Whereas the entrepreneurs that I've met that are doing really well, they have a business that does all of that. But their language is, how can you change your life as a result of something that I know, or something that I've created, or something that I do? How can you? And what I found is, as entrepreneurs, we dance between this. We dance in and out of it, because you have to. especially if there's only you in the business. You're dancing in operations, but the difference is the language that you say to yourself and the mindset that you have. So at any point that you find yourself with your head in your hands going, how can I get more customers, is the moment that you are in business owner mindset. You're not going to be creative in that mindset. You're not going to be able to innovate. You're going to be focused on the problem rather than the solution most of the time. But in entrepreneur mindset, if you catch yourself and you say, well, hang on a minute, I'm just thinking, okay, let's think differently here. How can all the people I know that have the problem that I can solve, how can they change their lives as a result of something I can create? Now you're into creativity, now you're into innovation, and now you're into the place and the mindset and the state where you will create products and services that really do meet the needs and the demands of your customers. And you'll be so focused on them that you'll be creating. You'll be so focused on them that you'll be making money. You'll be so focused on them that they can't wait to tell other people about you, because what you're delivering is so absolutely freaking shit hot awesome that they're going to go and tell other people about you before you finish creating it. And that's what happened with the Brand Accelerator program. Jem started going through it. He started to get really significant results very quickly. Even on exercise 3 of 37, he already tripled his prices and doubled the amount of customers he had on day 3. So people are starting to then take notice of him and go, how is he doing this? He starts telling them, oh, I've joined this Brand Accelerator program. I've then got these people coming to me. I'm nowhere near freaking finished creating this thing. And it's a great problem to have, right? So I really would, think about that mindset, Sylvie. And so when it came to us having done all of our research, by the end of that 9 months, by September last year, I knew what the Brand Builders Club needed to be. It needed to be a 12-month program. People needed to commit for 12 months because I knew I could get the results. If they were with me for a month, I could get some great results. If they're with me for 12 months, I can make a significant impact on their life. And so I broke it down and I said, okay, so like in English pounds, this is going to be £597 for you to join because it's front loaded. And there's loads of stuff we're going to do in that first month. And then after that, you're going to be supported and guided by me and our coaches and a load of other brand builders on the journey that you need to take. So that's going to be £97 a month, which works out to about, I don't know, £1,700 for a year. If you pay £1,500 up front, I'll reward you by knocking a couple of £100 off. So now you've got consistent monthly income coming in. They're on a 12-month contract and clear contracts, and we're going to talk about that in a bit. Clear contracts and agreements sort out any argument. There is no argument. You might have a couple of customers that come to you with that challenge. But because I realized I wasn't targeting business owners anymore, I was targeting entrepreneurs that have a business, or people that wanted to think like an entrepreneur and wanted to hang around with entrepreneurs so they became one naturally. And that's a very different mindset to the kind of mindset that, a business owner mindset, because they're so operational, they will be completely stuck. And they're the people that were really struggling the most on the process, because they were getting so stuck in what they were doing. They couldn't be working on their business. They were saying, I can't take 5 minutes out of my business. I was like, then you need it even fucking more.
Exactly.
Then you really, that's just telling me you really need this. So does that help, Sylvie?
Yes, it helps in the sense that it's always a very good reminder to say, who are my ideal customers? And I only focus on a certain kind of customers with a value set and the value that I give to them, etc. Maybe my question was a bit more, practical. Like,
yeah, I have a
work
second.
when it unfortunately happens? And indeed, it's not the majority of the time that it happens, but it can happen. And because we are a global community, when we are scaling up, the very thing that happens is that we go outside of a certain comfort zone. We go to new countries, or we go to new customers, or we intake a new topic where we can add value because our customers have asked us that question. So we start giving them some answers, etc. And while we are doing that, that's where we can sometimes meet the situations where, you know, we'll have a customer or two that won't pay.
Yeah.
There is also a huge cultural difference. I work across several continents, and I can tell you that the relationship with money, the relationship with payment, the relationship with a contract varies very differently depending on the culture. So
yeah.
that's why
I absolutely hear you. So what I wanted to do, because this is how Jamie and I work, I will always give you the emotional customer response, and Jamie will give you this is the stuff, the tangible, this is what you need to do stuff. So that's how we marry what we do so well. So Jamie, I know that you're dying to to give your side of that, because it perfectly fits with, and I know it's going to. So yeah, Jamie, what would you say?
Well, there's a couple of things, and it depends on what the product is you're selling too. So if it's a product that is very one-on-one intensive, things like that, again, the contracts and things are something you need to create up front, and the relationship that you're building with them needs to be one around service and what they're receiving and your value. So that conversation about, this is how I'm helping you, not it's all about me, Sylvie, and my getting paid. So that has to be, you know, we want to continue building and growing. I just had to have a conversation with somebody who has booked 4 free one-on-one sessions and books an hour every time she books them. And I had to say, look, I love you, I'm willing to help you, but you've got to get your shit together and tell me what you want, and I'll be happy to help you after that. So, you know, we have to be very careful about who and what our relationship is with them. But I agree 100% with what Sammy said. Now, from the practical side, from the system side and building the systems, there are systems like PayPal and Infusionsoft and Stripe that you can use to build a automated subscription system. Now, depending upon how you build it, when we build membership sites, for instance, if you want an inexpensive membership site, they have access to all of the content, but they only have it as long as they have paid their subscription. That's part of the agreement up front. You are month to month, but the minute you don't pay, you get cut off. Just so they know that, you're setting the expectations. Good fences make great neighbors, we say here in the United States, right? As long as you know what the expectations are up front, then it's not damaging your brand because you made that very clear to them up front when you did it. And when we do that, systems that we build will automatically, it will say, hey, Susie, your payment didn't go through. You're going to have access for 5 days and we'll retry in 5 days. But if it doesn't go through next time, because sometimes it's credit card expiration dates have changed, things like that. So it's a simple, you know, cash flow issues, whatever, that they can solve. So we give them the chance to fix it and still give them access to the site. But if after 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, you decide what it is, then we give them a second message and say, your card has not been updated yet. Your access has been put on hold until that's rectified. And then the system, again, it's all automated. So it's not management on your part of having to do it. The expectations are set. We're giving them clear conversation about what's happening, and you're able to cut it out. Make sense?
Yeah.
And another thing to add to that as well. Thank you, Jamie. I knew you would swoop in and you would have brilliant advice. You always do. Another thing that I would also add to that is use a system for taking your money. Like we use Stripe and Go Cardless. So Go Cardless doesn't work across every country, so we can't use it in every country. But for if somebody wants to go onto a direct debit, we use Go Cardless. For Stripe, for system payments, for recurring memberships globally, we use Stripe. And so obviously each of those processes, I think Go Cardless takes about 1%, and Stripe is about 2.3%. PayPal will take about 3%. So, you know, use whatever system. And we covered this actually in the last set of events. So when we were talking about systemizing, so payment systems were one of the things we touched on. So the way I have mine set up is my accountant, she does bookkeeping and all kinds of stuff. I just pay her a set fee every month. And what she does, so I have my team every morning go in, they check Stripe, has anything bounced? Usually it is a card problem, like the card expired or whatever, something like that. So they will then export that and send it to Vicky. Vicky will go through, she makes the contact with the clients. So have somebody that deals with credit control for you, and they can do all of that, you know. So Vicky used to do it all, but now I've got a team that are starting to build up in-house. We can deal with more of those things ourselves. When it's just you, then, you know, maybe have a bookkeeper or somebody that you just pay to go in, you know, at the beginning for an hour every day at some point, maybe at lunchtime, go in at lunchtime, so it's halfway through the day, catch any payments that haven't been made, so that person can make the call and let them know, by the way, this hasn't gone through, you know, can we update your payment details, or is there a problem? Let them deal with it, because that's going to take the personal customer relationship problem away from you. And very rarely does it become a problem. And if it ever does, then you jump on the phone and you would have been spending that time with them anyway. But, you know, the right customer is rarely going to do that. But like Jamie says, you know, sometimes there's problems, cards expire, you know, it could be any reason. Most of the time when someone doesn't make a payment, it's because their card has been compromised, like stolen, bag's been stolen, they've had to call the bank, and, you know, and they've got all these people they're making payments to, they've forgotten to contact us. You know, it's really innocent reasons most of the time why someone hasn't paid. So, you know, if you're working with the right clients, that you'll usually have that as a thing. And sometimes they genuinely can't. So as Jamie said, you say, okay, no worries. What we're going to do is pause the subscription, or pause the content, or pause the program. You know, let's get you up to date, and then let's start again. And if it's that they, you know, they can't afford it because something's happened with their cash flow, what can you provide as a service, or what system or what program do you have that you could say, do you know what, I realize this is a problem for you. Like we've got the 10K in 10 days. So if someone is having a problem with cash flow, but they've got something to sell, we'll say, right, get yourself, go through the sprint, the masterclass and the mini course on how to create 10K in 10 days. Because most of the people that go through that create 20 to 30. So create something. If it's becoming a consistent problem, which you're just starting, so it's not yet, but if you can foresee that there might be a problem, the first person that has that problem, create something for them, get them to create the money so that they can pay you, and then you sell that to other people, because you've proven a way of being able to help people to pay you. That your course or whatever is paying for itself. Does that help?
Yeah, very much so. Many thanks, Sammy and Jamie. And I love this session that we are having with all the questions. It's just great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do a lot more on the live sessions because we can.
I was going to say, yeah, in the live one, it's really fun. And I love working with Sammy, because we really do. We are like two halves of a brilliant brain. So it comes out together. So she's been singing my praises all day. I need to sing Sammy. So let's say thank you to Sammy for all the stuff she does, and having put this together for all of us to get together. So there you go.
We are the brand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvie. So I'm going to suggest, you know, we're running about 20 minutes over, but I wanted to keep that going because I did think that that was a really important question for every single person on the call. So if you got some value from that, you know, let us know. There are some other things in here, like, yes, whenever we take a payment in America, because there's a security, and I'm glad they do this, that, you know, they've got really high security alerts, but when you buy our program and you're paying in American dollars, we always have the problem that the bank stops the card. So then you have to call the bank to give them permission so that they can put the card transaction through. And that happens every time relentlessly. So now we're looking at setting up an account over in the States so that that doesn't become a problem. And so, you know, you're going to find these things. And, you know, it's one of the reasons we set an account up. We have our business in Alberta, in Canada, was because it was so much easier to take payments from Canadian clients in Canadian dollars. You know, and you can do that, and you can set systems up like Stripe. It will, you know, you pay a little plug-in type thing every month, and it will just breathe in at the same time as talking. Only I could probably do that. But yes, so then you've got these payments that are coming in, but they're coming in on the currency. Now you can do that via Stripe and systems, but it doesn't work quite as well, and you're losing a lot of money on the exchange rate. So I've got that account in Canada, and I buy flights, I buy things with it that you know, it's kind of play money really. But you know, just grow it, you'll find that.
Yeah, I've discovered, if that can help some people in the call, Revolut, which is a neobank, and it's based in the UK actually. And they provide currencies, or they provide accounts in as many currencies as you want, like the 34 main currencies used in the world. So I find it very handy. I don't use it as my main bank account, but, you know, as I work globally, I find it very handy to have, you know, a sub account in dollars, a sub account in Canadian dollars, a sub account in euros, in pounds, because I spend, you know, half of my time in the UK, half of my time in Paris, etc. So it was very easy to set up. 1 hour, not even 1 hour, 30 minutes online. They ask
save you a whole lot of hassle forever.
And you start, so if that can help.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you for that, Sylvie. Could you put the link to it, or Google it, find the link for it and stick it in the chat box? That'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So if you can mute your I'm losing the my mouth is working at a different pace to my brain right now. It's like it's coming up to 9 o'clock. It's coming up to 9 o'clock UK time. So, okay, we are, like I say, we're running about 25 minutes, no, about 20 minutes behind. So I want to catch that up if we can. So let's just have a look here. Where are we at on the agenda? Okay, so we're going to go into your 12-week business growth strategy. What I'm going to suggest you do is get up, shake your body, shake your booty, like dance around, get that energy going. I'm absolutely busting for a pee. Too much information, I know, but I've been drinking a lot of Pellegrino as we've been on the call. So go and grab some more water. Get up, shake your body about, maybe go to the toilet or the restroom, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Zumba, yes, Donna, you know, lead the Zumba. Donna, put your video on and lead a Zumba. I'm going to be just a couple of minutes while I nip to Lou, and then I'll be back. So energize yourself, and then we'll get started on your 12-week planning. So let's make your next 3 months the best month that you've ever had in business so far. So there you go. I will see you. I'm just going to pop this on mute, and I'll see you in just 2 or 3 minutes. Okay? See you in a bit.
We do need to move. The mind can absorb what the seat can endure. But if our seat can't endure anymore, neither can this.
So that's a really good point, Donna. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the camera on you.
Oh, goody.
I want you to show us some of those Tallahassee Zumba moves. Get everyone going. Get that body shaking. And I will be back in a couple of minutes.
There you go. Go for it, Donna.
We don't have music.
So you can play some.
My microphone doesn't really work on my laptop. We really don't have music. I'm just suggesting get up there and shake it all.
There you go.
Yeah, because
And if you're not willing to shake, I'll stand here and answer
no,
questions.
you just
too.
got to get it all going.
There you go. Look, see my wings?
I do. But see, that's why mine are covered. Notice?
No. Those I have covered. It's these that are.
Oh, yeah. So I'm doing my cleaning out of my closet, and those skimpy little tops now are not those that I'm keeping.
I just got rid of a bunch of those myself.
Yes, but what is wonderful is they make this little thing called Sleevey Wonders that you can get on Amazon. So it's a sheer thing that just comes across here and it snaps and you can wear it underneath, and they come in all colors, and then you have the sheer arm.
Oh.
I even use them for dancing because I don't, my costumes aren't always full coverage. So anymore, I don't wear the bare midriff costumes anymore either, unless that's covered by sheer. So, yeah. So the last dance performance, I put it underneath my top, and
Very cool.
Looked fine. It looked like part of the costume.
Well, see that? I'm going to have to go search those out now.
Yeah, Sleevey Wonders. And they're wonderful. There, Tazima's got it going. I can see her. She's doing this.
All right,
like that.
Tazima, she is. I love it. The rest of us are on
I know.
hide.
Yeah, because if I dance too much longer, I'm going to have to hit the loo myself.
There you go. I was going to say, I just came back from that. So, oh, these are very cool, Donna. I'm going to have to buy some.
Aren't they cool? But they have all different colors. Do you see that?
Yeah, and they actually have some that have like this kind of sleeves.
Yes,
too.
they do. Some of them are like lace, like a black lace to accent a black dress. I just got, I have the ecru color, and then I have turquoise, and I have black.
Very cool.
You can't see my hips, but they're hitting my elbows as I bring them down because I'm shaking that part too.
You're good.
It's scientifically proven that you learn faster. You have accelerated learning if you're dancing. So
yes,
there you go. Go to Zima.
No, but that's also one of the things. Number one thing to promote longevity and brain health as you age, because it's it's about choreography and moving the body. So you have to use your brain and your body.
Awesome.
So I'm going to dance as long as I can.
Thank you, Donna. I think that was
You're welcome.
awesome. I Zumbaed my way to the loo and I Zumbaed my way back.
All right, you're back. I'm going.
Yes. Okay. So we'll mute you. That's awesome, Jamie. So Tiffany has said she uses an app called Basecamp. I use that too. I've used it for years. I've gone away from it. I've come back to it. I've gone away from it. I've come back to it. I use Basecamp. In fact, Donna, all of the team, before we had our membership site built, I was using Basecamp and still do for some of the things that we haven't got across into the online area for our ambassadors yet, but I still use Basecamp. And so Donna, you quite regularly will go into Basecamp and go and get the things that I've set for Donna, for the team. And so I manage my teams and tasks using that too. So let's get started on your 12-week planning, your next 3 months of success. Carol, thank you so much for joining us, even though you weren't feeling very well. I'll put the replay into the Brand Builders Club group, no worries. And so you'll be able to watch just this little bit. It's this tiny bit at the end, although you were at the UK Day a few weeks ago, so you are prepared. You've already been through this already. Okay, good. So let me go and grab the presentation. Where are we? Okay, screen. Away we go. Okay, so this quote I think really sums up, before we start going into the 12-week planning session. We all die. The goal isn't to live forever. The goal is to create something that will. I find that really powerful. because too often in business owner mindset, it's easy for us to go, gotta sell, gotta sell, gotta sell. But ultimately, if you create something that serves, then you will always sell. So think of serving rather than selling. And from that emotional place of really contribution, impact, really creating the results that the people that follow you, your tribe, the results that they need. And that's a really powerful way to look at this. So I love that quote. I turned that into a nice little graphic for you because I thought that was really cool. And to take that further, I want you to answer now in the chat box, what brand will you have built by the 29th of September 2030? Remember the UN Global Goals 2030 was their cut-off point to have achieved all of those things. It's the 29th of September today. So in 12 years from now, where do you want your brand to be? What will you have built in that time? And I always love this, this element of that, which is how many lives will you have made an impact on by then? So really, as you start to think about that, how many lives will you have impacted on? Well, let's imagine that for each person you work with that pays you, for each person, they go out and be the best demonstration of what you do, and that has an impact on 10 people around them. And that they start showing up differently as a result of that. And so 10 more people are impacted as a result of that. There's a huge ripple that is created as a result of you showing up. One of the things that I set as a goal this year in January was that over the next 12 months, i.e. by December this year, I wanted to positively impact on at least 4 million lives. So I would create something or have an impact on that one person, which meant that 4 people would be impacted as a result. And what I realized was that if I could impact positively, if I could work with 1,000 entrepreneurs who are on a mission to transform the lives or positively impact on 4,000 lives each. So work with one entrepreneur that's on a mission to change the lives of 4,000 people, which, let's face it, to positively impact on somebody, on 4,000 people, one YouTube video can do that if you know how to create the right video, if you've got the right message and you're targeting the right audience. So I set out to work with and positively impact the lives of 1,000 entrepreneurs who are on a mission to make an impact on at least 4,000 people over the next 12 months. And we overachieved that. And so it got me very clear about the people that I wanted to work with, the people that I wanted to spend my time with. That made me very focused. It wasn't then just entrepreneurs even, it was entrepreneurs that wanted to make an impact. And I got really clear on my numbers. And I wasn't going to achieve my numbers if I started to work with people that weren't wanting to make an impact. So whilst you might look at your program, you might think, well, I only want to attract 10 people into my program, but those 10 people will make a positive impact on X amount of people. So just start getting clear on how many lives do you want to have impacted on by 2030. Because over a year, you can make a lot of difference. Over 12 years, you can make the world a difference. And using the collaboration of each other, you can go even further. So whatever your answers are, put them into the chat box now. I can see that 1 person has posted something. 2. I can see the number going up. I can't see what's being posted. And when I say what brand will you have built by 29th of September 2030, You know, really step out of where you are now. Think about where your brand is going to land in 12 years from now. How will the world have changed? How will your industry have changed? Things are happening fast. You know, the world is moving fast pace. What's going to happen to your industry? You need to be prepared for that in 12 years from now. How will it have changed? How will it be different? And how will it be different as a result of you and what you did? So I'm going to move on from that, and you can keep thinking about that as you go. And let's focus on your next 12 weeks. And the reason why I asked you those questions is because that's really what's going to make a huge impact on your next 12 weeks. Because if you set a target and you know what that is, remember the zorbing? Remember, we've got to walk down to the end of the field. We've got to stand where the water is and look back and say, okay, over the next 12 weeks, I'm looking at this. I know that there's going to be bumps in the road. Over the next 12 weeks, what are some of those bumps going to be? Very similar with weight loss, I guess, when we were saying to our members, over the next 7 days, what are some of the things you've got coming up that are going to stop you from achieving your goal? And they'd say, oh, I've got a birthday party coming up, or I've got a wedding, or it's my birthday and I'm being taken away for somewhere for the weekend, or, you know, you're just seeing the bumps in the road. So you're spotting the bumps in the road. And when you know what the bumps in the road are, and you know what the course needs to be, which in this case is 12 weeks, we can reverse engineer that and start working backwards. So first thing I want you to do is to think about, in 3 months from today, what brand new goals do you want to have achieved? Now, you're not going to fill this in right now, because I've added to this process now. It's different from what you've seen before. So I'm going to walk you through the whole process, and then we're going to go back, and I'm going to get you to do it. Okay. So in 3 months from today, what are your new goals? Now, these are new goals. These aren't things you've already started, because that's what you're going to complete when you answer the next question. So what have you already started that you need to complete? It might be a program, like HIT. You were saying that you've already created a program. You now need to get it out there. So is the program complete? Is it finished completely? If not, that would go into one of these 3 things. Now, I've always found that to-dos work, but they work even better if you've got an emotional reason behind them. So what will it mean once you've achieved those goals? What will it mean to your life? What will it mean to your finances? What will it mean to the freedom that you have? The amount of more time that you can spend with people, doing things you love with the people you love. And finally, who's going to suffer if you don't? So we're going to go through and fill these in now. And just, you know, as you start to fill them in, you don't have to share them if you don't want to in the chat box. But if you want some accountability and you'd like to put it out there and say, this is what I'm going to have achieved, you never know. There might be someone here right now who can say, actually, I can support you in achieving that. And for those of you that are in the Brand Builders Club, we've got the new mastermind groups. So you'll be in a group of 6 or 7 entrepreneurs from all over the world that are going to keep you absolutely motivated, supported, and accountable to achieving all the things that you put down on here. So let's get started. So in my instance, when I did this a few days ago, I sat down and I did my next set. So over the next 3 months, I'm going to create a new product, because I've got ideas for lots of different things. Jamie and I are creating a product together, so we're going to create a new product. I'm going to add 1,000 new followers to my list. I don't need to know any of the how at this stage, because you can't create the how unless you know what the what is, right? So we're just deciding at a what level right now. And I'm also going to partner with 5 influencers to get my content out there to their networks, because that's obviously an easier way of reaching many more people. So the how behind that would be, well, who do I know that's writing a book that I can get some content into their book so it goes out to all of their people? Who do I know that I can create a little online program, or I can add to their online program and support them in some way? You know, how can I add value to them? Whose online summit can I be on? Who's good at delivering a webinar? Whose show? Who's got a show that I can go on to? Who writes a blog that I can maybe contribute to their blog, or they write a blog about me that goes out to their subscription? So I haven't even thought about any kind of advertising or anything, because I don't need to. I've got enough people that are influencers, and so do you. So even if you only know 5 people in the whole wide world, those 5 people are going to know some people that need what you provide, right? So that's the 3 brand new things that I'm planning to do from Monday for my accountability group from the 1st of October. So then I'm looking at, okay, so what have I already started that I need to complete? Well, I need to create some promotional swipe copy that will go out to fill our event in December. So we've got this event coming up, as I said earlier, 7th to 9th of December. 3 amazing days. I've got amazing speakers flying in from all over the world to be a part of that. I've no doubt that Jamie will be speaking, I'll be speaking. Trish Carr from the Women's Prosperity Network, she's going to be coming and sharing how they've not only built their business up to 19,000 members across America, she's going to share some of the stuff that they've been doing to launch another product that's going to have 100,000 subscribers to that by the end of next year. So she's going to be sharing some of that. I've got David Shepherd from the Performance Partnership, just mind-blowingly amazing. For those of you that have been to Members Days, where David, one of my core trainers, where he's been delivering, everybody's just blown away by the stuff that they achieve when David's there. And it's all on goal setting implementation for the next 12 months. And who else have we got? We've got Paul Dunn from Buy One, Give One. He's coming along. Marie Diamond from The Secret, if you've ever watched The Secret or read The Secret. So Marie Diamond is one of the featured teachers in that. Marie's coming down. She's delivering some awesome manifestation tips, tricks and strategies on day 3, and we've got our awards due on the Saturday night. So Christmas party, disco, 3-course meal. We're going to be giving some awards. You could even sponsor an award if you want to. You may even win one. So you know, we have fun while we do business. I think most business is done with, you know, the face behind the brand, isn't it, really? So that's important to us. So creating the promotional swipe copy for that event is an important thing. I need to complete the last 5 chapters. Say that again, Jamie?
I was going to say, and by the way, we have to add Tasha's affirmation: the more fun I have, the more money I make.
Yeah, the more fun I have. And that is so true. That is absolutely so true. Thank you for sharing that, Jamie. So I want to complete the last 5 chapters of my book. And I want to get all of our existing Brand Builders Club courses up into our How to Build a Brand resource, because we're going to be selling those on our How to Build a Brand resource to drive even more people to the amazing content that our featured teachers have been creating for our mini courses. And we'll be selling those individually. And, you know, we've got a whole strategy around that. So they're things that we've already started that we just haven't completed. So now adding the emotion to that, achieving these goals will mean I can spend more time with my family once they're complete, because even more money will be coming into my bank account every day without me having to deliver anything personally if I don't want to, which means that I can focus more on my members in the club. And who will suffer if I don't achieve them? My family will continue to miss me while I work every hour God sends me, and my brand will be invisible, so I'll have to work even harder to market myself. So I've just gone through that there. Write yours down. What are your things? You've probably been writing while I've been talking anyway. But Jamie, if you can keep an eye on the chat box for me, let me know. Just put a yes when you're done, so that so I know to continue.
I have to unmute myself again. Lots of stuff going up here. It looks fabulous. By the way, everybody, when we're done, in the bottom of the chat box, there's the gray more. You can save this chat so you can go back and look at it later.
Awesome. I didn't know that. I said that at the beginning, because usually you can't download it unless you're the owner of the thing. So that's really good.
Yep, you can. Somebody loves Dave. Oh, that's Jose, loves David Shepherd.
Yeah.
Rachel will be a sought-after speaker and teacher leading female entrepreneurs to confidently build solo service-based businesses. There you go.
Wow, I love that. Oh, I'd love to get my teeth into that and see that.
Yeah. Tiffany's got her tasks. Peggy Lee's got her achievements. So they're moving right along.
Perfect. Okay. So let's now break that down, because what we're now going to do is take what we've put on this sheet, we're going to carry that forward onto the next 3 sheets. Okay. So for this instance, for the next month, we're now going to break down the next month. So in this instance, I'm going to create a new product, because out of all of these things, you know, if I try and complete all of these, I'm going to put so much pressure on myself that I'm probably going to fail, and that's going to feel awful. So I always just take 3 things off this sheet, and if I need to carry something on to the next 12 weeks, then I just carry it over. 9 times out of 10, because I only focused on 3, I overachieve them, and then I can come back to this sheet and carry on working. Jamie, were you going to say something?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Okay, so month 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the 3 months. So we're just going to take one thing from that sheet, and we're going to fill in only the top of the first 3, okay? So launch my first product is the first thing. I'm not going to map out any of the how-to just yet. Month 1, launch my first product. So let's go back and have a look at all my things. So now I'm going to take 1,000 new followers, add 1,000 new followers to my list, because that's important to always be growing your brand and building the memberships and things like that. So, okay, so then I'm going to write that at the top of month 2. So then we're going to go back and we're going to look at these again. And so what is the most important thing from here? Well, actually the completion of the last 5 chapters of my book is going to enable my influencers, when I go to partner with my 5 influencers, going to make it a lot easier for them to share what I'm doing if I'm almost complete with my book, or I've got something that I can share. So that's an important one. So I'm going to go across and take that into month 3. So you do that now. Even if you haven't got it printed out in front of you yet, just write it down. Month 1 is going to be this, month 2 is going to be this, month 3 is going to be this.
I love this new format.
Yeah, I developed it the other day because obviously we're going into masterminds on Monday, and so I did a 5-step mini course last week that was all on really getting prepared for your mastermind, and this was one of them. So I really went into more depth on this. So we'll use this from now on, because it means that you're turning up prepared. Okay, so let's look at month 1. So we're going to go back to month 1 now, launch my first product. So for you, that might be launch your next product. It might be launch your first product. I've just put in here, launch my first product. Obviously, it's not going to be my first product, but this is an idea for you, yeah? So what would that need to look like? So again, I'm reverse engineering it. I'm walking down the field. I'm standing by the little trough where the Zorb's going to land, and I'm looking back up. So I'm going to make this easy for myself. Instead of filling the whole thing, I'm just going to write in, okay, to launch my first product or my next product, what are the top 4 things I need to do week by week? So the first thing is I'm going to complete Sammy's 5-day product creation sprint, because that's going to be crucial in me being able to create that product. I'm sure there's things that are going to be in that sprint that are going to give me ideas that are going to stop me from creating the wrong thing and get me focused on the right path. So I need to do that. So that's 5 minutes of instruction every day, 15 to 30 minutes of action, plus we know there's a 90-minute masterclass that goes with that. So that's what I'm going to do in week 1. Week 2, I'm going to create the product. And week 3, I'm going to need to film and edit the creation of the product. So if a part of my product is I'm going to write text messages, but some of those text messages I might have a video, then I'm going to need to do some video. And it might be that I just need to edit things. I might need to test them as I go along. And week 4, I need a launch plan. I need to now get this product in front of people. So now I start breaking it down into bits. So completion of Sammy's product creation 5-day sprint. So we know day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5 are going to be 30 minutes of action every day, 5 minutes of instruction. So then when I get to the day 6, I'm going to prepare my plan for the next week. So I'm going to create a product. So I need a plan for that product. So I'm going to spend the first day creating the actual plan. I'll create the product script so that I know what I'm going to say when I get on the video. I'm going to create the slides because I'll also be sharing some slides like I'm sharing with you now. And you can use the resource that Jamie gave you earlier to film the screen. And I know that I'm going to need 3 days to create those slides because it's quite in depth and I want to make sure that they're right. So now I get to the end of week 2. I've got all of the things created. I'm now ready to start filming. So now I'm going to create a plan for filming. How often am I going to film? Am I just going to do one whole day of filming? Am I going to, every day do a little bit and have some outfit changes and just whiz between them? How are you going to plan to do that? So that you can hit the ground running. So I'm going to be filming for the first 3 days, and the last 2 days of that week, I'm going to be editing. Now, this might not be you. And I hope that it isn't you. You might film them and then say, I know, I'm going to get someone on Fiverr, or I'm going to get somebody else. I'm going to outsource this and get them to do the editing. So once I've done the filming, I'm going to give it to them to edit. Well, you're still going to have to be checking things. You're still going to be giving them amendments. You're still going to be looking it over. So build that time in. And then I upload all my videos to Vimeo. So you'll have somewhere where you're going to host those videos. I use Vimeo. I love Vimeo. I've used it for a long time. So now we get to the end of week 3. Now you see, look, over that course of that month, I've just done one thing every day consistently that has led me towards achieving my result. So week 4 is all about the launch plan. So I'm going to write 6 value-added emails where I'm not selling, I'm just adding value all around the topic of what I've created for this product. Then I'm going to write 2 sales emails so that I can get a heartbeat going. So 3 value-add emails, 1 sale. 3 value-add emails, 1 sale. That's how we tend to create the heartbeat of our campaigns. Some people do a 4 and then 1. Some people do a 1. They just go straight into selling. I've never found that really works that effectively unless you've got like a super, really well-known brand. Day 3, write 10 social media posts, create 6 promotional videos, and give my joint ventures their affiliate links. Okay, so if you've got any partners, any joint ventures that can get this out for you, obviously it's going to be very effective for you to get that out to them. And we've got sprints on all these things. We call masterclasses, for those of you that aren't in the club, we call our masterclasses sprints because we really sprint through them. We get shit done. We call it get shit done. Okay, so by day 6, I'm now preparing to launch. So that is, in a month, I've done something consistently for 30 minutes each day. By the end of the month, I've got my product. I can now start selling it. So then you'd go into one of our masterclasses, our sprints on, do the 10K in 10 days challenge, do the 14-day sales strategy challenge, start getting out there and selling. We've got visibility sprints. We've got all kinds of sprints, marketing, sales. Like I say, we've got nearly 100 sprints. They're micro sprints that meet you where you're at because you might be excellent at sales, but webinars might be your sticking point. That might be your Achilles heel. So actually, we've got Dennis Jansen from one of our members in the Netherlands is delivering a sprint in, I think, about 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. That's all on webinars. So, we always look to our network first to deliver a sprint. And I really encourage you, deliver a sprint for our members because there's people that are in our club already that really need what you provide. So, of course, once you've done month 1, then you can go into month 2 and month 3. And you'll find in your workbook that I've also left a sheet that looks like this. Now, the reason why it's got month 1, month 2, month 3 on it with just some lines and there's nothing on them is because one of the most valuable parts of the Brand Builders Club is having your own mastermind team that I talked about earlier. And when you've got that mastermind team, that is really powerful because you're going to turn up every week and you're going to get the support and motivation and accountability you need. But more importantly, you need to turn up prepared. So as you're going through each and every day, it's important that you're marking down something like Jose mentioned earlier in her presentation. You know, celebrate as you go along. You know, every single day. If you're anything like me, you're going to get to the end of the day and you're going to be counting all the things you didn't get done. Well, what if you were to just, even if you were still thinking that way, what if you just said, okay, well, what is something that I did do? And you write it down. I called 5 new prospects today, or I emailed 5 new prospects. I messaged 5 new prospects, yeah? So I did that. I didn't get everything done on my to-do list, but I did that. Brilliant. Okay, so write that down. And then the next day, I made 2 sales. The prospects that I had spoke with yesterday, a couple of them converted. Or it might be that you made calls 4 weeks ago and you followed up. You contacted 5 new prospects and you followed up with 5 new prospects. And then you made 2 sales. Brilliant. Woohoo. Got confirmation from one influencer that they're happy to put your blog in their blog. Contacted 3 hotels about the new event. You know, you got something coming up. I'm just really making these up off the top of my head just to give you the idea behind it. But that's basically the idea behind it, so that you can turn up every week to your accountability meeting, your mastermind, and you're not going to waste any of your time or any of theirs, because you're going to have 8 to 10 minutes per person. You only want the first introduction piece of how awesome your week has gone to be, you know, well, I'm really excited because I called 5 new prospects and I made 2 sales, which I'm really excited about. I got confirmation from one of the influencers that I reached out to that they want to feature me on their radio show. So I'm super, super juiced about that. I contacted 3 hotels about a new event. So I've got some great quotes come in. I've achieved this, this, and this. So I've had a great week. But something I really struggled with over this last week was luck. And I know that's going to affect this week. And so I'd really appreciate your help in sharing with me, how do you get over that? Or what do you think I should do about that? So really, you've only then spent like 30 seconds of your whole time that you have with that group of amazing people from around the world. You've only spent 30 seconds of it talking about what you've done. Because if you turn up and you haven't done this beforehand, then you're going to show up every week and it's going to be inconsistent. You know, you're going to look like you don't know what you're doing. It's really important that you do this, because you don't want to waste any of your time or theirs. And you want to be focused that week. You want it to be focused on supporting you to make sure you do achieve your goals for that next year. And that's really a key thing. So, Jamie, do you want to say anything?
Well, yeah, there was a question. Peggy Lee asked, how do you handle holidays, vacations, etc. in your planning? Do you block out that time or what?
I personally, okay, so I think that really depends on who you are as a person. Like, I know if I switch off, I find it so hard to get motivated again. And, you know, I know that every day I don't show up, that even if I'm taking a break, that, you know, I'm not achieving anything. I just don't feel like I'm achieving anything. So, so I do still always feel like I need to achieve something. So when we were in America, and we were traveling for 6 weeks, and it was totally ad hoc. We only went out to launch that one day, ended up saying, do you know what, we love America, let's stay for 6 weeks because we can. We had the 2 girls with us, Abby and Jen, 2 of our daughters. So Abby's 16, Jen's going to be 23 on Saturday this week. And so, you know, we just went off traveling. And what I did was I did anything that I felt like I needed to do, like my 30 minutes, I at least did that. I at least did my 30 minutes. So I got up, I got my 30 minutes done, and then I rested, I relaxed, I swam, I read books, I played with my family, we went to Graceland, we went to Nashville, we went and stayed in Dallas for a week, we played with Donna, you know, we just had a load of fun. So I just find that I always, as long as I'm doing my 30 minutes a day, I then feel like I can relax because it's all taking care of itself. I don't know if that actually answers your question, but, you know, yes, absolutely block that time out. So when I was doing that, I wasn't having any meetings in the afternoon. If I was doing anything, it had to be before midday. After that, my time is my family's time. So that was,
Yeah, and
Amy, how do you do yours?
I would agree with you on that. I think the consistency of the working on the business, and that's what this is all about. This is not about the day-to-day tasks that you need to do. It's the creating momentum and making sure things are moving the way you want. And, you know, Peggy, you'll appreciate this one. How do you read a good book? One chapter. You know, how do you read all these books that we're supposed to read? One chapter a day. So if you make the commitment to a half an hour or an hour a day that you're doing on your business, and you know, it goes back to journaling and meditating and all those things that we know we need to do for our business. If 30 minutes of it is journaling and meditating, the other half an hour is doing something on your to-do list for that week, you're going to be a superstar and nobody's going to be able to stop you.
Yeah, I hope that answers your question. You know, I think it's challenging, isn't it? Because there's this element of, I have people ask all the time, how do you maintain balance? Balance is so important because obviously I burned out in my last business. And so, you know, I don't want to go back to having chest pains again. So I'm really conscious of that, right? But I think there is a different energy that comes from, you know, I feel balanced. I always feel balanced because I love what I do, and I love it so much, and I'm so in love with what we do, what we're building, and the people that we work with. I mean, look at you all on this call. Like, I am in my element. On a Saturday, we're playing, right? It's nearly 10 p.m. my time. We've been on here for nearly 6 hours, and we're still going because we're, like, to me, this is playing. I don't feel like I'm working at all. Yeah, I'm going to have a whole day off tomorrow, and I'll probably not even come in until midday on Monday because I'm having a late evening. We always have our ambassadors call for the Brand Builders Club on a Monday evening. So I tend to start later on the days when I'm going to work later. So that for me is balance. Yeah, I just I find that. Anything else, Jamie?
Nope, I think we got most of them. There's some other comments about being burned out and learning to pace themselves. Makes perfect sense. It does answer the question. It's not easy to be gone for an entire day. Yep, had me hand in daily. Good, I think we're good.
Yeah, and that will get easier for you as you systemize and automate and replicate.
21 days, it'll be a habit.
Yes, it will. You know, and it just, it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun, you know, like now when I get tired, it tends to be because I've been playing too much, not because I've been working too much. And I think that's the difference in the energy that comes with it. So Brand Builders, just a reminder for you, and for those of you that don't know about the Brand Builders Club, you know, put yourself in these shoes and think, how can I do this? Here's how to really get the most out of your membership if you haven't done this already. So for those of you that haven't been in and completed your profile in the new membership website, make sure that you go into brandbuilders.club, and you know, when you're a member, you'll get sent all your login details and everything, so you can go in. So here's Ella's profile, a bit like Facebook. She's put a nice graphic in there. She put a little introduction to herself. She's put all her social media links in there so that you can connect with her outside of the Brand Builders Club. And also what we've done is we've added a feature. So if you've got a mini course or you've got something that you want to either give or to sell within the Brand Builders Club, you can put that in your profile, and it means every member from around the world will be able to find you and start doing business with you. So make sure you've gone in and completed your profile. And if you've updated what you do, then go in and update your profile, because as you're growing and building and branding and expanding, your business is changing. So make sure you go in and change the things that need to change. Here's to Zima. So send your intro to me. If I haven't introduced you to the rest of the Brand Builders Club yet, because I like to introduce everybody personally. It's one of those things, isn't it? You go in and you say, hey, it's me, you'll get some responses. When I say, hey, you've got to talk to this person because this is what they do, you know, make sure you connect with them. When I do a personal introduction, it's like like the comments just go on for ages. You know, everybody gets involved and really gives you a lovely warm welcome, and you start getting to know people straight away. So Tazima sent me just this tiny little bit of copy, and I then put my bit around it and then introduced her with a lovely photo. So send me those. If I haven't been able to introduce you yet because you haven't sent me this stuff, make sure you send it to me and then I can get you introduced. Also, book your Kickstarter call as well. If you haven't had, it'd be unusual if you haven't, if you've been in the Brand Builders Club for a while, but for those of you that are new, this is something that your ambassador does. We do a 30-minute gap analysis to work out where are you now, where do you want to be in a 12-month period, so that we can devise the best plan and guide you in a way that absolutely meets your expectations of what do you want to have achieved in the next 12 months, so that we can support you and put you on that journey that gets you that, so that we can personally coach you and mentor you and be a part of that process for you in a big way. Step 4 is to complete the brand Kickstarter. So you remember I talked about how with the 21-day challenge, I tested the first 7 days. That's what this is. The Kickstarter really makes sure that you're building the right business for your idea. And I would say that 9 out of 10, probably more, of the businesses that go through this, whether they're established, brand new, just starting out, just got their idea and they're not quite sure where to go, this process creates your business model, it creates your messaging, the brand colors, it creates, in many cases, ideas for systems, productizing, and we go through loads of stuff in that, and this is the stuff that happens in your first month of being a member. So if you haven't had a chance to do this yet, or you haven't completed it, now's your chance to go and complete it. Here's a little accountability nudge from me to get that done. And once you've been through that 7-step Kickstarter process, you then get that call booked in with me. So you'll go to this link on here and you'll be able to book your call in. So we have what we call an hour of brand building power. And yeah, I mean, I've got all kinds of contacts and knowledge and expertise. You've probably heard as we've gone through today, you know, that I can absolutely add value to what you're doing and support you as you go through that. Step 6 is to book your members day. So when you go into the online system at brandbuilders.club, there's a part of that where you click on members days and it will tell you all the members days that we've got coming up across the year. So you can go in and you can book all the members days that you want to book onto, whether you want to come to the UK, if you want to go to the Netherlands, you want to go to Florida, Atlanta, New York. We are launching into other locations this year. And so, yeah, we've got lots of exciting events, and we've got the online only version, which is this one that you're on now. And obviously, you know how much value we've been able to discuss and get personal and ask questions and everything on here, which is really important to us. We always run an online version of these days now. And joining the live 5-day sprints, the little mini courses that we've talked about where we break them up over 5 days. We do that. We could launch the whole thing in one go, but most often times that becomes overwhelming. So we just, every day, Monday to Friday, we just launch them. They go out at 7 a.m. UK time every morning. So for those of you around the world, it's there when you wake up. Some people like to get shit done at the beginning of their day, so we have it there. So it's there nice and early, and then you can go through that at whatever time you want to. And there's always a 90-minute masterclass that goes with that as well, which happens on the Tuesday each time. So these sprints happen on the 1st and 3rd week of every month. And then you can go onto the members' websites, and all of those sprints, they're then up there and ready for you to go through. And then you could go through them all in one day if you wanted to. You've got your global accountability team. So for those of you that want to be in a mastermind team to have that accountability, a whole team of people that have got your back, that will keep you focused, that will give you ideas and champion you even when you don't feel like it yourself. Make sure that you, if you want to be an accountability team, let me know if I haven't put you into one already. They are launching on Monday. And then your weekly Get Shit Done call. So every Monday, I go live at 2 p.m. UK time, and like I say, it's like a drop-in for a coffee with me, and it's virtual coffee. So, you know, and I'm here more often than not. I do them every Monday from now on. Saskia, so from the 1st of October, Saskia van der Riet. She is an amazing blog content writer. She's produced many, many things in many different languages. She is a translation expert as well. And that's why I'm partnering with Saskia for the magazine. And she is from now on every Monday, the first Monday of every month, it's going to be Saskia is your expert. So she'll be delivering those. And the second Monday of every month will be, I think it's going to be Chris. So copywriting, and he writes copy for all of the big giants, you know. So it's amazing things. So you want to talk about content, you want to get your funnels ready, you know, you want to talk about those things. You know, we've got some brilliant people, so I'll be on all the calls as much as I can. So I'll also be there to answer questions, but I want to make sure you've got the expertise that you have as well. So ask yourself, how are you creating a scalable business model right now that enables you to add more value to your ideal customers on a global scale, not just a local one? And if you're not doing that enough yet, then we can make that happen. But you're not going to make that happen by trying to do it all yourself. So Jamie and I thought what would be a really valuable thing for you is to, let's go past that, is to think about outsourcing and how you're going to really build this business, how you're going to reach all those lives, how you're going to add value to people in a big way, and how you're going to do that when it's like, I want to build this business, I want to impact everyone, but there's only me in the business. How do I possibly do this? And so we thought talking about the 7 biggest outsourcing mistakes that we've made would support you, just like how we've kind of shared all along as we've gone along, the key things that we've done in our business. So
do as we say, not as we've done.
Yes, absolutely. Or do as we're recommending now as a result of really making those mistakes. So, Jamie, do you want to kick us off with this one?
Going cheap. Well, you know, the old adage, you get what you pay for. Anytime you choose your outsourcing people by the cheap mode, just know, you know, there's an old saying, you can get it fast, you can get it cheap, or you can get it right, but you can't get all of them. Pick the one that's most important. And cheap is not always it. Sometimes it's better to go a little more and get better quality than just taking the cheapest one out there.
Yeah, and you know, what I found is that the lowest rates often come with a high core, you know, cost poor quality. It's
right.
It's like, you know, if I say cheap toilet paper to you, I know that you will know what I mean when you say that. It looks like it's a good deal, but it never is. You end up using twice as much.
By the way, if anybody wants any, my house has been toilet paper rolled twice this week. It's homecoming week at school. Toilet paper in my trash can.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Well, you get what you pay for. So create a reasonable budget and stick to it. And finally, never compromise quality to save a few euros, pounds, or dollars. It becomes much more expensive in the end, doesn't it? Jamie, agreements.
Yeah, I feel like that monkey sometimes. I told you earlier my situations. I didn't have the right agreements in the beginning. I didn't have the right contracts or the right rules. And it's backfired. I've ended up in court twice. Well, actually, I never went to court. They threatened court, and I settled out of court before I ever got there. So save yourself by having clear expectations, what they're to do, what you're to do, what the results are to be, all of those things up front, and save yourself time, hassle, money, lawyers' fees, all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's really key, you know. So here are some of the things that we have in place and that we are also putting in place in our business all the time. So a non-disclosure agreement, and you want a global non-disclosure agreement, not just one that works in your country. So what this means is that if you're sharing any kind of intellectual property with someone, then you want to make sure that you're getting a non-disclosure agreement signed. So if you're running courses or events, or if you're doing any kind of speaking, and you've got people that are potentially going to come into the room who could then take that and then take it somewhere else. Well, no content is ever really new content, is it? But if you have if you do want to protect that content, then at least having that agreement in place. I've been to many events where I've been asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement before I've gone in, and I think that's a good idea. We're definitely putting that in place for our business. And also it just, there's an element of professionalism as well, that when you put these things in place, your customers, if they're signing them and you're signing them, then there's a two-way level of respect there. A content release form is also essential. So if you're getting people to write books for you or blogs or create any kind of content, have them sign a content release form so that you own 100% of your content. Speaker agreements, if you're getting people to speak on your stages or whatever, look at speaker agreements so that more than anything, the expectations of each other. Quite often when I sign a speaker agreement, part of that agreement is that I will send 2 or 3 emails out to my list, that I will create a video that promotes it, that I will actively support it, that I'll be there at the time that I'm meant to be there. And there's all kinds of things that go into a speaker agreement, and these are things that you can Google, and there's other things that go into them as well. Make it personalized for you. And a service level agreement is also really important if you're getting people to, write content or do websites or branding or anything like that. If you've got a service level agreement, then there's a clear agreement, there's a clear contract. You are going to deliver this by today. So, Jamie, you've got a good example of this. When people come to you for websites, there's a service level agreement that, if either way, whoever's responsible for certain things at a certain time, it's in the agreement. So neither can go back on that.
Yeah, 2 things. What I do on that one, so it used to be people said, well, I don't want to pay for the whole website up front. So I would do 50% up front and 50% upon delivery. Well, it backfired on me because part of the delivery was the content, and they were doing the content. And if they didn't do the content, I didn't get paid. So I modified my agreement to say 50% upfront, 50% in 30 days, or upon completion, whichever comes first. And that way they're required to pay me in 30 days, regardless of whether they get their part done. I also have clear expectations on what their part is. If there's a delay because I do something, then I delay that. If there's a delay because they haven't done it, then that's their fault. They still pay me. The other thing that I would highly, 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 highly recommend, and I was guilty of this and still find myself sometimes guilty of it, although when I was sitting in front of the Marine recruiter with my son the other day, I was very good about it. Read every line of everything you sign, because there are zingers in there. I've had somebody try to put a non-disclosure in front of me that said, I would not work with anybody else in the speaker industry. No, that didn't work. So you've got to be careful what they're trying to pull over, because it may look like, and even if they say it's a standard non-disclosure, that's even more reason to read it. So
yeah. And there's reasons for putting these things in place. Like, we're just creating non-disclosure agreements now that all of our Brand Builders Club members are going to be expected to sign, for 2 reasons. One, we're providing a hell of a lot of content, and we don't want that just walking away somewhere. And 2, it's important to us that all of our Brand Builders Club members feel like they are safe in a place that they can share their ideas, and that people are not going to go and take them. So there's 2 levels, the 2 reasons really for doing that. So Brand Builders Club members expect to receive a non-disclosure agreement very soon. And it's important that we protect each other in that way. I want to protect your ideas from someone else in the club going and taking them. And it just won't happen because we don't attract those kind of people. But a clear agreement is a clear agreement. And once it's signed, whether it's right or wrong, where right or wrong is. So, and I don't like grey area.
Right. And Veronica had a question On disclosure, are you saying have people sign an agreement that they will not take your content you speak on as their own? And yes, it depends on the situation. Now, when you're going and speaking at an event, we don't have everybody in the audience sign a non-disclosure. We have the person that is putting it on sign it potentially. So you have to look at the situation. But in Sammy's case, where people are coming on here to see her stuff, that is absolutely a non-disclosure. If you're doing a strategy session with somebody and they're telling you about this cool new product idea they want you to sign a non-disclosure because they don't want you to go off and create it with somebody else who has the money. If you have a new product that you think is really cool and you're talking to somebody who could be an outsource help for you, have them sign it so that your idea doesn't show up somewhere else already done because they were quick, fast, and had the money to do it.
Yeah, it's important to protect yourself. And you know, I would go onto Google and I would search non-disclosure agreement. I would look at different non-disclosure agreements, otherwise known as NDAs, and just see what they have in them. What do you resonate with? What challenges do you think you're going to come up against? And you know, you can create your own non-disclosure agreement. I would personally have it looked over by a lawyer, but you know, these things are only ever, you know, they're not worth the paper they're written on. If someone really goes for it, you know, you've now got to make a decision. Do I take them to court? Am I going to go through all of that? You know, it's kind of, what I find is that 99% of the people that sign them stick to the rule. You know?
Yeah. Well, and the other thing, we've had the pleasure of working with Sharon Lecter, and her husband Michael happens to be the top IP attorney in the United States. He works with Google, he works with Wendy's, you know, restaurants, all of those big guys that pay him gazillions of dollars an hour. Michael says that the only place that is, if you can't have an original signature, and even an original signature is not always, because people can copy stuff and use copiers and come up with stuff that looks real. The only thing that is truly taken to court and validated is DocuSign. So use DocuSign to get documents signed.
Yeah, and it's a good way of getting those signatures remotely, so you're not having to be physically in front of people.
When you're globally, yeah, especially.
Yeah, great. So communication. What can go wrong with communication? Well,
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, lots of stuff. But here are some ideas. You know, when you're outsourcing. So what I find is, when I first started outsourcing, I'd put the brief out there onto whatever the outsourcing site was. What is it called now, Jamie? It was Odesk and Elance, and now it is.
It's Odesk now. It was Elance. It was Upwork. Now it's Odesk.
Right. Okay. So, well, it's one of those three. It's not Elance anymore. And so, like when I started putting my briefs up, I used to get lots and lots of people would respond, and I was taking them on, and then finding that they weren't delivering on time, or you know, they were delivering. I was like, what the hell is this they're giving me? What they were doing was they were just copying and pasting a response to every single job in the hope that they would get one or two. And of course, if they end up getting all of them, then you've got a problem there, because now they're overworked and they can't deliver on their promises. And so what I do is I hide a keyword in my description when I create my brief. So I'll create the brief, and then right at the very bottom, the bottom line, like the close off line, I'll say to them, please respond in capital letters with the word pink elephant to let me know you have read this full brief. And I guarantee, like, out of 30, 25 or 26 won't do it. And I can just go delete, 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 delete. Thank you. I'm now looking at these. Who's put it in capital letters? Delete, delete, delete. Okay, I'm now looking at these. And so now I've got it down to like 2 or 3 who are not wasting my time. They've genuinely looked through the brief. They've responded, usually personalized it. And I've got still outsourcers that still work with me to this day. I got that tip about 8 years ago. And I've been using it ever since. still got freelancers that work for me to this day, even after 8 years. They were really good freelancers. So there's a quality thing that happens there. Jamie, do you want to add anything there?
Yeah, no, I think this is brilliant. I never heard this. I happened into a couple of really brilliant freelancers that I've been using for 7 years now. And once you find the gems, hold on to them, and be careful. I'm a little protective of my freelancers. So when other people say, oh, they're great, they're a freelancer, do you mind if I use them? I say, no, I don't want you using them. He's mine. Sorry. So I'm a little protective of the ones that do a lot of work for me.
Yeah.
And I treat them very well. They know they can come to me and whatever. So, you just want to be good about treating them well, that they are good, valued employees, even though they're, quote, outsourced.
Yeah.
And they might be from a third world country. That doesn't matter. You still treat them well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And speaking of that, offer bonuses when they complete the project within the expected timescales. That's always a good thing. If they have taken on too many projects, because you're offering a bonus when they complete it, they're going to put you to the top. So that's another way of what gets rewarded gets repeated. Location. Who should you choose? In what locations should you work with people? Well, we've worked with many different people, but failing to grasp the cultural differences will really put your business at risk. So if you don't already understand different cultures, there are certain parts of the world where they work very much like us, like the Philippines, Eastern Europe. They have a very, very very good work ethic. And what I love about working with people in the Philippines and Eastern Europe is that, especially the Philippines for us, like you give them your brief, they start work, you go to bed, because it's a totally different time difference. So you go to bed, you wake up, and it's done. So, understanding that is good. But then if you, for example, let's say you want to get your logo printed on some pens or T-shirts, or you're getting some kind of promotional product done, and you put that out there at the end of January, and you're saying, well, I've got this exhibition, this trade show that's coming up in March or whatever, and then you're not hearing anything from anyone and you're getting really frustrated. Well, that's because most of the promotional products that are printed en masse come from China, and it's Chinese New Year in February. So if you don't know that in advance and you don't understand their culture differences, you ain't going to get anything coming to you for most of February. So plan in advance, really understand the cultural differences and what they do, because time difference will impact on your communication with them. If you're coming in and you're frustrated because you haven't heard from them, yet it's their 2 o'clock in the morning now, and for you, it just doesn't work. So you've got to be a bit lenient with it. And obviously the language differences as well. The minute of your communication is the response you get. Jamie, have you got anything to add to that?
No, I think you covered all of mine.
Okay.
So, although one of my guys is from Pakistan too, so I add them to the list because they've been amazing at support and wanting to help. So
brilliant, awesome. So, Jamie, do you want to do team management? Now you're building your team.
Team management, yeah, absolutely. And this kind of goes with your communication skills as well. So project management, I prefer, there's a couple of different systems. Sammy uses Basecamp. I've been using Monday, although I'm looking at a new one that I'm playing with right now as well. I jump from project management to project management because none of them do what I really want them to do. I need to write my own. Give great briefs, meaning tell them exactly what you want them to do, and use Loom to do that. It's such an incredible tool to be able to do that, because you can walk them through and say, change this color, instead of trying to type out the third color down, change it to blah, blah, blah. It's just a whole lot easier visually to do that. And take ownership. If you're dealing, especially with somebody with a different language, and you're not expressing yourself properly, 90% of the time, it's probably you. So be careful about checking that and making sure that things are going well there, and you're telling them what you need to tell them in a way that they understand what you're doing. So just get really clear on how to communicate with them. Sammy?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, quite often I hear people that will say, well, you know, this designer, they didn't give me what we needed, and it's kind of like, well, take ownership of the fact that the brief can't have been that strong. They've given you what you've asked them for. So, you know, just get really clear. You know, in the Brand Builders Club, we've got branding briefs, we've got website briefs, we've got all kinds of things that are there. All you've got to do is fill them in and send them off to your designer. You know, and having been a designer marketing agency, I expected really good briefs from my clients. So I created a template process that meant they would give me a great brief. So yeah, that is important. Number 6, proof. Okay, so this is about really getting clear. How do you know that these freelancers or outsourcers are good at what they do? Well, I just wanted to highlight really. So this is a page from Fiverr. And if you look, you'll see at the bottom of each of these little squares, you'll see a little orange star. So on the left one, it says 4.9, and next to that 1K plus. So that means that that person has got a 4.9 out of 5 for their recommendations, and they've had over 1,000 customers. So that to me looks really good. Then you look next door to that, he's got 4.8, which looks good. He's only had 36 reviews, but you know, 4.8 out of 5, still looking good. You know, and then you've got one at the bottom there, is a 5 out of 5, and they've only had 12. So, you know, I do like to give people that have only, you know, if they've only got 12 ratings or whatever, I do like to give them a shot. You know, some of them are absolutely brilliant. I've got some brilliant transcribers off of here. I must have been looking when I was in Canada. Everything's come up in Canadian dollars when I've done this screenshot. But, you know, the thing is, it's really important that you look at the reviews. Don't just take it on face value. Look at what are people saying. You can click on any one of these and it will take you through. You can look through all the results of that. You know, and so, you know, don't just take things on face value. As you can see there at the top there, it says 1 to 48 of 2,177 results. You're not going to run out of transcribers on Fiverr, but I would just check the reviews. Jamie, do you want to add anything before we go on to this one?
Yeah, this kind of, oh, no. I'm sorry. I thought I was going into this one.
Okay, you go into this one. You're in flow.
I'm in flow. There you go. So the exit strategy, and actually I do have something to add to that. On all of those reviews, the ones on Fiverr are pretty good because those are not forced. When you look at stuff on Upwork and things, be careful and ask to talk to people, because I've literally had somebody copy somebody else's work and put it on their piece before. So just be careful about that. Exit strategy kind of goes with the agreements. With every agreement, you should have a way of saying, if this doesn't work, this is how we separate, you know, with whatever value and whatever you're doing. So how do you get out of the agreement quickly if you're not getting what you want? Define a trial period. I always do 30 days. And certain number of hours. The other thing on some of the ones like Upwork, you can limit the number of hours they can charge you in a week. So do like 10 hours a week until I know that they're doing what I want them to do, or 10 hours max until I'm feeling comfortable with them, and then I open it up, versus them going out and doing, you know, 80 hours in a week and charging me for all of them.
Yeah, that's a key thing. That's a really key thing. Yeah, I think you've covered them all. I think you've covered them all there. And this is a message from, I don't know if you recognize this man. Let's see, pop it in the comments box if you know who this is.
I'll say the license plate in the background kind of gives it away.
Do you want to explain this one, Jamie?
Michael happens to be a client of ours. I've had the pleasure of working with him. My husband, Chris, has been writing Michael's newest thing called Radical You. Chris has developed the entire first years of content for that. And so when we were putting this together, I happened to say something. I don't remember what I said to you, Sammy. And Sammy said, oh my God, could you get Michael to maybe do a video for us? I said, yeah, I can do that. So here's the video.
You think you'll sign some books for us?
Yes, we did. We signed some books too. I don't know, do we have any extras left over, or are they all taken?
I think there were a few, but we had such a backlist of people that wanted them. I don't think there are any left now, but we've got a few to bring across to America for those people who haven't picked them up yet. I know that Donna took them from Atlanta and took them back to people in Florida. But so yeah, I think
send an email to James if you want one. But his latest book, which I don't even have it on my desk, Michael happened to have a acknowledgement to me in the front, and that's a funny story I'll tell you over beer sometimes. I had him sign several of those books to the brand builders, and we delivered them at the live events. So
love it. And this is a message from Michael to you about growing your business.
Hello, Michael E. Gerber speaking to you from Carlsbad, California. Brand Builders Unite. I trust you're having most extraordinary time with Jamie and Sammy, building the brands you want to see in the world. Remember, the E-Myth said, go to work on your company, not just in your company. Create a company that can transform the world. Yes, this is Michael E. Gerber saying, have a blessed, great time. Wish I were there with you. Bye-bye.
Ah, I love him. He's so cute. I want to put him in my pocket.
He's been jealous this week. They just launched another client of mine's book called the E-Myth CFO or something. I don't remember exactly. So he's traveling doing the book tour, which he doesn't travel very much anymore. The guy is 82.
I love it. And Jamie, you've also just won the contract with Red Bull as well. So you're doing really great things.
It's fun to now be able to say I can work with a startup all the way through, a corporation like Red Bull. So yeah, I'm doing some automation work for them right now for their distribution side.
I love it. Absolutely love it. So there we go. I think we're just with women right now. So I can't even say guys and girls. Girls and girls. I hope that has been an amazing training for you. I'm just going to open this up if there are any questions that you want to ask Jamie or myself about anything. Now is your chance. Because really this is about you taking your next steps and how
there are some limits to what we'll answer.
Say that again?
I said there are a few limits to things we'll answer, but not many.
Not many, no. So if you've got a question, then please share it here. Otherwise, we're going to wrap up. It's late o'clock here. It's coming up at 10:15 at night. So we're definitely going to wrap up very soon. But for our speakers, I just am so grateful to Jamie and Jose for bringing their shizazzle to this amazing online version of our summit. So I thank you for being with us for like 7 hours or whatever it is to really focus on your business. Like Michael says, go to work on your business rather than in your business. So really grateful that you've come and had this time with us. Let's say Rachel, it was amazing, although I missed the first hour. Okay, fabulous. Well, you can get the recording, so that's no problem. Time for cocktails here. Meeting Catherine. Okay, give her my love. I can't wait to see you in a couple of weeks.
I will.
Linda.
I know, that's a reminder. We do have our next Brand Builders Day in Orlando, October 11th.
Come play.
Yes.
Yeah. So Donna, you and I need to get together and do an interview.
Yes, we do.
We need to work that out. So
and Jamie and Chris and Dina. Yep, we have a great team that's going to be there on October 11th. So it's really exciting.
And that is actually, I'm really pleased you mentioned that, because I'm just going to go back into the message that Dina sent me a few
Yes.
days ago. So she said, where is it? Right, she says, I am so excited. Leave room for a speaker slot. I promise you will be all in. and I was like, what? She says, a Tallahassee genius who works for film school and worked on Avatar, Happy Feet, King Kong, loads of big movies. He's going to come and meet everyone. He's going to deliver a presentation, and it's all going to be, you know, around scaling. You know, how do you scale a movie blockbuster? How do you go about really breaking that down? You know, we're looking at all of the things we do, and we're kind of looking, going, okay, well, I'm a micro business owner or I'm a small business owner. But remember what I said earlier when I thought about, okay, well, you know, what business model do I need where I don't have to get up and sell and where it'll kind of build itself? What am I going to create that's going to do that? Well, I looked to all of the big network marketing companies, all of the big organizations, Apple, Virgin, all the ways that they're running their business, so that I could bring into this business all of the best things that really work. And so, you know, I can't wait to hear him speak, because I'm sure there's going to be loads of things that he's going to share, and I'm going to be like, what? Why am I doing that in this yet? Or, you know, like, I'm just really excited. So he's going to be coming down to speak. So I'm very excited to add him to the agenda. And also, Jamie's husband, Chris, is going to be there too. Donna, do you want to say something?
Yes, I asked Dina, I saw her last night, if it would be possible to do an interview with him as well that we could post, you know, to do the, you know, because our videos are going to be like 5 minutes just to share what we're covering. So I'm hoping that will be the case as well.
Okay, so let me just tell you, we have organized, I am talking to him on Tuesday. So I will get that sorted with him on Tuesday.
Perfect.
Okay, we will get that in. Thank you, thank you. A question from Linda Osmond. Linda, let me come to this. Linda, is the vault step of your 7-part kickstart the launch, or is it creating a vault of content? Yes, it's looking at what are you selling and what is the customer journey behind that. So when someone unlocks your vault, what's behind it? And many people kind of stop at the brand side of things, you know, okay, this is my overall business, this is what I've got as my vault, this is what I'm selling, but what's behind the vault? So for example, I'm in someone else's office at the moment, and I did see a book around somewhere, but have I got one in here? Anyway, in a book, when you're creating a book, what's the vault behind the book? What are they getting when they open the book? What's the vault of the book? What resources, what bonuses, what other things are you going to give as a part of that customer journey? When you're creating an online course, when you're getting up to deliver a presentation, all the things you're going to do, they will have a vault behind them. And so what we say is, once you've been through the 7-step Kickstarter on your business, then go to work on doing the 7-step Kickstarter for every single one of your products. Because every product and service you create will always have a life, it will always make money, and it will always reach the numbers that you set your target for, because you've made a clear commitment and a clear agreement with yourself during that 7-step process that makes it very clear for your customer to understand what's behind it as well. So that's what the vault is within the 7-step Kickstarter. Jamie, do you want to add anything before we wrap up?
No, I love doing this. Anybody that wants the 30 minutes with me, please go ahead and schedule that. Go out and get that in. As several of you did, I saw about 4 or 5 of them already come through today.
Yay.
So take advantage of that. And Sammy and I are working together on some really cool stuff that's going to be coming out here in the next, as soon as we can get together, right after Orlando. So that between Orlando and New York. It feels like New Year's. So keep watching. Lots of really, really cool stuff coming out. I'm excited.
I'm very excited about all the stuff that's coming up. And so that draws us to a close. It has been such a pleasure and an honor spending this time with you. This is our sandbox. We just love doing this. So we do it once a quarter, and we do it live in 4 locations as well as the online version. So come and play with us in one of our live locations as well as having the online version. Like I said, I've learned new things today, and we always cover different things because we always get different questions. And at the live events with the masterminding section, you're in little teams, and the teams ask questions, and you're all supporting each other. And so, you know, there's a great aspect of awesomeness that also comes with being part of the live groups as well. It's actually good to have both of them. And for those of you that are not Brand Builders Club members, if it is something that you would love to talk more about, you're not sure about it, you've got questions, I don't know when's the best place to start, when should I start, you know, all those questions. Yesterday. It literally is, it's no pressure. It's no pressure. If it's not right for you, I will tell you. And if there's something else that would benefit you more, I will tell you what that is. But if it's something that you do think that might add some value, you want to get started, you want support, you want to do it the easy way, and be surrounded by amazing people that will really nourish and nurture you to achieve the results you want, then do speak to us. I'll drop you a message so that you can reach out to me. The best way to contact me is on Facebook Messenger, because I see that faster. So let's connect there. And there you go, Peggy Lee. We're going to see you in Orlando and in New York. And I'm looking forward to playing with you a lot more while we're there. I think we're going to be in New York for about 5 days or something. Run a one-day event, so we're going to have some good time there. And yeah, look forward to playing full out very much. Sending you loads and loads of love. Let me know if you want the replay. Brand Builders, it will be in the group tomorrow. And I will see you very, very soon. So, mwah, mwah, mwah. Time for cocktails, Donna. I think I'm going to have 1 or 2 myself as well. So take care. Love you lots, and I'll see you soon.